Ladies and gentlemen, truth seekers, and anyone who's ever questioned the wild tales spun in the UFO community, welcome back to the unfiltered reality of Corey Goode. For those who don't know or need a refresher, Corey Goode has built a career on fantastical claims of secret space programs, blue avian aliens, and 20 and back time travel adventures. But when the spotlight turns to his own depositions, raw testimony under oath where his stories crumble under scrutiny, he resorts to desperate measures to bury the truth. Just recently, Goode unleashed a wave of copyright terrorism on my YouTube channel, Truth Seekers, as well as many other YouTube channels. In my case, he filed fraudulent strikes, falsely accusing me of stealing these very deposition videos, along with other content he doesn't own. He even claimed I've been reported to the police for it all. This isn't just an attack on me, it's part of a long pattern of legal threats, bogus lawsuits, and intimidation tactics aimed at silencing his online critics. Goode has a history of dragging people into court for defamation, harassment, or whatever he can conjure up to shut them down. He's even boasted in the past that some of his detractors were under investigation by the FBI or facing scrutiny from state legal bar authorities, all in a bid to scare folks into silence. But here's the kicker. These depositions, they're public court records from his own failed lawsuits, like the ones against his own business partners, and others where his narratives fell apart. Goode doesn't own them. He can't claim copyright over sworn testimony that's already out there for the world to see. Yet he's filed fake fraudulent claims left and right to scrub them from YouTube, desperately trying to prevent anyone from witnessing his contradictions, his evasions, and the collapse of his cosmic facade. He's targeted multiple channels, mine included, in a frantic effort to erase the evidence. Well, Corey, newsflash, you don't get to rewrite history. You don't get to play gatekeeper over public records. These videos aren't going anywhere. In fact, today, I'm showing them in full, uncut and undeniable. And to make sure they stay that way, I'm entering them right now into the public record. They are now public record. Copy this, share this, post it on your social media, Flood X, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok, wherever. These deposition files are now public record, free for anyone to disseminate and discuss. This isn't just about exposing one man's tall tales. It's about standing up to bullies who use the law as a weapon to hide their lies. Join me as we dive back in, because the truth doesn't strike back, it just shines brighter.
Good morning. We are going on the record at 9:30 on September 26, 2022. Please note that the microphones are sensitive and may pick up whispering and private conversations. Please mute your phones at this time. Audio and video recording will continue to take place unless all parties agree to go off the record. This is Media Unit 1 of the video recorded deposition of James Corey Goode, taken by counsel for defendant in the matter of James Corey Goode et al. Versus Roger Richards Ramsauer et al. Filed in the U.S. District Court for the District of Colorado, case number 120 CV 00947 DDD KLM. The location of this deposition is 700 17th Street, Suite 1750, Denver, Colorado. My name is Barbara Horn, representing Veritex Legal Solutions. I am the videographer. The court reporter is Randy Barrett from Veritex. I am not authorized to administer an oath. I am not related to any party in this action, nor am I financially interested in the outcome. If there are any objections to proceeding, Please state them at the time of your appearance. Counsel will now state their appearances and affiliations for the record, beginning with the noticing attorney.
My name is Lennon Webb, representing the defendants, along with my associate attorney, Christian Clark, and my law clerks are present by Zoom. That would be Raza Khan, Peter Tarantino, and all my clients are either here or present by Zoom.
Valerie Nares for the plaintiffs, and I'm here with my client, James Corey Goode.
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter now pending will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Please state and spell your name for the record.
James Corey Goode, JamesCoreyGoode.
Okay. And Mr. Goode, we started 30 minutes late today. I want to make sure, do you feel able to give your deposition to the best truthful ability that you have?
Mr.
today?
Webb, I'm sorry, really quick before we started.
Yep.
I didn't hear any question about agreements for the record, but we are designating this deposition as confidential.
The entirety of it?
Yes. We have 30 days under the protective order to clarify whatever needs to be designated, if there's any sort of over-designation, but as of right now, we're designating as confidential.
Okay, I'll understand that you're designating the entirety of it as confidential. Noted. We may not agree with that, but...
And recording.
Right, and we would just like to have all parties certified that this is, I understand that there's some sort of Zoom that's going on right now, but that this is just for the parties. I mean, under the rules, it's just the parties that are subject to be at the deposition, and that this is not being recorded or broadcast anywhere else.
Your notation as far as the confidential designation is noted for whatever purposes you have with the federal court. That's fine. That's between you and whatever protective order. So that's fine.
Okay, but can I have your representation that this isn't being broadcast anywhere?
I'm not going to make any representation because it is being broadcast via Zoom. So
It's being recorded.
To whom?
Yeah.
And it's being recorded.
Where is it being broadcast via Zoom?
There's my client on the line.
Okay.
Both my law clerks are
Okay.
on the line.
And nobody else?
Not that I'm aware of. So
Okay. And can I have your client's representation that this isn't being broadcast anywhere else?
this is being recorded, but it's not being broadcast at this time. That my clients aren't here to answer questions. But as far as your designation, it's a deposition. A deposition is a public proceeding because this is not Mother Russia. So anyone can attend a deposition.
This is confidential, though.
To the extent you're marking it confidential with the court, we'll follow whatever protective order the court has in place right now.
So are you saying that this is being broadcast somewhere?
To Zoom, to my client and my two law clerks.
And that's it?
That's all that I'm aware that's on Zoom right now. So if you want to check the list of attendees, we can check.
Okay.
It'd be nice to keep that up too, invisible.
Sure, it's not a problem. But I mean, so you're concerned with who's watching or who's viewing?
Yes.
Okay.
And
Well,
who might receive the recordings?
Whatever the court designates. Your attorney has asked for it to be confidential before you even answer the first question. I respect that. Your attorney's protecting you. Okay, so it's between her and the court. Whatever the judge decides is what we're going to do. Okay?
Okay.
So there's a protective order in this case, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
can pull it up. It's docket number 48.
Yeah, so we're following whatever that order is from the judge.
Right.
Okay? All right. Do you remember my question?
No.
Okay. Can I have the court reporter read it back?
And Mr. Goode, we started 30 minutes late today. I want to make sure, do you feel able to give your deposition to the best truthful ability that you can?
Yes, I am not feeling well. I have a sinus infection, so I'm going to be speaking. My voice isn't going to be as loud. So, yeah, but I can finish this day and tomorrow if needed.
Okay. Are you on any medications that would affect your ability to testify truthfully today?
Negative.
Are you under the influence of drugs, alcohol, or anything else that you've taken in your body that would affect your ability to testify truthfully today?
Negative.
Did you have an adequate night's sleep last night?
I did.
Okay. Is there any reason whatsoever you can think of where you can't testify truthfully today?
No, I've been waiting 2 years for this. I want to get it over with.
Okay. We've brought a fan for you that you've requested. Is there anything else that you'd request to make sure that you're comfortable here testifying truthfully?
No.
Okay. So tell me your residence address. The zip code? You don't know?
Yeah, I don't know.
What state is Longmont in?
Colorado.
Okay. How long have you resided there?
About a year and a half.
Okay. Do you have any other residences?
Yes, my wife and my 2 children.
Okay. And where do they reside with you?
I'm sorry?
Do they reside with you at that address?
Yes.
Do you have any other residences?
No.
Are your 2 children, are they age majority or are they younger than 18?
One is 18 and the other is 11.
Okay, I'm not going to ask you questions about your 11-year-old. Your 18-year-old, what's the name? Occupation? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
She hasn't graduated yet.
Okay. And your wife's name?
Stacy.
S-T-A-C-A-Y?
Stacy.
Okay. And maiden name for Stacy? Spell it, please. Okay. How long have you been married?
Almost 30 years.
Okay. Occupation for Stacy?
She works at home but also helps manage the business.
Highest level of education for Stacy?
I think we both went through our sophomore year in college.
Okay.
Our junior year in college.
Any certifications, credentials, licenses held by Stacy?
When she worked in the medical field, but they've all probably lapsed. I don't think anything current.
What when you say it lapsed, what was it lapsed?
She did heart monitoring and ICUs and had to have certifications, and those things had to be kept current. So they would have lapsed many years ago. Then she went into the IT field for about 15 to 20 years and didn't obtain any certifications, any technical certifications.
Okay. And for you yourself, what's your highest level of education?
Junior year college and technical certifications, MCSEs, A+, MCP.
Anything else?
No.
Okay. And you're doing a great job right now. You're giving me verbal answers, even though you can predict what I'm going to say because you're above average intelligent guy. I ask that you don't. The reason is that we have here not only the videographer, but we also have the court reporter, Ms. Barrett, doing her best to type down everything that we say. So for that reason, I ask you to speak clearly, enunciate. If your attorney holds up her hand, what that means is hold on. She wants to state an objection. Her objection is not for you. It's an objection for the court reporter to type down, for the judge to read later, if he or she wants. Okay, but after she puts down her hand, after your attorney has a chance to say her objection, I still need you to answer my question. Do you understand that?
I do.
There's an exception to this rule. If your attorney reaches her hand up, states her objection, and she instructs you, do not answer Mr. Webb's question, I'm going to then ask you, are you going to choose to follow your attorney's instruction? Most clients will say, yeah, I'm going to follow my attorney's instruction. But that's up to you to say on the record whether you're going to follow her instruction or not. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. Head shakes, nods, none of those go over very well for her purposes. They're fine for the videographer, but for the judge wants to hear an audible response. Same thing for grunts. Mm-hmm, uh-huh.
Understood.
Okay. And to the extent you can, even though you understand what I'm going to say, just wait till I finish it, and we'll take turns talking. Today, we're essentially trying to gather facts. I may think I know a lot about the case, but it doesn't matter at all what I know or what I think I know today. All that matters is what you know. So for that purposes, I can't answer any questions. I have like a blank slate today, and I'm just trying to find out what you know. What you believe, what you've heard, even hearsay is all at issue today. Even if you've heard it third hand, I still want to know about it.
Okay.
Because we're trying to get to the bottom of the matter, to the facts, to the truth, to the witnesses, to the names, the documents, the amounts, the dates. All of that is the goal today. You understand?
Mm-hmm. I do.
Okay. If you answer my question, I'm going to interpret that you understood my question. So what that means is if you have any questions whatsoever, please stop me and say, Mr. Webb, I don't think I understand your question. Can you please rephrase that? I'll do it. Not all my questions are good. Many of them are bad, and I'm happy to rephrase it. Understood?
Understood.
Okay. You're going to get a booklet in a couple weeks. The booklet is going to come from the court reporter. It's going to have everything she typed down there. Okay? And I want you to do two things. One is, if you have additional information that you think you forgot, add it in there. If you think she typed something wrong and she made a mistake, I want you to write it in there. And then you're going to send that to me and sign under penalty of perjury. You understand that?
I do.
Okay. If you make material changes, however, I'm going to comment on that in front of the judge or jury. You understand?
Yes.
Okay. How many times have you been deposed before today?
Never.
Okay. How many other lawsuits have you been involved with in your life?
None civil. I had been involved with things with, like, when I was injured on the job, going through the process, but that was workman's comp stuff. It wasn't like lawsuits. I've never had lawsuits.
You've never had any lawsuits?
No.
So you're not a party to any other lawsuit other than this?
Correct. Well, I currently have a lawsuit against Gaia, and other parties.
Okay, so you do have one other civil
Yes.
lawsuit?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. And that's the only lawsuit other than your workman's comp, so you only have two civil lawsuits you've ever been a party of?
Is bankruptcy considered?
Sure.
I don't know what is considered.
Sure, and unfortunately you can't ask questions, and I can help you. So bankruptcy, that's a form, it has a case number, it's with the court.
So like in 2007 maybe, I can't recall, many years ago, we had a bankruptcy.
Okay, when you say we, that's you and your spouse?
Yes.
Okay, so 2007 filed bankruptcy. When
That's a guesstimate on the date.
That's fine. And I understand today it's estimates, and I can give you the instruction on estimates. Today, you're human. Even though, like I said earlier, you're above average intelligence, you can't remember every single date, every dollar amount, every person's name. But what I'm asking for today is your best testimony.
Gotcha.
What that means is you're not going to remember the exact day in 2007 or 2008 when you filed bankruptcy. But I appreciate what you did, which is you gave me your best shot at what you remember.
I want to be accurate.
Yep. And what accurate means is, in front of a judge or a jury, I'm going to disallow anything then that you remember that you don't now, or do my best to. So I need you to give me your best shot at remembering things today, because this is closer to the time and events that anything happened. So if you think, hey, you know what, I have a bankruptcy, I think it was 2000, 2008, 2007, 2008, give me approximates today. If you remember there was a male or two or three people that you met with in California or in Palm Desert somewhere at some convention or something, just say, I think there was about 3 or 4 people there. I don't remember exactly. I don't remember all their names, but one of them was named Billy, or one of them was, Contact Desert, something, anything like that. Just tell me your best shot. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Same thing for amounts and dates. So even for amounts, if you say, I don't remember the exact dollar amount, but it was between $100,000 to $200,000 that was raised at that event, that's fine. Okay. Even if you say, it was probably under $1 million, but more than 500,000, even a range that big is still something that we want to understand what you know. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So you said workers' comp, 1 bankruptcy, this lawsuit, and 1 other lawsuit.
Yeah. The RICO suit with Gaia.
RICO suit with Gaia. Any others?
Not that I can think of.
Okay. And when I say suits, I mean as a plaintiff where you're suing them, or as a defendant where they're suing you. Those 4 are it, right?
I've never had that type of legal problems.
Okay. When you say that type of legal problems, what other type of legal problems have you had?
None. I've never had civil, criminal, legal issues at all.
Okay. And you bring up a fair point. Have you ever been convicted of a felony?
No, I've never been arrested.
Okay, and I don't need to know that. Did you receive who is Liz Laurie?
Liz Laurie is one of my attorneys.
Are you in a lawsuit with that person?
No, they filed a lawsuit and then quickly dropped it against us here in the state of Colorado. I forgot about that.
Okay. So that'd be a fifth lawsuit. They filed it and then they dismissed it later on. Let me ask you, other than those 5 lawsuits, are there any others that you might need to remember?
No, I don't think so. I mean, that's all I can recall. I forgot about the Liz Laurie thing because it was such a quick little blip.
Okay. And when you say quick little blip, can you quantify what that means to you?
She filed a lawsuit, and then when she was informed that she'd probably lose her law license and the lawsuit, she quickly withdrew it.
What led you to believe that she would lose her law license?
And I'm going to instruct the client not to divulge any sort of attorney-client privilege information.
Yeah, and any question I ask today, if you learned that information from your attorney, don't tell me. But if you learned it outside of your attorney, or if in addition to your attorney, you confirm that information with someone else, I am entitled to that information. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. So did you understand, and any question today is outside from your attorney, did you learn any reason why Liz Laurie would have lost or had a danger of her license by virtue of that lawsuit?
Just what my attorneys told me.
Okay, nothing else. Okay. Did no independent research, talk to no one about it?
No.
Okay. And I asked that in a bad way. Did you talk to anyone about it?
About what was going on?
Huh.
Absolutely.
Who other than Liz Laurie did you talk to about that lawsuit other than your attorney?
People were approaching me off the internet because they made sure it was very public as a part of a takedown campaign against me that they joined in with your plaintiffs doing.
Are you saying my clients were parties to the Liz Laurie lawsuit?
No, they were parties to the video that she released where she made the lawsuit public. She quickly dropped it after that video. But they were a part of that video campaign to take down my public image within the spiritual community.
Okay. Is it your understanding that lawsuits are private?
No, they're not private. But they're also something that don't pop up on the radar unless people put them on social media. And in this case, it was done by everyone that all your people were working with.
Okay. So,
the videos that were released just before Christmas of, what was it, 2019, I believe.
Okay. And
like 5 people.
What's your understanding of how Liz Laurie was introduced to my clients?
Through me.
Why did you introduce Liz Laurie to my clients?
She introduced herself in Hawaii as someone who wanted to be one of our volunteers.
And when you say she, you're talking about Liz Laurie?
Liz Laurie.
And she introduced herself in Hawaii as someone who wanted to volunteer.
She was at one of our events. Or not our events, she was at Joan Ocean's event.
Say that again, Joan?
Joan Ocean.
Okay.
And she just briefly introduced herself, gave me a card like this. And on the back it said that she would like to help us in any way possible as a volunteer.
And what was your response?
I thanked her, and then I believe we started conversing through emails later.
And when you say work for us, who's the us that she would work for?
Me and my wife.
Okay. Was there an entity that you and your wife were running at the time that Liz Laurie wanted to work for or volunteer for?
Is there a what?
Entity?
Entity?
Yeah.
Well, our company.
I'm sorry, this is getting into attorney-client privileged information. It absolutely is. If she was working for him as an attorney, asking who she wanted to work for and what she was going to do is attorney-client privileged.
Your attorney is citing the attorney-client privilege. Are you choosing to follow your attorney's instruction at this time and not answer the question?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. And you understand that if you choose not to answer a question under attorney-client privilege in the court...
Counsel, I don't know why you're
Can-
trying to give my client legal advice. I've given you a lot of latitude up to this point, but if you want to ask your questions, but stop giving him legal advice.
Okay. Counsel, I appreciate your objections. Can you wait till I finish my question? We'll take turns. Happy to have you say what you want to say on the record. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay.
Yes, and please stop instructing my client.
Okay. You understand that this is basically you're under summons, you're under court order to be here.
I do.
And you understand your attorney has a right to tell you not to answer a question. You understand that, correct?
I do.
And you understand you have a right to not answer any question, but you understand there's a risk that you may be asked to pay sanctions, monetary, and come back again if that's not an attorney-client issue. You understand that?
I do.
Okay, fair enough. Counsel, do you have anything else you want to say for the record? I'm happy to meet and confer with you off the record as well.
Actually, I do. I recognize Mr. Kennedy and Ms. Youngblood. I do not recognize the young lady at the end. And you stated that it was your clients that were here?
Yeah, and my client's wife is here.
Okay, all right, gotcha. Okay, good to meet you. Okay, okay.
Let me ask you, as far as preparing for the deposition, did you receive the deposition notice? And I'm going to hand you what's been marked as Exhibit 1. And counsel, you have a copy?
I do not.
Okay, I'll get one for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And take a moment to review Exhibit 1. For the record, it is the notice of taking deposition of Corey Goode. It is...
Counsel,
Yep.
your microphone.
Oh, thank you. I'll get that back on. It's a 9-page document. And a particular note, I want to make sure that I refresh your recollection. There's actually a proof of service on the end of the 9 pages. I want to
This
make sure
jumps
that,
from 7 to 9.
Sure, let me see what we have.
There's page 2 is missing.
It's double-sided.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Okay.
On the page 7 through 9, of particular interest is the documents to be produced. There's 24 categories. If you could just take a moment and let me know when you're done reviewing those 24 categories. Have you seen this document before today, Exhibit 1?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. When was the first time approximately you saw it?
I can't remember. I've seen so many documents. It's a big blur.
Okay. Do you remember being asked to produce documents for today's deposition?
I do.
Okay. Did you undertake a search for each of the categories of documents listed?
We did, yeah.
Did you, in fact, produce any and all documents that are responsive to those 24 categories?
To my attorney, yes.
Okay. And did you have any trouble or challenge obtaining any of the documents listed in the 24 categories starting on page 7 of Exhibit 1?
No, I mean, see, starting with which one? I'm sorry.
Starting on page 7 of Exhibit 1, there's 24 categories. Did you have any challenges finding any of the documents that are referred to here? And when I say documents, I mean emails, text messages, anything that could possibly be in written form.
No, I was able to find, I believe, everything.
And where did you search when you searched for everything?
Can you clarify?
Sure. When you search for these 24 categories, and you said you were able to find everything, where were you looking?
And, well, emails, it just depends on what the category is. If there are documents, we were looking for digital documents on our computer.
And when you say on your computer, what kind of computer is it?
Well, it's not on our computer. It was in one of our, we have different storage, cloud storage, and then we view it on our computer.
Okay. What storage, cloud storage do you use?
Dropbox and like pCloud, and I think that's it.
And what email address is tethered to those two accounts, Dropbox and pCloud?
goodeetech@yahoo.com. There could be some Google storage also associated with the Sphere Being Alliance at Gmail account.
Can you spell that again?
SPHERBEALLIANCE@gmail.
And when you say Goode E-Tech, your name has an E on the end of it.
Yes.
And so is there an extra E? Or is it?
GOODETECH.
Okay. Because you mentioned E after the good, but okay. So it's good with an E at the end of it, tech at yahoo.com, Sphere Being, I'm sorry, I'll start again. Sphere Being Alliance at gmail.com. Those are the only two email addresses you use?
No. Over the years, there have been many others. We would start up like whatever project we were working at gmail.com, and there, I couldn't even begin to name them all. Right
Okay.
now, we'd have to list them out and then produce them to you.
Okay. So would you like me to ask court reporter to put a blank in the transcript and you can add those in later?
Yeah, but yeah.
Okay. Okay, we'll do that.
Yeah.
Because you said you can't even begin.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. How many do you think, just so she leaves enough lines, do you think it's like 10 or 14?
I don't know. Roger Richards usually created them as a way for us to communicate within those emails and have everything, different projects, have all of that information come to that email.
Okay.
So I can give you what I think are the different email addresses, but they weren't set up by me.
Okay. Now, earlier we talked about attorney-client privilege, and I don't want to know anything that you spoke with about to your attorney unless you spoke about it with someone else. And that's particularly what I want to ask about Liz Laurie. With that person, who else did you speak with other than Liz Laurie and other than your attorney about that conflict with Liz Laurie?
Objection asked and answered. You can answer.
It's not a proper objection. Go ahead.
I can't
Object to sidebar.
remember. I was being approached frantically by people within the community that were asking me about the public allegations from your clients and the person that you mentioned, and I was being bombarded in a complete, like, total PR nightmare. So I couldn't even begin to tell you who all I was. I mean, I went to ECETI. ECETI was an event where I was speaking, and I was there with my entire family, and Liz Laurie was there and saying these same things to anyone who would listen, and people were coming up to me and asking about it. I couldn't even begin to tell you who the people were.
Okay. So dozens of people were coming up to you?
Dozens of people.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you estimate between 50 and 100 or more than 100 people?
At that event,
Or just overall that came up to you and talked to you about the Liz Laurie conflict?
dozens.
Okay. And that was at the ESETI event? Dozens? Is that a yes?
At the ESETI event, I probably had 8 or 9 people.
Do you remember any of their names?
Let's see, Lydia Escobar, James Gilliland, and I can't remember the name of the people in his crew. There were like several people in his crew that were being told all of these details and were coming to ask me about it.
Okay. And then outside of the ESETI event, were other people coming up to you about the Liz Lori conflict?
I can't recall.
So you don't remember anyone emailing you about the Liz Lori conflict outside of that ESETI event?
I don't recall email from, I received a bunch of emails during the time period of the video releases that your clients made. That's the time period that most people were really curious because it had not gotten around through the entire community yet until the videos were made and then strategically sent to all the most powerful people in the community.
Did you keep a copy of those emails?
I'm sure I did. I don't delete emails. They would have come into the Sphere Being Alliance Gmail account. I think there's other accounts associated that my partner has with Ascension Works TV, a platform we've started. But we were, I think that they were receiving a lot of questions in the customer service emails during my course.
When you say they, who's they?
The Liz Lori and the people that were helping her with, one of my latest courses, that would have been Mike Wiskoski and his wife, Elizabeth Wiskoski, who are my partners in Ascension Works TV. They were taking care of the customer service in my later courses.
When did they begin taking care of your customer service for your courses?
Whenever my second course came out, I don't remember the date.
Approximately?
In 2021, I believe. I don't recall the date.
Okay, that's fine. Do you have any documents that you brought with you today to produce above and beyond what you already sent to us? And you've handed me 3 things. Tell me what these 3 things are.
Thumb drive with all of the documents requested, a physical copy of the SBA Universe franchise Bible that's based on my information, and then the graphic novel, completed graphic novel.
Okay. And on the thumb drive, how many documents are on the thumb drive?
I couldn't begin to tell you.
Hundreds? Thousands?
Maybe hundreds, maybe. I turned over a lot.
And are these documents previously produced, or are these documents that haven't been produced before?
I don't know.
Okay.
Counsel, I just want to note for the record that because this was under subpoena duces tecum and not a formal request for production, we weren't given the full 30 days to appropriately Bates number all of these. So some of them are previously produced. The ones that have not been previously produced but produced in response to the subpoena will Bates number and get to you within the 30-day period.
Okay. So on the thumb drive, just so I'm clear, some of these have already been produced, some of them have not.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Understood. Did you discuss your concerns with Liz Laurie with Mike Waskowski?
Discuss my concerns?
Yes.
Can you be more specific?
Sure. Any of the problems you were having with Liz Laurie, did you discuss any of those with Mike Waskowski?
At some point, yes, I would have, because he was my partner.
Okay. And what did you tell him your concerns were?
I believe the ethics violations and the way that they had handled business with us and how much damage they had caused.
You say they, who's they?
Liz and her mom, Liz Laurie and her mom.
What's her mom's name?
Maybe? I can't.
Did you name her in the suit as well?
In what suit?
Did you cross-complain against Liz Laurie?
No.
Okay, so she wasn't a party, she was not a party to the suit?
To the suit that Liz,
Right.
I don't know.
Okay. Was there one plaintiff suing you or two?
I remember Liz Laurie. I believe it was just Liz Laurie, but I couldn't tell you. It was such a quick little blip. They withdrew it as quickly as they filed it.
They withdrew it the same day?
No, but very quickly.
When you say very quickly, what does that mean to you?
By the time I asked an attorney to get involved and they started to contact their attorney, they dropped it.
When you say their attorney, so Liz Laurie.
Laurie's attorney dropped the suit as soon as the attorney I hired started to engage them.
And who is your attorney in that matter?
I cannot remember their name.
Denver attorney?
Denver, yeah.
Male or female?
Male.
How did you find that Denver attorney?
I believe we researched online. I can't recall.
Okay. Did you ever talk to Dave Wilcox about Liz Laurie?
Yes.
What did you tell Dave Wilcox about the Liz Laurie?
It was more of me responding to him, telling me her allegations and what was my response to them.
And what did you understand her allegations to be?
That I wasn't going to pay her for the work she had done, and I can't remember it all. I've purposefully not watched those videos. I can't remember what all she said.
Okay. How much was she alleging approximately that you owed at that time?
Well, it was changing. She had agreed to 33%, and the 10th week of the course, she demanded 45%, I believe. And she had every person that she wouldn't let anyone come near me unless they signed a contract, and she refused to provide a contract for me with her until the end because she said she was just too busy. And then she sent me the contract and a demand for 45%.
Huh. Did you ever sign a contract with Liz Laurie?
No.
So at the beginning of your relationship, you never had a written fee agreement?
She never presented one. That was one of the violations mentioned by attorneys.
You mentioned that Mike Waskowski is your partner.
He is.
What partnership was that regarding?
Ascension Works TV.
And what kind of entity is that?
It's a kind of a social media platform that is morphing into a video streaming kind of mixture, hybrid.
Is Ascension Works TV a Colorado LLC or S Corp?
It's Colorado, I believe LLC, I'm not sure.
Do you maintain minutes for that every year?
Yes, Mike and his wife do.
And file taxes?
Yes. His wife is an accountant, which I've been begging for years.
That's Elizabeth?
Yes.
When you say begging for years, what do you mean?
Accountants from, well, your clients. That was the original agreement, that everything would be done according to industry standard. Attorneys, contracts, and accountants would be used. I was very heavily stipulating on that.
Okay. Did Mike Viscosi ever volunteer for your full disclosure project?
Full disclosure project. I'm pretty sure he was one of the volunteers.
Okay. And was there some sort of relationship between and Mike, or some concern about a relationship there?
Yeah, there was an incident to where I guess Mike and were working together, and so felt uncomfortable at his house, and we had to go pick her up from Colorado Springs.
She didn't have a car?
No.
Why was she working at his house?
I don't know. That was before she really worked for me. She was just volunteering at that time, and her and Mike were doing some work, I don't know.
And so who picked her up?
My wife, Stacy.
And where did you take?
To our home.
Okay. Did anything come of that concern or that incident between Mike and?
Yeah, Mike, we told him that we wouldn't be able to work with him for a period of time, and asked that he learn to be a little bit more sensitive about the environments that he creates. I believe he is, it's not autistic, high functioning autistic, it's Asperger or something like that. And he has, he's real high functioning intellectually, but with personal relationships, he's kind of, it's a little bit of work for him sometimes.
Okay.
But there was no malice on his side. It was just, you have to be careful of that thing, type of thing in business.
At that time, was Mike or either Mike or in a different relationship?
Yeah, until Mike became married in the last few years, I'd never known him to be in a relationship.
Okay. And at the time of that incident between Mike and, was Mike in a relationship?
No.
And was in a relationship?
I don't know.
Okay. And currently, do you have an employer where you're in a W-2 relationship? Where you get a pay stub?
No.
Okay. So you have no W-2 employment. When was the last time you had a traditional 9-to-5 hourly job?
2013 or 12 or 13.
Okay. Who did you work for in 2012 or 13?
Starts with a D, their name, it's escaping. I was there. Yeah.
And earlier I mentioned, what was the last time you had a traditional 9-to-5 job? Did you have any other salaried jobs between 2012 and current time?
No.
Okay. And so what is your current occupation?
Content creator, I guess.
Okay. And when you say content creator, what does that mean to you?
I create content that is to be used in documentaries, TV shows, video games, graphic novels.
You said video games, graphic novels, TV shows. And I think there was a fourth.
Let's see. Movies, documentaries, television shows, graphic novels, and video games.
Okay. And how long have you considered yourself to be a content creator?
Since about 2015.
What did you do for income between 2012, 13, when you left that other company, and 2015?
In 2013 and 15, I was probably on workman's comp. But I'm not sure.
Was your wife working at the time?
Give me the time period again.
Sure, 2013 to 15?
15. I don't. For a short period of time, she got a part-time job. She worked there part-time for like a month or two.
Okay. And right now as content creator, what is the primary entity that you work with currently to create income?
I create through Goode, my company. I must not understand the question.
What's the name of the company?
Goode Enterprise Solutions.
And is that an LLC, S Corp?
Inc.
Is that a Colorado Corp?
Yes, it started off in Texas. And when we moved to Colorado in 2017, we had it transferred or moved or whatever.
Why'd you move from Texas to Colorado in 2017?
Originally, we thought we were going to be doing new TV shows with Gaia Television, and they were really excited to have us close by.
Gaia here in Colorado?
Yes, in Louisville.
And so you already had Goode Enterprise Solutions, Inc., a Texas entity, prior to your 2017 move for how many years approximately?
I think June 2015.
And that's your primary entity that you work with to produce income, correct?
Yes.
And what are the...
Well, Ascension Works TV also.
Okay.
Yeah, we did our last 2 courses through, I think, and now we're going to start helping people do their courses.
Okay, and Ascension Works TV is what kind of entity?
I think it's an LLC.
Colorado?
Yes.
And you say we do our courses through them. Who's we?
Stacy and I.
Does she create content as well?
She participates in the delivery. And no, she creates sometimes. But not often.
When you say participates in the delivery, what do you mean by that?
On video.
She's a spokesperson on video, on camera?
Yeah, she appears with me on camera in our courses.
Huh. Do you have any other employees that you manage or supervise that have been employees of either of those 2 entities, Goode Enterprise Solutions, Inc., or Ascension Works TV, LLC, since 2015?
Ascension Works TV, let's see. I think we have a contractor who's doing a lot of the customer service emails for us.
How long has he been doing customer service emails for you?
year to year and a half.
Who did them prior to Debbie Graham?
Just various volunteers.
Did you ever have anyone on the payroll at Ascension Works TV LLC other than yourself and your wife?
No, and I believe she's just a contractor, but I'm not sure. We'd have to ask Mike.
Okay. When you say just a contractor, what does that mean to you?
Independent contractor.
And why is she an independent contractor instead of an employee?
I don't know. You'd have to ask Mike and Elizabeth.
Okay. Are Mike and Elizabeth members of Ascension Works TV LLC?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, Mike is. I don't recall how it breaks down, but I believe they have 40% stake.
When you said they, you're referring to Mike and Elizabeth?
Mike and Elizabeth, yeah.
And that's documented in some sort of an operating agreement?
Yes.
Where do you keep things like operating agreements?
Stacy keeps them.
Would Stacy keep those on the cloud, on like one of those, what is it, P-Cloud, Google, or Dropbox?
I don't know exactly where she keeps them. I know she also keeps some physical files for the business.
And where are the physical files for the business kept?
At our home
Where at your home?
and down in the office.
Is the office in a basement?
Yes.
Is it like a wooden cabinet, steel drawer? What kind of location?
I believe it's a lockbox.
So some sort of a safe with a
Yeah,
key
well,
code?
the kind you can, the heavy lockbox things.
But it's
with papers in.
it's mobile? That you can pick it up and walk with it?
I believe so, yeah.
Is it the size of a box? Approximately like a paper box?
Yeah, it's more like a file, size of like normal file storage. And
Okay, just to record reflect, your hands are showing about 10 or 12 inches, 10 or 13 inches.
I rarely interact with that box.
That's more her role?
And I've got a couple of my own, that aren't business related that I keep valuables in.
Okay. What else is Stacy, that sounds like that's more Stacy's territory. She handles some of the paperwork. Is that right?
Yeah.
Did
She
you?
helps organize it.
Okay. And why do you have her do that instead of you doing it?
She's better at it.
Okay. Yeah, everybody's got their strengths, right? So when you say she's better at it, what else is she better at that the two of you delegate to her to do instead of you regarding your work?
I'm not a big talker. She normally, when we're in business, social, she's amazing for business social gatherings and like meetings, because I'm just not a talkative person and she loves people.
Okay. Other than being social and talking, is there anything else? And the maintaining files, is there anything else that she handles predominantly?
No, I mean, when it comes to taxes and all that, we kind of share the load on that.
Now, earlier you said Elizabeth or Mike handle taxes, I thought.
On Ascension Works TV.
Okay. And you're saying for, what about Goode Enterprise Solutions, Inc.?
We have accountants that take care of everything for us, and we just send them the information.
Okay. Do they do your bookkeeping as well as the taxes, the accountants?
To a degree, but they're not managing our funds yet. We're speaking to them to start to manage our funds. It's gonna be the next conversation with them.
Okay, and who are your accountants?
Gosh.
Located here in Denver?
In Colorado. God, I don't know. I can't recall their names. We can absolutely send that.
Okay. Let's put a blank in the transcript. We could add it in later. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Other than those two entities, the Goode Enterprise Solutions, Inc., Ascension Works TV, LLC, do you have any other entities for which you're currently doing work for on a regular basis?
No, I don't think so.
When you said Stacy's the talker, Stacy handles some of the organization of the paperwork, maybe he's involved with some of the taxes. What is your role that's not hers in relation to those two entities?
Content creation and pitching the content and overseeing the legal agreements and stuff is my purview.
And when you say overseeing legal agreements, you mean legal documents that are signed and memorialized agreements between your entities and others?
Correct.
Okay. Has it always been your practice to sign agreements to memorialize, sign contracts to memorialize your agreements with others?
It's always been my practice to do everything with contracts. And, this community's real weird about that. So it's been a struggle.
Tell me more about that struggle.
No one, I've been pulled aside several times and kind of told, Corey, I know you come from the corporate world, but in this community, we don't do corporations, we don't do contracts, we don't do accountants, we don't do lawyers, we do the honor system. And if someone makes an honorable agreement with the other and doesn't keep up with it, we go to our elders and people and all of this stuff. So that's what I've had to contend with throughout the whole process. Even now when people want to come to us and do courses about their spiritual stuff, many of them don't want to pay taxes. They don't. It's very difficult. They won't work with us because we have a different standard than a lot of other companies in the community that turn blind eyes and are always looking for ways to not do taxes.
We said we have different standards. Who's the we?
Stacy and I.
And what are your standards?
Our standards are that everything has to be done, of course, according to industry standard in the entertainment industry, because that's what this is. And it's been a battle to get people to agree to do that.
Okay. So you've always wanted things in writing to be signed, memorialized, documented, so expectations are set and met?
Yeah, my earliest emails demand that from everybody.
Okay. Did your later emails still demand that from everybody? Is that a yes?
Yes. Yes. All the way through, it was a total battle to get people to do contracts, to do especially accounting. I was always told we're not ready for accountants. Attorneys were treated like they were the police. If an attorney happened to be at an event, people were, it's just a kind of a weird community. A lot of them are kind of anarchist type mindsets. They don't believe in the judicial system. They don't believe in taxes. It's pretty wild.
What's your thought about going to the elder before, to resolve an issue before doing something else?
I think before, that's kind of what we did. With your clients for about a year, we were trying to settle things before, taking the steps that we took. We always try to take steps to solve things. With Gaia, we tried to work with them for 3 years. And they filed suit before we did with the trademarks. So, we are not litigious and easy to jump onto lawsuits, but when it comes to people violating our agreements and trying to completely destroy our ability to make any money in the spiritual community, which these people did, and we can prove it on paper, made like $700,000 or more at doing a course, and then these jokers come out and we're making like $60,000. And people are saying that they're not going to take our course because of what these people said. And yeah, I see a smile.
Okay.
They're very happy. They're very happy with what they did.
Mr. Good, just focused on me today. I understand all the parties have a right to be here, but it's just a day for you and I to talk. Is that agreeable?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you're saying there's $700,000 for a course, and you're saying there's monies that aren't being accounted for, mismanaged, and you're saying, hey, I need a way to earn a living. Is that right?
No one in the community would speak to me for over a year after the videos.
And when you say the videos, let's be clear for the record what you're talking about.
The slander videos that your clients put out 2 days or 2 weeks before Christmas in an attempt to make sure that my reputation was completely destroyed.
What year? 2 days before Christmas.
2 weeks before Christmas.
Of?
2019, was it? Or 2018. Right. Okay. This is right after we filed the lawsuits, and the judge asked everyone to come together to speak with each other in a way to come up with an agreement to end this. The judge asked us to do that, and that's what we thought we would do. But the next thing we know, all the videos popped out.
Okay, so
creating millions of dollars in damage.
Okay, millions of dollars in damage, and you're saying the videos came out in 2018 or 19, a couple days before Christmas.
A couple weeks, I believe.
A couple weeks before Christmas, right after the lawsuit was filed. Is that right? And when you say right after the lawsuit was filed, approximately how long after the lawsuit was filed do you think these videos came out?
I don't know, 4 to 6 months.
Okay. So 4 to 6 months, and the videos caused you damage. Let me ask you this. You mentioned going to elders before getting involved in a lawsuit. Is that something you did in this instance, where you went to elders?
No, didn't go to elders. We approached the actual people. I mean, the whole thing with going to your elders in this community is then the elders talk about it, and then it goes everywhere, and it becomes a big public relations nightmare no matter what. The best way to handle things is one-on-one. And you talk to the people you have a problem with. You don't do what a lot of people in this community do. They just go and bitch and complain and then hope it gets all resolved by everybody that doesn't like what happened.
And so you see what most people do in the community as being ineffective.
It's obvious that community is completely collapsed because of its infighting, backstabbing, gossiping that they took advantage of.
And when you say the community, let's be specific. What community are you referring to?
The esoteric disclosure community.
And what does esoteric disclosure community mean to you?
People that have more esoteric spiritual beliefs gravitate together, as do people who believe in aliens and want to, and higher technologies that are not disclosed that they want released.
Okay, and so in that community, you feel that going to elders, even though a lot of people expect that or want that, is a PR nightmare because there's no confidentiality and things get out.
None.
Okay.
None.
And so you believe
everyone knows that there's zero confidentiality anywhere.
And so your belief is going to that person and saying, hey, I have a problem with something you did. Going to them directly is the best way to resolve something, correct?
Yes,
and
before legal action.
And prior to this lawsuit being filed, did you do that with my clients and met them and said, hey, I have a problem with what you're doing?
Yes.
Okay. And what was their response from you?
They completely ignored me. Everyone agreed that I was the CEO and everything I said goes when it comes to my IP. We have them on audio agreeing to it. We have them in emails agreeing to it. We have witnesses to them agreeing to it. And at some point when Leon spoke to a famous director that looked at our stuff, and then they said, wow, this is $1 billion property.
Who said that?
Antoine Fuqua, allegedly.
Were you there for Antoine Fuqua to say this is $1 billion investment?
No, Leon went and met him, and after the dinner with him, had a very excited email and phone call with us all. Okay,
and this Antoine Fuqua, where does he reside?
I don't know, but I don't know where he resides. Probably LA.
So California somewhere?
California, I guess.
Okay, and you're saying that the value of what you had as far as intellectual property was looked at by Antoine Fuqua, and he placed the value at like $1 billion, right?
Correct. And then after that, everyone changed. Everyone started pulling me out of all the decisions, telling me that I didn't have the experience or I didn't know what I was doing. The things that I wanted to do here were naive and stupid, but they're all coming about now. I mean,
Okay.
the announcements are going to be wonderful.
So tell me this, with Antoine Fuqua saying it's $1 billion valuation, was there anyone else who said, hey, this is a $1 billion valuation other than Antoine Fuqua?
Agreed and thought that it might be much, much more valuable than that.
Who's he?
She's a producer that I had met once at a conference and then later were reacquainted by Leon.
Okay. Anyone else?
Since then,
Sure.
oh yeah. People I've signed confidentiality agreements with that I can't discuss.
Okay. So right now you're refusing to give those names of anybody else who's evaluated your company?
Everyone that's involved under a confidentiality agreement, yes.
Okay. So you're not going to share or disclose the name of those, even though I'm asking you for them, correct?
Objection. You can answer.
Yeah, I'm not going to give the names of the people I'm about to sign agreements with to a room full of content thieves.
Okay. And earlier you mentioned that you were the CEO, and so I want to make sure I'm understanding. That was a CEO, and you're referring to trademarks. Were you the CEO of Goode Enterprise Solutions, Inc. at all times when you had it in Texas and then you moved it here?
I believe that's the designation.
You can answer.
Sorry.
Just take a second so I can
Okay.
object, so I can make my
Okay.
record. Okay.
Yeah, and I'll ask if you see her raising her hand, just make sure to hold off. Give her time to object. Can I get his answer read
I
back?
didn't get the answer.
Okay.
What was the question?
Were you the CEO at all times of Goode Enterprise Solutions, Inc. when it was in Texas and then it moved to Colorado in 2017?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Was anyone else CEO at any time of that
No,
entity?
no one's ever been CEO. My wife, I believe, was set up as president.
Okay. And you and I are doing a bad thing that I'm going to try to remember the court reporter's last name is going to be mad at us for, which
that?
is you can anticipate my question before I finish it, which is
Sorry about that.
which is totally normal. But just do your best to hold off. It'll also
Okay.
give your attorney a time to give her objection. So you mentioned being CEO, so you had control of these trademarks or this intellectual property, and you said everyone agreed that you were the owner.
Yes.
When you say everyone agrees that you're the owner, wouldn't there be memorialized documents showing your ownership with the USPTO or otherwise?
I have trademarks in my name and the name of my company.
Okay, and so you have those trademarks either registered with Colorado or with the feds with the USPTO, and you've documented that, you've papered it up, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so for all of that, there's no need for their agreement. You have paperwork showing that you own those trademarks or licenses, right?
I don't understand the question.
Sure. You mentioned everyone agreeing, and so I'm trying to understand why you said everyone agreed that you own the intellectual property.
Well, as you will hear probably in several phone calls, in the agreements with them, I said when we set up the companies, I am to be CEO. And it's not just to control the ownership of the IP, but it's also to control how it is disseminated and portrayed. People were looking at it as a big cash cow and they were wanting to do all sorts of different projects and different things off of it. And I told them, no, I want to do something like this. Everyone disagreed, even though I'm the boss, it's my IP, and all of the shenanigans that you will, that the jury will see are unfolded after that.
Okay, so when you formed the corporations or the entities and you dedicated your intellectual property to those entities, you retained more than 51% or 66% of the ownership, so you could still control those entities.
I retained the CEO, position as a way to be the head of that company, because that company was going to be based on my IP, and my IP was going to be leased to these companies. This was all everyone from the beginning, as you will hear and read, agreed that if my IP was brought over, it was to be leased to other corporations that would be set up.
Okay, so, and I understand CEO has some definite roles and responsibilities, but a CEO could be let go by the board or by the owning members. So my question is specifically, did you always retain?
We had power of the board too.
Sorry, can I finish?
You can.
So, and you might be answering my question, and I get that. Did you always retain an ownership interest such that you and or your wife had a controlling ownership interest of the LLCs or the S corps that own that intellectual property?
Yes, and that was always the agreement going in, is that we would retain the ability to control the IP, how it was published out, and control how it was used.
And so in the production of documents, you've given me all of the capital accounts, all the ledgers, anything to show the shareholder ownership, to show that you always maintain control of the ownership of any of those entities that had your IP, correct?
Yeah, it's all in emails. It's all in the documents that I gave you.
Okay, but I'm not asking very specifically. Let me do a better job. Did you always make sure that you held a controlling interest in the ownership of the entities that held your intellectual property?
That my intellectual property would be leased to?
No, I'm talking about ownership interest that in the companies that your intellectual property would be leased to. Did you always make sure you had an ownership interest of 51% or more?
Yes.
Okay, and in the entities where a supermajority is required or a majority, like a 66%, I haven't seen the operating agreements or the bylaws of your various entities, but did you always make sure to maintain a controlling interest in the ownership, so that you could direct what you wanted with those companies?
Objection. You can answer.
Yeah, I mean, with Ascension Works TV, I have the majority. I'm the CEO, and but it's a little bit different. This is not all based on my IP. It's not all based on my story. We have people coming in who are going to be doing their own shows and doing their own courses. So it's, my IP is leased and goes into it, of course, but I don't oversee everything that has to do with the running of that business, just because of the fact that it's not using my IP as its main production.
Okay.
We're producing things for other people.
And any of the leases of your IP, those have been memorialized in a written agreement, a contract, because you like to memorialize things, right?
Right. Well, as you will, like I said, read, I asked over and over to have the contracts done first. Roger Richards would go and just create companies, like most people buy URLs, and then he would go and dissolve them if we didn't use them. He would create them before operating agreements and contracts were created and signed.
So would you withhold signing a lease agreement until everything was formalized and the entity was structured so that you had a controlling interest in that entity?
The lease agreements would never come into fruition. I was always, they would set up the company, let's just get this going. And then when I would start pressing for the attorneys and for the lease agreements, I would start getting all these other stories about how things should be ran.
Okay, so would you be giving up your intellectual property without having a lease agreement in place?
I don't understand.
Did you give up any of your intellectual property, your trademarks or copyrights?
I haven't given up anything.
Okay. Did you ever lease it? You mentioned leasing it to various entities. Did you ever, when those entities were started without all the paperwork, would you allow your trademarks to be used with those entities before you had something in writing?
On occasion, I was unable to get the lease agreements that I wanted, and I was being pressured. Leon Kennedy came in, and when he came in, he said, I have to be the gatekeeper. I wasn't allowed to talk to anybody. Nobody was allowed to talk to me, including attorneys, accountants, anyone. If there was accountants, I couldn't even, David Wilcock, I couldn't even talk to him about business. Everything went through him. He did all contracts.
Everything went through, sorry.
Leon.
Okay.
He's the one that, I would say, hey, should we send this to an attorney? He's like, no, attorneys run everything. They're going to find something wrong just so they can charge you and all this stuff. And he'd say, I've done this for 50 years. I know contracts. And he would always tell me whether or not to sign things.
Did you follow Leon Kennedy's counsel?
In the beginning, I trusted him, but things started becoming very clear that things were not being ran the way I had told him to run them.
When you say in the beginning, when is that to you?
When he was introduced to me by David Wilcock, and he came in with all of his big talk about Hollywood, he pretty much knew how to do everything. And
approximately when was that?
2017. I can't.
Okay. And so when you were being pressured to starting to do things without contracts in place, did you succumb to that pressure and go ahead and?
I did.
How so?
Peer pressure. The group saying, pushing in that all of that I was being the pain in the ass because I wanted everything run by industry standard. They just wanted to move fast, loose. Leon's, the tax stuff, the way everything was going was freaking me the hell out. Every time I brought it up to Leon, his favorite saying was, Corey, if you're paying taxes, you're doing it wrong. And that scared the shit out of me. I was thinking, what is this going to get me into? I've seen all of these things with Hollywood people having problems like this. And when, he told me he was this expert, and then everything just started getting screwed up. The contracts with the second movie with Graham was supposed to be the director. I had presented a outline because it was based on my IP, and it ended up last minute being taken by Roger and Leon, the dynamic duo, and they kind of, I don't know what happened. I didn't even get to see it until it was already pretty much sent to 10. And it was a disaster. The audio was a total mess. Roger had brought in one of his professional audio people that screwed everything up. We had to come up with more money and more time, which kicked everything back. We almost lost $100,000. That was a part of the advance that was going to be given because Roger and Leon were so late. Jim and 1091 were freaking out, and it was a constant mess.
When you mentioned earlier that you provided an outline that was used by 1091, is that right?
No, an outline that was sent to the team that I said, this is what the next movie needs to be about, and was supposed to direct it. I've asked about it. He said he doesn't even know what happened. He's willing to testify on a number of things.
Was he under contract to direct it?
No, he wasn't under contract.
Okay.
But
when you provided,
neither was, I don't think, Roger ever, anyone else.
Okay. So there's no contract with Brandon Graham. Was this outline that you provided, you said you provided it to the team. Who was on the team at that point? This is in
Roger, Leon, Brandon, Dave Everett Hart. Brandon's last name is Graham. And if there were any assistants of any type back then, I don't think there were.
What year approximately was that?
Let's see. I think it was in 2019. I'd have to refer to the emails that we provided you.
Okay. And so in 2019, you provided this outline, but the direction of it went a different way that you weren't expecting it to go, right?
Absolutely.
And when that outline was provided under the auspices of what entity?
I don't understand the question.
Sure. You created that outline. You thought you were the content creator for it, right?
Yes.
And when you created that, you were working under whose nickel? Were you working under Ascension Works or Goode Enterprises?
Good enterprise. Yeah.
Okay. So Goode Enterprise had possession of that idea, that content, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so when you had a possession of that idea, did you do anything to memorialize or authenticate your ownership of that content?
It was based on my IP.
And when you say your IP, was that with the Colorado state or with the USPTO?
All of the above.
So you registered it?
Yeah. Well, my intellectual property is registered. It was based directly on my IP, just like when you go over the outline, it's all based on my information that I have released before your clients even began to work with me.
So in 2019, one of the files on this hard drive will be you registering that outline or that content that you had, that information that you wanted to move forward with?
No. What I'm telling you is it's based on registered marks. My registered marks. My registered marks and IP it is all based on this.
Based on that book?
Based on the information. This book is my intellectual property.
Okay.
It lays out my intellectual property.
And so the outline was based on the book, and what do you want?
This book didn't exist then. It was based on my intellectual property, which is now that book.
Right, which is your franchise Bible?
Right.
Right, okay.
Excuse me, Council, 5 minutes till media change.
Sure, we can just do it now.
We're going off the record. The time is 10:56. This is the end of Media 1. We are back on the record. The time is 11:08. This is Media 2.
Mr. Goode, you've had a chance to go out and talk to your attorney. Is there anything you wish to change about your testimony so far?
I think on the videos we were talking about, the year was 2020 and not 2019, I think is.
What videos are you referring to?
I think we're talking about the ones that your clients released.
Okay, so you're saying the time when my clients, after you filed the lawsuit against my clients released a video online that you believe caused you harm, and you believe that was 2020, right before Christmas, not 2019, is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay, anything else about your testimony that you wish to change or add? Is that a no?
No.
Okay. Because if you remember anything else, you understand you're free to add it in now. That's fine, right?
Correct.
Okay. Before we went off the record, we talked about a few things. I want to make sure that I don't miss something. Earlier, you mentioned instead of bitching and complaining to the community or having things get out, you prefer to go to someone straight to where the problem is instead of making things public. Is that right?
Yes.
And so instead of using social media, you prefer to do that in private, any issue resolving, right?
Yes.
Okay. Would it be true to say that you've never used social media to talk about problems?
Usually after they've escalated to a point to where the person has come out publicly or it came out publicly through their elders. It's usually in response to what has occurred, but I would say I probably have.
You probably have what?
Responded in social media to people such as the RICO cases, the people that were gang stalking and cyber stalking us. Some of the same people that your clients are in contact with I would sometimes respond to them in the beginning. That was up until just after the lawsuits, I backed out of the social media.
You're not involved in social media anymore?
I am, but I don't get involved in all of the back and forth in the community anymore.
Why not?
Because look where we are. We're here because of the lack of ethics in this community, and we're here directly because of it.
And you believe the social media was part of the problem?
Well, that was the medium used to cyberstalk and gangstalk me.
And when you say gang stalk and cyber stalk, I want to understand what you mean by those terms. So let's start with cyber stalk. When you say cyber stalk, what does that mean to you?
Being harassed through electronic medium, email, harassed online, hacking, people hacking you, which has happened. Those sorts of things. Monitoring your phone.
Okay, anything else?
Off the top of my head, no.
Okay, let's go through them in reverse order. So you say cyber stalking as opposed to gang stalking. Cyber stalking consists of monitoring phone, hacking, and also harassing through electronic mediums such as email. Let's talk about monitoring your phone. When was the last time you were aware or became aware that someone was monitoring your phone?
Is the name of the cybersecurity company that we hired out of. It's headed by and they warned me that my phone was being monitored.
When did they do that?
I couldn't give you the date. It's been a long time ago since we hired them.
What is a long, just approximate? 2010, 2005?
It would have been after 2018, I believe. 18 or after.
So 2018 or 19?
Yeah.
And that's when you hired them?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I think we hired them a little while prior to filing the lawsuits.
And when you say a little while prior, earlier, that meant 4 or 5 months before?
I don't know.
It could have been 4 or 5 months?
Could have
before.
been.
Okay. And when you say we hired them, who's the we? Is that the...
Stacy and me.
Okay, so you hired them individually?
We hired them through our company, Goode Enterprise Solutions, Inc.
Okay, so Goode Enterprise Solutions, Inc. retained the services of in approximately 2018 or 19,
Yeah.
correct? What caused you to hire at that time?
Preparing for lawsuits.
What caused you to what caused you to believe that you needed a cybersecurity company at that time in 2018 or 19?
Jay Widener, who worked for Gaia, was heading a cyber stalking group that was also trying to destroy my reputation so that they could steal my intellectual property. And we got a shitload of proof. They're a great organization. We've got an amazing report from them just on him, and they helped us uncover what was going on and who was talking to who, and helped us get enough information to be able to be brave enough to open a RICO case when everyone thinks it's stupid and going to collapse. We did our due diligence.
And your due diligence for the Jay Widener matter with Gaia was to have Red Torch investigate what the Jay Widener had done to, you said, cyber stalk you. And what was the evidence that you found that your phone had been monitored by Jay Widener?
That's Red Torch's information, and it'll come out in that case.
Okay. Do you have any information that my clients have ever monitored your phone?
Not monitored my phone, but there was information about their behaviors, yeah. Before I had filed the suit, like Roger Richards was really destroying my reputation all throughout the community through his social media, and they warned me about that, but there was no warning that the phone monitoring was going on directly from your clients.
There was no warning from, sorry. Okay, has ever said to you that my clients have monitored your phones?
They didn't specifically tell me who was monitoring my phones, but they said that my phones were being monitored. And they knew the 2 cases that we were dealing with, but they weren't specific in that when I met with them.
Did you ask them to be specific about who was monitoring your phone?
They said it was going to be all in the report. This was a high-level discussion.
Have they given you a report?
We've only received the preliminary report. We're going to receive the larger report for the Gaia case at some point, and then they will testify for us.
Does the preliminary report have any accusations about my clients monitoring your phone?
No.
Okay.
The preliminary report wasn't about your clients.
Okay. Do you have any concerns about, and let me go back just to make sure I'm understanding. When you say monitoring phone, do you believe people are listening to your verbal phone conversations?
I do not know, but I behave as if I'm being monitored in that fashion.
How long have you behaved as if your verbal phone conversations are always being monitored?
Since they told me that I needed to be careful that our phones were being monitored.
Okay. So you do not...
They being Red Torch.
Okay. So you don't have any attorney-client conversations on the telephone since 2018 or 19?
No, I don't talk on our, we don't talk on our cell phone. We don't do anything on the cell phone that we don't expect might pop up somewhere. We have to be very careful, but we do send texts and expect that information to be privileged, and if it pops up, we'll know where it came from.
Okay. And you mentioned another thing. You mentioned that you were concerned about hacking. What was hacked into? But first, before I ask that question, what do you, when you say hacking, what does that mean to you?
Attempting to break into computer networks or electronic devices.
Okay, what computer networks do you maintain?
Or our websites and our local computer networks at home.
So you maintain a local computer network in a, like, is it a server that you maintain at home?
No, it's just a little cluster, like what you probably have at your house.
Okay, just a couple laptops.
Yeah.
Okay, so you believe though that someone broke into your laptop at home, or?
Some of the early reports that we got, there was a person and he was working with me, Roger Richards, and I can't remember his name, and Mike Wiskoski some. He volunteered. He's a electronics security professional, and he's been monitoring everything for us. And before the lawsuits, he was constantly sending us reports of people trying to hack us. And that was also during the same time that David Wilcox's website, my associate, his website was hacked, and all that's public. There is a real big deal, public deal.
When you said he's been monitoring your website, who's the he?
I can't remember his name. He's the electronics security guy that I alluded to. I can't remember his name. We haven't. No, he was someone that I think Roger engaged with because he was one of the many people that contacted us to volunteer.
Was law enforcement ever monitoring your phones to the extent you know?
Not that I know of.
And you had issues with the IRS a few years ago, right? Did you ever have an audit with the IRS?
No.
Okay. No concerns with the IRS?
Well, I do now. With everything that happened with the SBA Entertainment, Leon created a mirror company to mine, and they had me signed the paperwork to where it looked like the money was coming into my company when it was actually going on to Leon's. I signed the contracts and I signed the tax documents, and both of them tell the government and the IRS that I received all of that money instead of Leon Kennedy.
When you say you were had to sign that, so you believe you signed that forcefully, like Leon made you sign them?
I feel like it was some sort of conspiracy.
Did you read the documents before signing them?
Well, yeah.
Did you agree to them?
Well, yeah. It was a tax document.
So you didn't, this document that you say you signed, what was it specifically?
It's one of those whatevers that you...
W-4?
I don't know. It's...
Identifying who the taxpayer is?
Said, okay, we have the bank account to send it to, not my bank account. We need to tell the government that, we're sending the money, okay, somewhere. All they said was, hey, Corey, Leon said you need to sign this tax agreement. And I said, okay. Leon's the Mr. Know-it-all, whatever guy from Hollywood. All right. I was told I need to follow his, if I want to be rich and famous and all this other stuff, I got to follow his every step. So yeah, I signed it, sent it back to, and it wasn't until later on that I realized that it was completely different company names. Leon knew what was going on. His company he gave them the bank account information to send it to and had them have me do the taxes, which makes if you do things right, you don't pay taxes a lot easier, I guess. But as far as the government was concerned, I was receiving all of this money. As far as was concerned, it was the money was going to my company. They didn't know that that bank account was from a different company altogether because it was the same company name.
And where was sending the monies?
Where did they?
Yeah, what company was it, the bank account?
SBA Entertainment or Media. There's so many companies that have been created. The one that Leon created as a mirror to mine.
And when you say as a mirror, when you signed that document, did you notice that the SBA Entertainment had a different name?
It's spelled exactly the same as mine. He set up the company to mirror mine exactly. I was supposed to be added to, and it's in the emails, I was supposed to be added to that bank account.
Oh, so you knew that where the money was going to that entity?
Yes, it's going to Leon's bank account that I was supposed to be added to at some point.
Okay, so you knew of this entity that Leon had formed?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and he told me that's the way it's done. So he created it to mirror my company name. Remember this, I'm the rube that needs his help because I can't do this on my own. Okay. And so he sets up his mirror company to mine. Then he has the money go to his company, and he has the taxes, forms, and all of the liability stuff signed under my company.
Okay, so before that tax document came to you, you knew of the two mirror companies, and you were just trusting Leon to
exactly
direct things through. And you knew the work was being done by one SBA entity, and that the same name had a different tax identification number where the money was going.
I knew that he had created a mirror company to mine. I knew we had discussed it. The company was based on my intellectual property, SBA, which is my trademark. He put that in his business name and mirrored it exactly. Didn't know what was going on because the names are exactly the same. They told me they would never have allowed that type of situation if they had known.
Did you tell Leon that you wanted the money to be at the same company that was paying the taxes?
I didn't realize until later on that the tax liability was on me. I didn't realize the liability of the situation at the time.
And when was that time when you signed all of this?
During the time when we were signing the agreements for the documentary with,
And approximately when was that?
I believe this was for the first one in 2017. Guessing is really difficult on these things. It's all blends together.
And you understand, guessing means you're saying something that you knew nothing about, like you telling me how many vacations I went on last year. You have no idea.
That's your definition of guessing?
That's guessing. Estimating is you have some reason to know. That's an estimate. And so all today is about is estimates. I do want your best estimate.
Okay, if I can't give a best estimate, then what do I tell you?
You just say it was
I don't know.
No. You'd say if you ever had a reason to know. For example, you're saying probably around 2017. Like I said at the beginning of today, you give me a range and say, Mr. Webb, I know it was more recent than 2016, but not so recent as like 2019. It's older than that. So you give me an estimate based on what you remember. Is that fair?
It is.
Okay. So when you sign these tax documents to have the money go into one account, even though the work was being done by the other mirror company, approximately what year was that?
I believe it was 2017 or 2018. I can't recall.
That's fine. And when you said I was responsible for the taxes, the other SBA entity had to file taxes for that income, right?
What do you mean?
You said I was responsible for the taxes. Were you personally being W-4'd or your W-2'd for the monies that was coming from
I don't know.
were the monies they believe they were paying an entity, not you individually, correct?
Right.
And so that entity was submitting taxes for those monies, correct?
I believe so. My accountants would have to answer some of this stuff, or when we're deposing the business, we would have to have time to focus on that and refresh our memory more.
Okay. Were you the sole member or the sole owner of that business that was from supposedly receiving all the monies? Or did other people own that business with you?
I can't recall. So many were created, and that on that one, Stacy might have been on some of them. I know Roger created all sorts of entities and then dissolved them and all sorts of things. They've kind of all blended together.
So as you sit here today, maybe if we put a blank in the transcript with a line in it, you could write in which entity it was that was getting hit with all these taxes. Is that fair?
I believe we could locate that information.
Okay, thank you. So we've talked about monitoring your phone. We've talked about hacking a little bit, but I want to know more about the hacking. Do you believe my clients have ever hacked, first of all, one of your laptops?
No, the hacking that was being reported occurred before my legal problems with your clients.
Okay.
That has more to do with the racketeering case.
Okay, and that's the Gaia case? Mm-hmm. Is that a yes?
Yes.
And the hacking, what about hacking into your website? You mentioned that was your website hacked at one point?
Attempts were made. My website was taken down with DOS attacks, all of that sort of thing, yes. David Wilcock, who's the person I work with, his was actually hacked and things changed and done on his website.
Does he maintain his
Does
he maintain his website through WordPress or something else?
I don't know.
Do you maintain your own website?
No.
Who maintains your website for you other than Wilcox? Anyone?
Mike Wiskowski.
Okay. Anyone else other than Mike Wiskowski?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And Mike reported to you at one point that your website had gotten hacked, correct?
No, I believe he started helping David with his website after David's was hacked. He did not inform me I was hacked. It was the security professional guy that volunteered for us that was telling us that we were being brute force attacked and people were attempting to hack us.
Okay.
But like I said, that predated my case with your clients.
Okay, and then you mentioned also another definition of under cyberstock of being harassed through electronic mediums. Do you believe that any of my 3 clients have ever harassed you through electronic mediums?
Yes.
Okay. What is your definition of harassment?
Such a simple word.
What does it mean to you?
Causing psychological intimidation and pain in people, affecting them negatively from afar. If you can't go and slap them in the face, well, you do it through the internet.
Okay, and so you believe that the emails from my client were intentionally trying to intimidate or cause pain?
No.
No. Okay.
That's not what you said social media.
Okay. Let me first stick with emails, and then we'll get to social media.
Okay.
Do you believe there's ever been an email from one of my clients where they sent it to you with the intention of causing psychological intimidation and pain?
Yes.
Okay. How many emails do you believe were sent with that intention?
Dozens, but 2 were sent with the absolute malice and intent to cause it, obviously.
Okay. When you say 2 were sent with the intention of causing pain, obviously, what 2 are those? It sounds like you remember them.
Yes, never forget them. Roger Richards sent a resignation letter, in it giving up all rights to everything he's ever worked on with me, by the way. Accusing me of all sorts of things, being a terrible father, accusing me of being a drunk and all this other stuff. The same things he accused his old partner of being with when he came to work with me.
Okay. If someone accused me of being a drunk, I'd kind of laugh because I don't drink much.
Well, you're not a figure in
Objection.
the spiritual community.
I understand. So, but did the accusation of a drunk, did it have any traction with you?
No.
Okay.
No, it was the intent. When we go over the letter at some point, it'll be very obvious the intent was to cause extreme upset and harm. The 18-page extortion letter, on the other hand.
Well, let's stick with the first letter.
Okay.
Did that first one where he said, "Hey, I want to resign, give up all my rights. You're a terrible father. You're a drunk."
Just a bunch of insults.
Bunch of insults. Did that cause you harm? Mm-hmm. Is that a yes?
Yes, it caused my whole family a lot of harm. He had been a problem for a while. He was resigning in this crazy fashion, and immediately I went to Leon, and Leon didn't want him to quit, and pretty much forced Roger back into the situation. And all of that, Roger's resignation letter was pretty much the beginning of the end of all of this. And Leon, Roger's a workhorse. You got to take advantage of that. You don't find workhorses like this. And found ways to bring Roger back in. You will see in emails there's agreements that Roger wouldn't do anything basically until he finished the graphic novel, which he promised to do, because the money went to do he wanted this to go to do this idea he had to do a documentary, and then approached us, and we decided to base a documentary off of my IP. And at that point, I said, okay, if we're going to base it off of my IP, I'll let you use this money, but it has to be paid back, and we have to finish the graphic novel. He agreed. And then after the resignation letter, I told Leon, when Leon was shoving him down my throat, that he had to finish the graphic novel first. He
Richards
wasn't-
did. That Richards needed to finish it.
Yeah. That Richards needed to, finish that graphic novel and get it out to the customers. He responded by calling me and begging me to give up doing the graphic novel.
Who's he? Sorry.
Roger. He called me and said, I've always wanted to do movies. I just want to do movies. I don't want to do this graphic novel. Please give it up. The customers will, or the public will forgive you.
Okay. I want to go back to something you said earlier at the beginning of this statement, because I'm concerned. I'd like to know more about the harassment and the intentional cause and like a psychological intimidation and pain. And you mentioned that two emails were sent with malice. And the first one is this Roger Richards resignation, giving up his rights, calling you a drunk, saying you're a terrible father. And you said your entire family was hurt by this. Did he give a copy of that letter to your children?
To my wife.
Okay, but you said your entire family.
Yeah, if there's going to be turmoil in the house, it's going to affect the children, especially after my daughter had become acquainted with his daughter. All these people got to know each other very, very well. They were staying in my house. My family, my kids, they got to know these people, very closely.
At the time this letter saying, hey, I'm resigning, was sent, was Roger Richards and any of his family staying with you at the time?
Roger Richards or his family?
I'm sorry. Yeah, Roger Richards, when this email was sent saying, hey, I resign, you're a terrible father, you're a drunk, when he sent this email, was he staying with you?
No.
Okay. Did he ever stay with you after that time?
After that time period, it seems like maybe once or twice. I can't remember.
So the relationship was reconciled enough that he stayed with you one more time?
Yeah, it's pretty much, he was shoved down my throat all the time. And I had really no say, even though I was supposed to be the boss. Leon kept bringing him back in. Leon would agree. I would say, Leon, if you're going to force Roger into the situation, he needs to, Roger always started projects and then he's got passionate about something else, and he left all this stuff undone. That's what a lot of these businesses he created are about.
So did you tell Leon, no, I'm not going to work with this guy anymore?
I told Leon I did not want to work with him anymore, and he kept on pressing it. And saying, well, what if he agrees to do this, agrees to do the graphic novel first like you want? And I'm like, okay. I send a long email saying if he does 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, he can slowly start working back in as he gets my trust back.
Okay, so you send an email saying as long as he starts complying with these 7 things, he can start to come back.
What number? I don't know if the 7.
Right, yeah. 7 approximately. So you send an email saying he can come back into the fold if he does these 7 or 8 or 6 things, right?
Yes, I said he could slowly earn my trust back in if Leon was going to insist, which he did.
Okay.
Leon basically, said, I can't do this without Roger. I need Roger. And they were like frickin' frack.
Wasn't there an incident though at the Conscious Life Expo where you were pretty inebriated and you were in a car yelling and whatnot?
Objection.
No.
No? You don't remember that?
No.
Okay. Okay.
I did not get inebriated at these events. Everyone else certainly did.
Okay, or maybe just under the influence of something?
I never yelled anything out of a car.
Okay.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. And do you believe that your persona affects the efforts of what's going on for the group? Like your reputation is important to the efforts that are going on. Would you agree to that?
Well, obviously, that's why they try to destroy it on the way out.
Okay. Now, you mentioned there was 2 emails. There's one about the drunk and the terrible father email where Roger Richards was trying to resign. And
he did resign. And I accepted his resignation, but he was brought back.
Okay. Brought back with your permission, right? With your approximately 7 list of provisos.
That not one of was ever done. But the thing was always,
After you brought him back.
yeah, the big joke was I would tell Leon and Roger, stop managing me. I'm the CEO. I decide how this is supposed to happen. Y'all told me that's the way it would be from the beginning. And you tell me, yes, Corey, you're the boss. Team Corey. And then you go and do whatever you want. And other people started asking them why they were doing that, because it was so obvious. And they kept telling, well, Corey has to be managed. He doesn't know what he's doing. So,
Did you believe you needed some other managers to help you with your efforts?
well, they had convinced me that I couldn't do anything without them. They had at one point convinced me that there was nothing in the entertainment industry that I could do without their assistance, which was, with everything that's going on now, was obviously not right.
Sure. Did you believe you needed any assistance?
Well, of course. Okay. My motto was, if you don't know something, if someone convinces you that they're an expert in it, bring them in and trust them. And Roger convinced me he was an expert in businesses. Leon convinced me that he was an expert in the entertainment industry and contracts, and that I needed nothing else except for these two to get to the promised land.
Because they did admittedly have some experience that you did not have.
They did, yeah.
Right. Just like everyone in this room has experience that other people don't have.
They otherwise wouldn't have been able to convince me that they were experts, which they are not.
Okay. But they have more experience in some things that you didn't, and that's why you hired them, right?
That's why, yeah, they convinced me. Well, they convinced me that they were experts, that they were seasoned experts in creating businesses, managing businesses on Roger's end. And Leon claimed to be every frickin' thing that ever occurred in Hollywood. Everything from a script doctor expert to contracts experts, which he failed dismally on his first opportunity with us, with 1091. Having the two movies combined together instead of being separate.
So Leon's, you brought him on for his knowledge about contracts,
Supposed
script.
knowledge.
Why else did you bring on Leon?
Because he convinced me that he was so connected and had so much knowledge in Hollywood that we would very quickly have my IP out and published.
Okay, so contracts, scripts, connections. Any other reason why you brought on Leon?
That's all I can think of at the moment.
Okay, and Roger Richards created LLCs, and sometimes you or Stacy would request that he would form those LLCs, right?
He would come to us with these you'll hear him on some of these calls. It's just this diarrhea of the mouth explosion of these ideas of creating companies to do our work through.
Did you agree with any of these ideas?
Some of them, yes. Yeah, some of them we didn't. Sometimes he would already have filed the LLC, and he's like, "Oh, I already started filing the LLC. I'll dissolve it." He was just firing off.
So if he created something and you didn't want it, you would tell him to dissolve it, and he would.
Yeah, or I wouldn't. Most of the time, I wouldn't sign the incorporation documents or any documents. I wasn't going to sign anything until we had contracts to manage it, which is ass backwards.
When you say you wouldn't sign the incorporation documents until you had a contract to manage it, what do you mean by contract to manage it?
A contract agreement from an attorney that says this IP is protected in this way, this person is entitled to this, as long as it's part of industry standard. That's one of the things I always told these guys. I want to do everything according to industry standard, and they always came back to me with the Leon or the Roger standard. With Leon being an agent to David, instead of charging the 10%, he charged the 20%. And David thought, no, David didn't know. And Leon's not even registered in California to be an agent. And,
so would you always make sure, I want to go back to something you said earlier, would you always make sure, you said that the contract agreement was industry standard, that your IP was protected in that way, you'd always make sure that was in place before you signed on incorporation docs?
Before I would sign these documents that he was sending to the state, Roger was sending to the state, if you pull those up, you'll see there's no signatures on them. He was filing those, and he would ask me to sign things, and I said, I'm not going to sign things until we've run everything through an attorney. These are all just ideas at this point. They're not like agreements, like I'm going to give you this, and da-da-da-da. These are all pie-in-the-sky ideas of his that almost never came into fruition.
And so you said, what is it that you wouldn't sign until you had that IP protected in the way you thought it should be? So you called it a contract agreement.
Well, I wouldn't sign documents for new corporations.
For incorporating or forming the corporation. Right. So if you signed the document to incorporate the business, that meant that you'd already had some kind of a contract to protect your intellectual property.
Not in every case. I could not get contracts from these people.
Okay, so sometimes you would incorporate companies even without an agreement.
I really had no choice, you know? I mean, it was like move forward and have, you know, a project move forward, or it was all this weird ethics that this group has.
Didn't you have a choice, though, to say, I'm not signing that incorporation document unless I have my IP protected in a contracted way?
There were a number of times I wouldn't sign documents until the IP was protected. But that was before Leon came in as the expert and convinced me that he was an expert in contracts and all this other stuff. He looked over and had me sign different agreements for the pitch with STX. He had me sign, you know, stuff with 1091 as the expert. I would say, do we need to send this to attorneys, this? Corey, I've been doing this for 50 years. I know these contracts in my sleep. You are protected. Don't worry.
And so sometimes before Leon Kennedy came on board, you would do it that way. But after Leon Kennedy came on board, it happened a lot more that you would be signing the incorporation documents to form a corporation without the protection of your IP.
Objection.
I'm talking about in general signing papers that, and the papers that I mentioned had nothing to do with what you just mentioned.
Okay.
The contracts that Leon had me sign.
Yes.
Were not what you just said. So
what were they?
I don't want
Sure.
you to.
And so I perhaps I misunderstood. Earlier you said that sometime before Leon came on board, you'd allow things to go through without being papered up to protect your IP,
no.
Right?
Things were after Leon came on board.
Let's do before Leon came on board.
Before Leon came on board, as you will see in every email with Roger, I wanted everything papered up and done by industry standards.
And you always did that?
I don't know if we always did that.
But
that was my demand. What happened always is that I would make demands. I would say this. This was before Leon came too. Roger would say, "Oh yes, yeah, you know, whatever you want," and then things kind of just went along Roger's way.
So you didn't ensure before Leon came on board. You didn't ensure that there was always something to protect your IP?
Objection.
I'm not sure. I think I was, after the Gaia situation and after I obtained attorneys, from that point forward, I ran stuff through my attorneys, except for when Leon took over and became the gatekeeper and said everything had to go through him. And then at that point, attorneys kind of dropped out of the picture, so as did accountants and everything legal.
Okay, so there was a time when you feel like you were not represented by attorneys until some of the lawsuits started kicking in, right?
Until some of the problems started happening. And then I saw I needed to protect my trademark. I needed to create trademarks to protect my IP from Gaia, who was stealing it.
To protect from Gaia. What year was it that came along and you realized you wanted to protect it from Gaia that was stealing it?
Objection.
Like 2017 or 16, I can't recall.
So 2017 or 2016, you realized, hey, Gaia is stealing it. I need to get some attorneys to protect my interests.
I need to file trademarks.
Okay, so that's when you began to file trademarks. Is that correct?
Yes.
2017 or 16.
That's when I started seeking out attorneys and thinking of ways to protect the IP. And then, of course, Valerie came along to help trademark.
Okay. And so in 2017 or 16, you began to seek out attorneys to protect your IP. And so from then till now, you've been good about papering things up to protect your IP.
Objection.
For the most part, except for when Leon was in control.
Okay, and so when Leon was in control, and when you say control, he didn't sign any incorporation documents for you, did he?
What do you mean?
Did he sign a formation of a corporation document in your stead that you know of?
I still don't understand.
Sure. You mentioned your control, the way you controlled things was you wouldn't sign a corporation document, an incorporation document to form a corporation until you had your IP protection, your contract in place, right?
I said that was what I demanded. When Leon was there, what I demanded and what I was manipulated into doing were always two different things.
Why wouldn't you just say, I'm not going to sign that because I'm going to stick with what I demanded?
Spend a little time with Leon Kennedy.
But answer my question. Why?
He had manipulated me and totally convinced me that I couldn't do any of this stuff without him, and that he knew all of the legal ways to handle stuff, all of the industry standard ways of handling stuff, and he would do it.
But you knew before that you'd done it without him, right?
Done what?
All this incorporation, protecting your IP, even before you.
You're talking corporations. I'm talking the business.
Right. So for the business, you understood how to protect yourself before Leon came on board.
No, I'm talking. What I'm saying is that I had ideas about how to protect myself, and with things going the way they were at Gaia, I was definitely wanting to protect myself in this community, the way people are. Leon Kennedy came in, not from this community, from Hollywood, 50 years in Hollywood. He came in and convinced me and manipulated me into allowing him to take the reins, to be the gatekeeper, while the whole time calling it Team Corey, but then like quietly having them work on all these other projects and pitch other things and all of these things and telling them not to tell Corey. It was just constant manipulation, and it started to affect, the team. They didn't trust Leon anymore. After a few things with Leon, they approached me quietly and they said, Corey, I don't know the relationship with you, Leon and Roger, but we are very nervous. We've seen a lot of red flags. We're going to take the treatment that we wrote for the movie idea, and we're going to register it with the and they went and did that, registered it with because they saw what was going on, and Leon was having them lie to me, which they're going to testify to.
Okay, so in 2016 or 17, you began to protect yourself by using attorneys and protecting your IP. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was that with, when did you get introduced to
Oh, that was, I think, it was and Leon and I spoke with the guy like once, maybe twice.
Okay, I'm going to caution you not to divulge any privileged information.
Yeah, good point. And counsel's right. I don't want to know anything that he said to you, but
he sent, I think, an email.
Okay. And you've sought donations to fund your involvement in the lawsuits.
Yes.
And you've done that in social media, right?
Yes.
And you've been complaining to the community or voicing concerns about what's going on and asking for help, right?
Yes.
And you formed a Light Warrior Legal Fund, right?
Correct.
And what is Light Warrior Legal Fund?
It's a fund that if people want to donate to my lawsuits, they can send the money to that fund.
Okay. And are you completely transparent about that fund?
What do you mean?
About money that comes in and money goes out of it?
What do you mean?
Do you use 100% of it to pay your attorney?
100%.
Okay. And you keep an accounting or a record of those monies?
Our accountants do.
Okay. And so those monies don't go towards you personally, that all goes towards your attorneys?
100%.
Okay. Now, you had a letter of intent with Leon Kennedy when he came on board that outlined kind of what he's going to do for you, right?
I believe so.
And one of those was talent management and legal operations, right?
I believe so. I don't remember the document.
Okay. And have you ever encouraged your social media followers to make comments on other social media pages?
To like help boost another person?
Or disparage, either way?
I don't recall.
Okay. As far as the cyber stalking issue, in part of his role as being legal operations, introduced you to not just but also right?
I need more information.
Sure. Did Leon Kennedy help you with referring you to other attorneys regarding the cyber stalking issues?
Probably that would have fallen under his purview. I don't remember.
You don't remember if he did it or not?
Maybe vaguely. I really don't.
Okay. And you've always been working with from 2018 to now?
From whenever the moment we hired them, yes. I haven't been in contact with them recently. I haven't had a reason to.
Okay. Are they current on their bill? Have they been paid?
Yeah, they were paid well in advance.
Okay. So they're not owed any money, correct?
No.
Okay. Earlier you mentioned not just the cyber stalking, but you also mentioned gang stalking. I'd like to know what you mean about gang stalking. What is that in your mind?
Whether on social media or not, groups of people getting together and coordinating to go after one individual or group.
Okay. Do you believe that my clients have ever gang stalked you?
No. I don't know if that would encompass everything that they did.
Okay. You were involved with a lawsuit with a Jay Widener?
I am.
Okay, what's that about? Because we spoke about all your lawsuits, right?
Yeah.
Which one is that?
RICO.
Okay, that's the RICO Gaia?
Correct.
Okay. And you mentioned that Roger Richards was destroying your reputation through social media, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And have you submitted to your attorney all the evidence of that as best as you can?
Everything that we have, unless there's some newer things that is gathered that they haven't given us.
Okay, but everything as far as documenting the destruction of your reputation on social media by Roger Richards, you've produced that to your attorney, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And same thing for my other two clients, any attempts of theirs to destroy your reputation on social media, you've produced that to your attorney as well, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And where did you obtain that information about my clients' efforts to destroy your reputation on social media?
Directly off of the internet.
And when you say the internet, big place internet, where on the internet were you going to find that evidence?
YouTube, Facebook groups, such as Dimensions of Disclosure has 7,000 people in a Facebook group. All my fans, of course. The Dimensions of Disclosure was built on my email addresses, my email groups and my persona. They posted I wasn't finished.
Sure.
They posted the video of Leon saying it was the truth in that group.
In the
And-
Facebook group?
In that Facebook group. And, 7,000 of my closest fans seeing that information was definitely a catalyst for what came after.
And what came after?
Near ruination, complete ruination, and an inability to make money within this community.
Okay.
It took a lot of people a while to start figuring out what was going on. They turned everyone against me. They made phone calls. They had every little group that was, and we are going to have people testify to this.
Who would testify to this?
Different people in the community that have sent us emails saying, "Oh, I was at this function and I heard da 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 da." Oh, da 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 da. We have a lot of that different types of information that may have already been produced.
Do you have any names of any of those people?
No, I don't remember the names of all the people in the community.
Do you keep a list somewhere of the people that you intend to call as witnesses?
I don't. I'm sure my attorney does.
Okay, so you provided those names to your attorney?
Yes, and I've provided names and screenshots, all those types of things I provide to my attorney.
Okay, so all the names that your attorney has given us, all the screenshots, that's all of it. You don't have any others?
Unless, I think so. I think I've given everything to her, and I think she's reached out to all of these people.
How recently was the most recent time where you gave an additional screenshot to your attorney about evidence of that ruination of your social media presence?
In the last few days, probably.
Okay. And outside of the last few days, how much was the most recent? Was it a week before that or a month before that?
It's hard to tell because I'm constantly sending this information in for both cases. So I couldn't really tell you.
When you say both cases, what are you referring to?
RICO.
Okay, and when you say RICO, you mean the Gaia case?
The Gaia case, yeah.
Okay.
Jay Widener has been in contact with your clients, and he's been nice enough to make posts about it, and we, of course, capture that.
Sure. How many names do you believe you've sent to your attorney for additional witnesses that you've discovered in the last month?
The last month? Probably haven't sent new witnesses recently.
Have you sent any in the last month?
Okay, we're getting into communications. Let's move on.
Okay, and I'll rephrase the question. Have you discovered any new witnesses in the last month? As far as any concerns about what my clients have done?
Yes. I think it was in the last month. Someone sent us an email regarding more about the DVDs. Okay, ask the question again.
Sure. Within the last month, have you discovered any new witness names that would show support for your claim that my client hurt your reputation?
No, not.
So no new names in the last month?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay, how about in the last 3 months? Any new names in the last 3 months?
It's been a while. No, not in the last 3 months. We haven't had new witnesses come forward. You more than likely have all the names.
Okay. How about in the last year? Have you had any new witnesses in the last year?
If I couldn't tell you.
Okay. But at least in the last 6 months, you're saying no new witnesses as far as anybody telling you that they witnessed something about hurting your reputation, right?
Correct, yeah. See, a lot of the people stopped talking to me altogether after the videos came out. And then people, started, approaching me, asking me about it after a time period. But,
okay, and you said earlier there were cyber stalking campaigns around 2018, right?
those go all the way back to 2015.
So starting in 2015 all the way until what year?
Current,
Current. And that Jay Widener is involved in those?
yes.
Do you believe that my clients are involved in those?
And involved in what?
In those cyber stalking campaigns?
I know for a fact and we are looking forward to depositions. That Roger Richards has been passing information through Jay Widener. That's been popping up in the cyber stalkers.
And is that information that's been given to Jay Widener false?
Yeah.
What do you believe about the information that Roger Richards has given to Jay Widener? What do you believe is false about that information?
All of the allegations that Roger Richards makes about me are false.
Okay, what do you believe his allegations to be?
Well, I don't know specifically, other than things that have, popped out here and there that we'd have to refer to our notes on. But
do you know any of the allegations that Roger Richards has made about you that are false?
To
anyone?
To anyone?
Sure.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm not an alcoholic. I'm not a drug addict. I'm not a serial abuser of women. What all else? My God, there's all. It's just a big feeding frenzy of backstabbing and gossip.
Anything other than those three: alcoholic, drug addict, serial abuser of women? Any other allegations that Roger Richards has made about you?
There are. I can't remember right now. But those are the ones that jump out.
Okay.
And also the ones that, he, in his 18-page extortion letter, he laid out that and much, much more. And then he made the extortion threat. And then Leon and Adrian made sure that threat was carried out through those videos. Because they said exactly the stuff that he said he was going to tell anyone who would listen in his extortion letter.
He being Roger Richards?
Roger Richards.
Okay. And you said earlier that you know for a fact that Roger Richards passed along information to Jay Widener, information that assisted in cyber stalking. How do you know?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
He passed information to Jay Widener about the cases, the lawsuits.
Okay. And what was that information that you believe he passed along to Jay Widener?
I have to refer back to Jay Widener's public comments.
Okay. So you're saying the public comments where he attributed things to Roger Richards?
I just got off the phone with Roger Richards, and he said blah, 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 blah.
And you produced a copy of that to your attorney, right?
Yeah.
Is that a yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Understood. Counsel, it's 12:05. I'm fine to keep on going, but I'm also fine to take a break.
It's up to Mr. Goode.
I can go a little bit longer, and we'll have some lunch, I guess.
Sure. So the allegations: alcoholic, drug addict, serial abuser of women. Let me deal with the most sensitive one first. Have you ever abused a woman?
Never.
Okay. So, ever been accused of that other than by Roger Richards?
No. Never been accused of abusing a woman.
Ever been accused of harming a woman in any way by anyone other than Roger Richards?
No.
So he's the only person.
Yeah. Well, him and your other clients.
And the drug addict, what drugs do you partake, albeit on a recreational basis?
Marijuana.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
Okay. So just marijuana on a regular basis. Do you consider yourself an addict?
No.
Okay. Who would you consider an addict?
Objection.
At what point would you consider someone to be addicted?
If they can't function without it, I guess.
Okay. Can you function without it?
Yeah. Functioning right now.
Did you take it this morning?
No.
When was the last time you partake?
I took a edible last night to help me sleep.
And how long do you believe how long do you believe the effects of the edible are with you?
No more than like 5 hours usually. You wake up in the middle. It's like taking, what's the other stuff you take? Melatonin. It just helps you sleep through about half the night, and then you wake up.
How large of a dose of an edible did you take last night? Okay. And how often do you take that?
Only when I know I need a good night's sleep.
Okay.
Getting to sleep is the problem, not sleeping.
Okay. And you mentioned accusations about alcohol. What's your relationship with like with alcohol?
I've drank here and there. I haven't had a drink probably in 3 months. I had a, margarita with my Mexican food. At this altitude, drinking is stupid anyway, but I am not a drinker.
So for 3 months, you haven't had a drink right now?
No.
Was there a time years ago where you would consider yourself a more heavy drinker?
During times when, during all of this, what hasn't been noted is that I had 5 very close family members die within 4 years. And I had a major cyber stalking campaign that was affecting my marriage. There were times to where, like, if I had to fly out somewhere to go to an event, that I would drink on the plane. But I didn't drink at home. The only time I would drink is when I would usually have one drink when I was on a plane just to chill me out a little bit because I don't like flying. But during time periods of heavy cyber stalking and stuff, I would consume a little too much on the plane, but not enough to be a nuisance to anyone.
Okay. Like earlier I mentioned that car
Yeah.
at some event. Do you believe that you may have drank a little too much on the plane that day, on the way to that?
I have no idea.
Do you,
So? Oh.
have you ever on occasion, are you familiar with brownout, where you don't remember quite everything?
Yeah, I know what it is.
Have you ever been told that you might have browned out?
I don't think so, no.
No one's ever told you that?
My wife hasn't, no. And that's the person that would have told me. She's known me for 30 years.
True. Should we take a break? Lunch?
Do you want to keep going?
Well, let's go a little bit longer.
Well, it's 12:10, so I think I'd rather stop and honor my word that I told people we'd be taking a break. So let's go off the record.
Going off the record, time is 12:12. This is the end of Media 2. Back on the record at 1:42.
So I believe you said that you're awaiting a better understanding of how much money you believe Roger Richards or any of my clients took after a forensic accounting, but before you can do a forensic accounting, you need the results from a subpoena that you sent to a bank. Is that correct?
Correct, because y'all wouldn't provide the documents.
And when you're talking about a subpoena, is that a subpoena for which entity?
For Leon Kennedy's version of SBA.
And what is that name?
It's SBA Media or Entertainment. I can't remember which one.
So you're
It's on the subpoena.
sure, and both names are on the subpoena. I'll tell you that. So I'm just wondering, which one do you allege is Leon Kennedy's version of the SBA?
I've got them crossed in my head right now. I couldn't tell you without looking at it in documentation.
Okay. So you don't know whether it was SBA Entertainment LLC or SBA Media?
Correct.
Okay. But you're saying the result from that, you're going to get information from the bank, and you anticipate that your forensic accountants are going to be able to decipher how much money was received at that bank account and you would have been entitled to 25% of that, correct?
Not just myself, but everyone involved, to do a full forensic accounting to make sure everything was handled properly, and to find out where some of the funds possibly went.
Okay, and it wouldn't necessarily be 25% of the monies that came through that bank account if your agreement is for 25% of the net profits, because there'd be some expenses.
I'm not going to argue over a document we don't have in front of us.
Okay, I'm just trying to get what's
but either one of us could be right. We don't know because we don't have a document.
And I don't care about the documents right now. I'm just trying to get what's in your head. That's
Okay.
what I care about today. Okay, so I want to memorialize what you believe to be true. Okay. Was there ever a document where you told Leon Kennedy, hey, you made me sign something and it was against my will. I did not want to sign that and you made me do it?
No, it was kind of in a conversation, which things usually happened. It was after things started going south. The guys at EUX were saying that untrustworthy things were happening. Leon was having them lie to me and all this other stuff. Ask me the original question again. What was the original question again?
I had a court reporter read back.
Was there ever a document where you told Leon Kennedy, hey, you made me sign something and it was against my will, I didn't want to sign that and you made me do it?
No, we had oral discussions about it, but there was, until the end and all the legal stuff happened, I was all relying on Leon's beautiful 50 years in the entertainment industry, Leon's expertise in contracts, Leon's expertise in connections, all of these things that he dazzled me with and convinced me that I didn't know jack crap about.
But there's no text message where you said that to him, like, hey, you're making me sign things that I don't agree to. I'll sign it for you, but I don't agree.
I don't know. There could be, I don't know what was in text, what was all verbally, but there was, at the end, verbal discussion about certain documents the EUX and I signed being put in front of me that Leon and Roger had taken point on, and Leon had assured me that everything was safe and protected. I don't need an attorney. Sign it so we can get going on this.
Okay.
Waiting on you to sign this. We got to sign this. We got so much going on. It's about to happen.
Well, if you didn't have enough information, why didn't you just say, no, I'm not signing?
Because, what did I just tell you? The man who's the expert, the man who convinced me to trust him, to run everything through him, not attorneys, told me that it was safe. He told me to do it.
Okay. And let me ask you this. The profit sharing, this 25%, you said it was the same ratio for the DVDs as it was for 1091, right?
It was supposed to be the same agreement on all income coming in for the DVDs and the live stream distributions. We agreed that what other agreement would not be lawful and ethical other than to give the original stakeholders the percentage that they're entitled to? Because they weren't just told that they were going to get the 20, whatever the percentage was from the DVD. They were all under the impression that the movie, all sales. So we're going to have to go over the documentation we had with them, obviously. We're going to have to bring in EUX, who is the guys at EUX. And they were very concerned about the contract after they had it sent to one of their attorneys. And that's what caused them to call me quietly and to tell me to be careful of these two, that they were worried that they didn't want to get too specific, but they were worried about the rights of the picture. They had spent a ton of time writing the treatments. Roger didn't write it. Leon didn't write it. You know, they wrote it, and I sat there with them on the phone and helped them write it. So they sent in and registered with the Writers Guild those documents with all three of our names on them because they didn't trust Leon.
And these other names were who?
Somebody for Miss Levesque.
And the other name?
She's right.
Classy. So, right now, you've made claims to some people that sometimes you have memory issues, right?
Sometimes.
And you call it temporal dementia?
No.
What do you call it?
My father had temporal dementia. That's what he passed away from. What I had said is that a lot of people that had the experiences that I had developed temporal dementia. I did not ever say that I had it. And the memory issues I had were related to PTSD, and those memory issues decreased and went away as I came off of the medication and was no longer being treated for PTSD, which was through 2016 or 2015, the end of 2015.
What medications were you on back then?
I have to get that to you. I don't remember.
Like, didn't you used to take Anavar without a prescription?
I took from Gaia. I had a bunch of, the shoulder surgeries and everything that I described. He got it for me because of my extreme atrophy, and I took it for 3, maybe 4 months. The atrophy went away, and I no longer took it.
When you say he got it for you, that was without a prescription?
Without a prescription.
Okay. And the PTSD, that's from, some of that's from fighting in wars with aliens, is that right?
No, it's from a traumatic childhood.
Okay. You didn't claim that in your lectures, that it was, some of that was from fighting with aliens?
Never. With, the PTSD, I never publicly described why I had it, but to people that I worked with, I had told them what the PTSD was from.
Didn't you claim that you were speaking with Anshar at some point in time?
Yeah, that's when I meditate, those are my guides.
Okay, and that's a future species living inside the Earth?
Yes.
And you communicate with them on a regular basis?
Yeah, and it's also a part of my IP and creative arts that we're making movies and video games out of.
So you're saying that no one else can communicate with them but you?
Well, yeah. Well, they're my spirit guides. They came from me.
And so you're saying Anshar is unique to you, no one else can communicate to them but through you?
Let's see, Anshar.
Just answer my question.
It's in my franchise Bible. It is my creation. I'm a content creator.
Understand?
Whether I have my life stories mixed with some drama, which I've always made public as well, and in this book.
Do you remember my question? Do you have my question in mind?
Yeah.
Okay, what is my question?
The Anshar are a creation.
Not my question. My question is, can anyone else communicate to Anshar?
To something I created?
Other than through you?
That's something I created. That's something I trademarked? That's part of my trademark? No.
Okay, so the only people who can communicate to Anshar are you, correct?
It's a part of my meditative process.
Okay.
If someone wants to create up a meditative process where they're talking to the Anshar, there's nothing that stops that, and they will believe it, and it will allow them in their higher self to connect. It's a tool.
So someone else could connect to Anshar as well and have an experience with Anshar as well.
If they imagined it so, but if they decided to go out and do a television show about it or write a book about it, they might have a problem.
But can't they have their own, they couldn't write about their own experience?
Their own experience with something, it would be the same as a Star Wars character.
No, but if someone else has an experience or had a meditative state, can't they communicate and talk about their experience?
Well, they can communicate and talk about whatever they want. This is America.
Sure.
But if they went out and said that Han Solo was giving them information in their dreams or in their meditations, and they started writing books about it, guess who's going to come and sue them?
So you're saying that this Anshar, it's real, it exists as far as you're concerned, and that you communicate with Anshar, correct?
It is a meditative tool that I use, and a lot of my...
You're not answering.
I am answering your question.
Is
if you
it
just
real
hold on.
or not?
It is not physically real. It was created by me as a part of my meditative practices.
Do you communicate with something named Anshar?
In my meditations, I use the Anshar as like an avatar to communicate and gather different information.
Avatar being real and independent from you, or part of you?
It would be it depends on how you view a person, their higher self.
Is Anshar independent from you, or is it part of you?
It's my creation. It's part of my higher self.
So no one else can communicate with it because it's your creation.
Right, unless they decide to create it in their head, but then they're not creating it.
Well, if they create it in their head, what are they doing?
They're borrowing my creation and delusionally having their own experience.
And they can't write about their own experience.
They can't write and profit off of, just like Han Solo, the whole Star Trek. This is an IP that is like Star Trek. And it is dramatizations built on top of my experiences. And that people do that all the time. And their content is not up.
So you're saying that Star Trek is real?
No.
Okay, no. So Star Trek's not real, Anshar is not real either, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
It's all a part of this intellectual property, and
It's content that's created by you.
yes,
Okay.
and all of the delusional people in the community who take this information, it is what you call fan fiction.
Okay.
So people that are talking about the Anshar and all of these different secret space program things, it's fan fiction based on my real life experience that I dramatized to create
and
this.
so people are delusional if they believe it.
They're delusional if they believe they were in the secret space program and in contact with the Anshar, who are my creation.
Do you believe you were part of the secret space program?
I was part of a secret program. I was.
And whose secret was it?
What do you mean?
You said it's a secret space program. Whose secret?
It was a government secret, I guess.
Which government?
The United States government.
Okay. And so you say that you're part of the secret space program?
I was brought into my lab programs when I was in elementary school, brought to Carswell Air Force Base, where we went through all sorts of experiments and training.
Which Air Force base?
Carswell, it's now joint, and they changed it. It's in Fort Worth.
Okay. And so because of that, you're part of the secret space program?
No, I was brought into a secret space program based on that training, and after that, I did this.
And so the secret space program was introduced to you when you were in elementary school, right?
When I was 17.
I thought you said elementary school.
No, that was the training, the MyLab training, where they took us out of school and did training and experiments.
And when you say they took you out and did training experiments, who's the they?
The people that were working with the elementary school and junior high that I went to, and Carswell Air Force Base.
Do you know who they were working for?
The Navy.
Okay. And so the Navy was taking you out of elementary school and junior high and training you?
I'm sure they had Mrs. Hill, who was a contractor for them, was also teaching at our school, took us out of class, took us to the Carswell Air Force Base. For what all went on.
How often would they take you out to do this?
It was maybe one day a month, and then sometimes it would be like a little spurt of, more like 2 or 3 days in a week.
Okay, and how many years was it that frequent?
From when I was 6 or 7 up until 17. It's like 10 years.
As a result of that training, what did you do differently?
I'm going to need that rephrase.
Sure. As a result of the secret space training program that you had in elementary and junior high, what did you do as a result of that training?
I still don't get what you're saying.
Okay. Because of that, what did that cause you to do with the secret space training?
What did it cause me to do?
Yes. Like for instance, you've said you've done 20 and back journeys where you go away for over 20 years and you come back.
Yep, trademark.
And, okay. And you've done that many times, right?
Correct. That's the dramatization on top of the story. Like I said.
Are you saying it's dramatization or is it real?
Part of it's real, part of it's dramatization. Like I've said about all of this.
What part is dramatization?
Be more specific, please.
Sure. What part of the 20 and back is dramatization and not real?
Well, the 20 and back itself is my creation. That's why I trademarked it, and that's why it's a part of my intellectual property.
So does that mean it's not real? It's dramatization?
What does it matter if it's real or not?
I'm asking you whether it was dramatization or was it real?
It's a real part of my dream or delusion, of whatever you want to call it. I created all of this as on top of the training that I did have and the experiences that I did have. I extrapolated this stuff out and created it.
Okay, but it's part of your dream or delusion, you call it, correct?
With whatever y'all want to call it.
Well, what do you call it?
I call it my intellectual property.
Okay. And you state you've gone away for over 20 years and you come back and you haven't aged, correct?
Well, the 20 and back story in the book is that you're taking off planet, you serve 20 years, your age regressed, and you're put back in time to where you were first removed.
Is that the story or is that what happened to you?
It is the story.
So it's not what happened to you?
Not necessarily.
Well,
It's a lot of these things are memories that I had that I wrote down, and some of these memories could be real or they could be creation. I'm not exactly sure, but I created on top of them, used my experiences to create on top of as a foundation.
are you sure of any experience where you went away for 20 years and you came back and you hadn't aged to be real?
How would I be totally sure if that sort of thing were real?
Are you sure that you had lunch today?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you as sure as having lunch today as you were about any of these experiences like the 20 and back?
Like I said, the 20 and back is my creation. It's a part of my intellectual property. Me creating it means it came out of me and that it is my story and it was never anywhere before. Makes it my intellectual property.
That's not my question. My question is, today you went to lunch, right?
Well, listen, I have told you
Hey, I'm asking
that
a
I
question.
made up stuff on top of it, and in this book it says so. So, yes, I did make up stories about the secret space program, extrapolated off of my experiences that I told you about earlier.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. So you stated in one place that you've done 3 of these 20s and backs. That's an extrapolation, that's not reality.
Okay. If y'all took about 10 minutes to read this, you will see it talks about Corey Goode, the real person, and Corey Goode, the persona, that this stuff is based off of. All you have to do is read through this, and I mean, anyone in the jury will be able to read through it and make sense of that. But me delivering my intellectual property as if it's all absolutely true, yes, that is definitely a part of the PR and way to get this information out to the public. So
That it's not because it's not true.
not all of it. Like I said, I have created everything that's in this book was created off of my experiences, what I perceived as my experiences, or just created it as a content creator on top of and used those as reference.
Okay. And you refer to yourself as the modern incarnate of the Bible's Old Testament prophet Enoch.
No,
No?
no.
Okay. Did you ever refer to yourself as the modern incarnate of any kind of prophet?
No. What I said is that the name that was referred with me in my creation, Hanush, is a word that means Enoch, and that Enoch wasn't necessarily a person, that it was possibly a position.
And what position do you believe you have as a Hanush?
In the story? In this book?
No, in reality.
In reality, I don't believe I'm any type of super prophet. I believe I'm getting information from higher realms, and I'm disseminating that information in the way that I think will get out to the masses the best way.
So you do believe the information you're getting is needed to get to the masses. Why?
Because of the positive effect it's had on the thousands and thousands of people that watch Cosmic Disclosure, came to the conferences, told me that my story and information changed their life, watching me go through this overweight guy on medications on the show, all shaking, and going through this complete metamorphosis, motivated them and inspired them to make the changes in their life. I can produce all sorts of people and information to where they claim that my information has changed their life in a good way.
Even though the information is false, it's having beneficial results with people that read it.
Well, I mean, people believe things that are false all the time.
But answer my question, even though the information is false, people are having beneficial reactions by reading it, correct?
Even though some of the information is a creation, people are getting benefit from it.
Okay.
That's the way I would phrase it.
Like, for example, some of the creation would be the fact that you say you've been visited by over a 6 foot tall, blue looking chicken type creature.
Blue avian, trademark.
Yes, that. So that's something that hasn't really happened, but that's a story you tell to assist people to something.
It was a
good.
part of my meditative state, and it was real to me, a real avatar. I really interface with a blue avian. It's my way of connecting to my higher self and connecting to higher information, to be able to bring down information that doesn't come from the human experience. It comes down from higher. That's what people believe in this community. Is a part of many of our religious beliefs of higher density beings, just like some people preach about angels. Higher density beings, angels, interchangeable. So the wording has changed, but people have talked for years about sitting in meditative state, connecting with different archangels and delivering information to humanity. What I am doing is no different. It is just the verbiage is different because the times have changed, and this is part of an esoteric religion and not Christian or Muslim or any of those. Different terminology.
Okay. And so in this meditative state is when you had this over 6 foot tall blue chicken type creature.
Well, chicken comes from the slander.
Okay.
It comes from the lawsuits that I'm against. I'm going against people. Blue chicken was their slander.
What would you call it?
It's a blue avian, trademark.
How would you describe it? The appearance of it.
like 8 foot tall, blue, humanoid, looks more like a person. We actually have art, and well, here I can show you.
No, I'm just asking you to describe it. I don't want to show it because it doesn't work for the judge or jury. You state that these creatures came from outer space, and they gave you information and knowledge that you have.
They
correct?
came from a higher density.
Okay.
They basically a higher density, as in heaven. What Christians and other people would call heaven if they were to stand up and talk on a pulpit.
And you cited many times that these blue avians have advised you not to sign any contracts, right?
Yep, they've advised. I've used them as an avatar to look for things that aren't popping up in my mind, things that should pop, for red flags. It's a way of going past my conscious mind, entering my subconscious, and looking for problems or good things or bad things.
But wouldn't these contracts, these documents, like you said earlier, documents and contracts help you, right? So
It depends on the document or the contract. If it's not a fair contract, or if it's a contract that's going to hurt my IP in some way, then it's not a good contract.
Well, wouldn't it always be good to memorialize the relationship that you have to protect your IP? You said that's industry.
If it's protected, if the contract lists out what I stipulate. But if a contract isn't delivered to me protecting my IP, or if I don't have a expert telling me in my ear that it's okay to sign, I don't sign it.
Who are the probably mispronouncing it, the Cable and the Dark Forces?
The Cable?
Cabal?
Yeah, the Cabal.
Who is that?
In conspiracy theory land and in this community, it is the secret government that is controlling or hiding the existence of aliens and trying to take over the world.
Do you believe that my clients are trying to stop the existence of aliens?
I don't think your clients have the power to stop the existence of aliens.
So you don't believe my clients are the dark forces?
No.
Okay. Now, in all the lawsuits, you're the one suing everybody else, right? Gaia Television, your former TV producer, Jay Wiedner, my clients, Adrian Youngblood, Leon Kennedy, Roger Richards. All these suits are suits where you initiated the lawsuit, right?
Yes, after first trying to... No, I didn't initiate the lawsuit with Gaia.
Okay. Oh, you didn't? They sued you?
Yeah, well, and trademark court.
So you're the defendant in the Gaia?
Trademark court. They launched the first lawsuit in trademark court opposing my trademarks, which led to us spending years trying to get them to do the right thing without filing lawsuit. They refused, so we filed a lawsuit.
Okay. On your website, it says your funds are being used. Like when you're raising money last week or the week before, you say, hey, I need funds for my lawsuit. I have a deposition next week. Do you remember saying that?
Yeah.
And
I didn't say that, no. I just said, take a look at my that website because things have gotten, it's gotten real. I've spent lots of money on the project or something. I didn't characterize it how you did.
On what project?
On the lawsuits, not the project.
The lawsuits, and you're referring to the trademark lawsuit with the...
All of them.
RICO and this one, correct? Mm-hmm. Is that a yes?
Yes.
And so you're saying in that on your website that the funds are being used to fight dark forces, right? Mm-hmm. Is that a yes?
Yes.
And so you're saying my clients are the dark forces?
I'm saying Gaia and the cyberstalkers are the dark forces.
So my clients are not the dark forces?
No.
So the funds that you're gaining from these websites are only being used for that other lawsuit?
No, they're being used for both lawsuits. Just like it on the website, it lists all the lawsuits. And those are the lawsuits that people know that they are assisting.
But you said that the funds are being used to fight dark forces, but you're saying my clients are not the dark forces?
No, I told you the dark forces or the cyber stalkers. Your clients are in league with those dark forces by assisting them and coordinating with them, the cyber stalkers. So I guess by that definition, yes, I would like to change that. They would be the dark forces.
Okay, so my clients are the dark forces.
By guilt by association, yes.
Well,
They associate with the cyber stalkers and help the cyber stalkers. I guess, you know what? They can have that. Yes, you can have that.
Well,
They're the dark forces too.
I'm asking for your definition, not mine.
I just gave it to you.
Okay, so my clients are the dark forces because they associate with others who are.
And assist them in trying to take me down, yeah.
And who are the ones that my clients are assisting?
Oh, wait. Thank you. You just reminded me.
Sure.
They also did a multi-million dollar, destroyed multi-million dollar business of mine by going out and creating slander videos. So that's pretty dark. And in those videos, they lie. That's pretty dark.
What specific lies do they have in the videos?
Oh, Jesus. Let's see. What all did Leon say? What do I practice black magic? Do we have the transcript? Do you have the transcript?
It's not the time for to ask me questions. I apologize. Just remember that today is your day. All I want to know about is what you know, not what I know, what your attorney knows. So my question is, you said my clients destroyed a multi-million-dollar operation. So before those videos, you were making profits of multi-millions in the years prior, correct? Is that correct?
No.
No. I thought you said they destroyed a multi-million-dollar operation.
A multi-million-dollar operation.
Well, how much were the profits? Let's say.
Hold on and listen. Okay?
No. Stay with my question. I'm asking the questions, not you.
You don't let me answer them.
Was it 2018 when this destruction happened?
I can't recall the exact date.
Approximately?
The destruction happened when they released the videos.
Okay. And in the prior year, prior to that, had you made multi-millions off of your brand?
No.
Then how could they destroy multi-million if you hadn't been making that?
They knew that David Wilcock was making $4 or $5 million off of his.
So you're saying David Wilcock in 2017-18 made $4 or $5 million?
Off one course.
Okay.
And my first course, by the time they did pull all their shit, I had made nearly $1 million off of. And that course, most of the money you make after, for months and years after, you make more and more and more residual. And on top of that, I did 2 more courses that should have made at least that much money, okay? So those were the multiple millions come from.
So in the year prior to my clients releasing the videos, you're saying that you profited, not gross, but profited 700, 800, 900,000 in that vicinity from your courses.
It was around $750,000 that I had grossed up until when he released his video. After that, all the sales dropped. All the sales stopped.
Well, did you have another video to put out to sell?
I had 2 more entire courses.
Well, then why don't you put them out and make some sales?
I did. I put them out and made the first one, and usually David's, started to make more money, but the first one, after, it made a total of close to $1 million,
What was that
all
called?
in all. Like 900 or something thousand over time.
What was it called?
Ascension.
I'm sorry?
Accelerating Ascension.
Accelerating Ascension.
Mm-hmm.
And what entity put out Accelerating by Ascension?
Objection.
What entity?
Good Enterprise Solutions.
Good Enterprise Solutions. So you're saying Good Enterprise Solutions Inc. ran through its bank accounts in the year prior. So if we ask for the bank accounts, you've given us proof, because we've asked for all the documents, you've given us proof that you're a year prior to my client's videos coming out, that you had 750, 800,000 going through that entity, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so Accelerating by Ascension is that video, one of those courses you're talking about, correct?
Accelerating Ascension, that course was in the middle of being released when they released their slander videos.
Okay, but the one you made $750,000, $800,000 was that course or something
That
else?
course, the first course. All
Okay.
the courses after that didn't make like $60,000, $70,000.
Okay, but that course made the $750,000, and you're saying
In the beginning. And the thing is, the courses you make like up to like maybe $750,000 to $1 million when the course first comes out. And then all by word of mouth and advertising and the way we spread through the community and advertise, it makes possibly another $1 million. David's courses will lay out, he made a bunch of money up front, and then over time, those things are still bringing in a lot of money.
okay, so let me ask you this.
And those brought in no money after that.
No money after the videos.
Oh, not no money, but like 99% less.
Okay, so 1%. So you made $7,000 instead of $750,000.
Well, I may have missed 70,000 instead of 700,000.
Okay, that'd be 10% instead
Okay.
of 1. Okay. And you mentioned as far as the video, was the video entirely your IP?
What video?
Let's say let's start with Above Majestic, for example.
It was all based on my IP, yes.
Okay, but as far as ownership rights to it, you had about 25%.
Not ownership rights. No, I owned 100% of the film. It's the distribution rights. People owned points in the film.
Okay. And now you also had you communicate or used to through WhatsApp, correct?
Yeah.
And you've deleted all your WhatsApp messages to my client Roger Richards.
That's what we were going to talk to you guys about.
You still have them?
All of my messages from Adrian's chat group, Roger's chat group. There's like 3 of them that are all deleted, and those have imperative information for my case in them.
Okay, but doesn't your phone maintain a copy of those?
They delete all of it. There's you can delete for everyone, but
Go ahead.
it's gone. Everything is gone. And forensically, you can have people, I want to find out who deleted it, because I have a pretty good idea.
So it wasn't you?
Hell no.
Okay. And who put the information in those chats on WhatsApp? Was it you or someone else?
All of us.
Okay.
We would have big conversations in the chat, and then we would have sidebar chats in our personal chats. So a lot of our sidebar chats don't make sense now because all of that crap is gone.
Okay, and as far as have you ever criticized anyone who said that they were part of a secret space program?
Only when they have taken my information and sold it as their own.
So you're saying you're the only one in the secret space program?
I'm saying the information in this in this franchise book is my intellectual property, and if secret space program people come out and claim that and claim my intellectual property, I say something.
Do you have my question in mind?
I don't know.
That's apparent.
I thought that was the answer.
No, the question was, what?
You tell me.
Are you the only person who was in the secret space program?
No.
There were others.
Right.
So if someone else...
Your question was,
So
did I
let-
disparage anyone?
So my question is now, if you were not the only one there, why couldn't someone else talk about their experience in the secret space program?
As long as they don't talk about the stuff that I created based on my real IP here. It says I created a lot of the stuff. I created Dark Fleet. Dark Fleet didn't exist before I talked about it. Now all these people are popping up. I was on Dark Fleet. It's part of my
And all sorts
story.
of fleets that are darker in color throughout all
But
sorts
they're
of movies.
using every bit of my IP.
They use 100% of it, so it's
They base all of their story on my IP.
all of it.
All of it.
100%.
Yes.
Just a recopy of your
They
work.
recopy. That's why Gaia is being sued.
Word for word.
Pretty much.
Same color, same everything.
No, I mean
Well, you said pretty much, or is it all?
it's pretty much.
Well, that's different.
People no, the people will come in and they will say, "Oh, okay, I was in the secret space program too, and all of these things that Corey has talked about. Well, yeah, I was a part of that too. Well, guess what? The stuff that I've talked about, some of it created out of my mind in this book as a part of my IP. If they are out there making money and doing things to harm this IP, this storyline, then I say something publicly."
Okay. Do you put a footnote in your book that this is embellished, and this is fictional, this is not real?
It says that there's Corey with his real story, and here's the fake or the science fiction story built on top of Corey's story. It says that in here.
Okay. At one point, you told the public you were on a high vibe diet and you were losing weight through guidance, right?
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Weren't you also taking the Anavar steroid without a prescription at that time?
No.
No?
I went on the high vibe diet in 2015, lost all the weight, and then was on Anavar. I was on Anavar. Anavar was after I had lost all of the weight because of my change in diet. I went to being a vegetarian. I lost weight like it was a waterfall falling off of a mountain. And then over the months, and it was like over like a year, maybe 2 years later, that I even started working for Gaia. And that's when he suggested the Anavar for my extreme atrophy.
Okay. And the blue avions are the same ones being noted in the famous Law of One books, right?
No, that's what David Wilcock makes that connection.
You don't make that connection?
I humor him. I kind of started, basing information off of what David said a little bit, about the Law of One stuff. I was never a big subscriber to the Law of One.
Okay, so the Law of One books produced by L&L Research in the 80s, that's not part of your IP, right?
No, that's their IP.
Okay. You sent a cease and desist to Jason Rice, right?
I believe so.
Why?
Well, because...
I'm going to caution you not to divulge any privileged information.
Okay.
What's your understanding of why you sent a cease and desist to him?
After Gaia decided they were going to steal my intellectual property, they brought him in as the actor that repeated my testimony. Almost word for word. Very, very close.
Did you ever go to space?
Did I ever go to space?
Yes.
In my physical body?
Yes.
I don't believe so, but I traveled astrally, and I traveled out to outer space, and
Are you willing on your Light Warrior Legal Fund to list all your donations?
sure. I will be happy to make them available if it's legal, if it's a part of the legal.
Will you list them by date?
Well, yeah, I don't see what the problem would be.
Just for accountability. You did a TV show with David Wilcox, right?
Yes, cosmic disclosure.
Yep. And then afterwards with Emery Smith, right?
We did a couple, like maybe 1 or 2 episodes together, and then Emery Smith took over the show from David and I after all the fiasco
All right. And didn't you at one point begin running out of material, and so David Wilcox was creating material, and Jay Widener said that it was just no longer credible?
No.
Was there an objection?
Yes.
No, I never ran out of material. If you look, I've produced material ever since then. The problems weren't that we were running out of material. The problems were the way we were being treated by Jay Widener,
Okay.
a hostile work environment.
And for them to continue the show without you was not okay. Why?
The show was, like I said, based on my IP, and the whole storyline is based on my IP. They decided that they were going to fire me and hire someone on to carry on my intellectual property, which made them over $300 million while I was there.
Made who 300 million?
Gaia,
So you're saying they received 300 million?
their stock, when our show started, caused their stock went up. Their market cap was like 68 million, and it went up to over 350 million or 300 and something million during the peak of our show. And then when we left, they dived, and right now they've lost about $350 million since we left.
Okay.
Very lucrative IP. That's why everyone wants it.
Okay. So why aren't you selling it now and making a lot of money? Why do you need donations?
For the legal fund,
Yeah.
I'm allowing the community to be a part of helping me pay for the legal fees, which have been hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars.
But if it's $1 billion IP and you can make millions of dollars, why do you need nickel and dime to pay an attorney?
I mean, will you give me $1 billion for this?
Never.
Well, then what's your question again?
So why do you need donations if you're able to sell your IP for almost $1 billion?
I didn't say I could sell my IP for $1 billion.
What can you sell it for?
I don't know. I haven't tried.
Why?
But what I'm telling you is that
You haven't tried
the
to
video. I haven't tried to
monetize it?
sell my. Why would I sell my IP?
Why don't you try to at least license it or get royalties or somehow monetize
We
it?
are doing that right now.
Okay.
I am doing that.
But you
And
haven't done it for years?
I hadn't been able to because of all the damage that they had created. Anytime I would try to pitch something, or they had created such a stigma, no one would even talk to me.
But aren't you able to prove that the stigma is incorrect or that it's wrong
But how do I do that?
with the truth?
That's what the lawsuits are about.
Okay, so you're saying right now that there's lies out there, that they've destroyed your multi-million dollar thing. What are the lies that my client had put out there? Let's go through that.
This feels like the Johnny Depp Amber Heard.
Oh,
all the stuff
are you
they put
Amber
out.
Heard?
I would be Johnny Depp.
I like your optimism. Tell me what the lies are.
The lies are. Well, I would have to have the transcript in front of me to go through it. But
Do you remember any of the lies? from
okay,
your-
let's see. Alcoholic. We touched on that one. Leon said that I was such a prolific abuser of women that he would like them to contact him so they could do a class action lawsuit against me. Said that I practiced black magic, which in this community is a death knell. God, that's all I can remember at the moment. But it was, full of slander and lies.
Okay, so you're saying because my client said that you were an alcoholic, did all three of my clients say you're alcoholic?
I can't recall. We'd have to have it. Leon did 3 hours or more of video, said he was coming back to do 3 or 4 more. We would have to sit down with the transcripts.
Okay. You're not an alcoholic?
No, never been treated for alcoholism. Never had an issue with alcoholism.
Never been diagnosed as an alcoholic?
Never.
Okay. And as far as the prolific abuser of women, we've already gone over that, right? No issues there?
None.
Okay. And black magic, what does that mean to you?
Well, what it means to the community, voodoo, Satanism, all of the darkest, the conspiracy community is very leery of anything black magic or dark with dark magic in it. And they made sure to like pepper the community with just about everything that will come out in the depositions that Leon said.
You had dark fleet, but not dark magic.
That's quite the extrapolation.
Well,
Talking about a Nazi group out in space, and then since he talked about that, then he must practice black magic.
But you're saying dark magic different from dark fleet.
Dark Fleet is a fictional space group out in space. Dark magic is something that people practice on this planet all the time, and it's associated with the most evil humans on the planet.
Okay. And so
It's associated with the most evil humans on the planet.
And so for you, in your mind, dark fleet, fictional, dark magic, real. Don't accuse me of being with dark magic.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Any other accusations that hurt your reputation other than those three?
Yeah, there were a lot. There's like 3-4 hours of them. Like I said,
Okay.
why don't you pop out the transcripts and let's go through them.
What about the witnesses that would say that, your alcohol has at times, and you even by your own admission, you said you drank too much alcohol on a flight, for example, on your way to one of the events.
How does that make you an alcoholic?
No, by your own admission, you've drank too much alcohol before, right?
In one sitting? Yeah, like on a plane when I had just had an argument with my wife and we're talking about divorce because all of these cyber stalkers were scaring her so bad she was afraid to leave the house. I'm in the plane, my life's falling apart. I have a few drinks. If I arrive at the airport at my destination and I have a buzz, then that's not an alcoholic.
Okay.
And the only people like Roger, extreme alcoholic, extreme drug addiction, was on the streets, criminal activity that he listed to me, the people that he attacked to support his heroin addiction while he lived on the streets. He told me not everyone survived it. He told me that he had the power to, through his Antifa friends, have anyone in the country beat up or killed. When Valerie was hit and run by a person that it turned out that they were a organized crime member from Denver, it sent our family into shockwaves. We have been extremely afraid for our lives.
Okay.
But all people reflecting, on their beliefs on you does not make you an alcoholic. Rumors do not make you an alcoholic.
Right.
If you hear rumors that someone's an alcoholic, you don't get to get on camera and say, this person's an alcoholic. And
don't you believe you're somewhat of a public figure, though?
yeah.
So don't you believe that requires you to have somewhat of a thicker skin if someone says something bad about you?
And I've gone through, since 2015, I've gone through cyber stalking. You can't talk to me about a thick skin. If you think that I just needed to have a thick skin, you have not watched that video.
Sure. But you understand that you're at a higher standard, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, and you understand that, for example, in 2017, you had a relationship, right, with someone other than your wife?
Yes.
Okay, and your wife found out about it at
I
one
told
point?
her about it right after it happened. It was a person that worked with me that we knew very well, and things became intimate between me and the woman, and then I went directly and told my wife. We ended up going to marriage counseling and all of the stuff that a normal human does when they have a normal human experience like
sure,
that.
and fixing it. And so...
But that doesn't make you a serial abuser of women that you need a class action lawsuit against you.
Okay. Well,
I mean, do I need to have a thick skin?
But you understand that when someone works for you and you're in a position of power, that is seen as abuse of that power. right? You understand that?
Seen by who?
The law.
The law?
Yes.
So if someone have a consensual relationship that work together,
And were you the boss?
yeah,
Or was she the boss?
I was the boss.
Then that makes you in a position of power, does it not?
Yes.
Okay. And isn't any kind of relationship when you're in a position of power not a good relationship?
No, it didn't. It was just a physical relationship that was over very quickly. I don't understand what you're...
Okay. So you don't understand at this point why it wouldn't be okay to have a relationship with someone who's on your payroll, right?
It was going, everyone was dating everyone in this community.
Okay.
That's the way this...
So as long as everybody else is doing it, it's okay to do.
Well, I mean...
That's the Corey Goode standard?
No, I'm saying that was the standard
Well, that's
of
what
the
you just said
community.
to me.
No, I didn't.
Objection.
I said in this community, this is a good one. When we were at Conscious Life Expo, when Adrian was just starting to do work for us, we were up real late one night talking, and she puts her hand on my knee and she says, "I'm always intimate with my gurus." And then I told her I'm not a guru, and she said, "You would have been tripping all over yourself 20 years ago," and walked out of the room. And then the next week, she's telling my wife that I'm a chauvinist pig. You know, how are people judging me in this community by these different standards? You know, but whether or not my relationship with was inappropriate, that's one thing or another. That was between me and her. She didn't open a lawsuit against me. She didn't raise complaints against me. Her and I were very civil, and we still exchange information to this day. When, she let me know when her ex-husband was stealing stuff from her computer and using it for extortion. We had a consensual relationship, and she did not accuse me of doing anything wrong. And since then, we have communicated here and there, especially since some of the lawsuit stuff's come out.
Okay.
But that's a far cry from Corey as a serial abuser of women. We need a class action lawsuit. Call me and I'll arrange it.
So you're saying you had no other relationships with any
No.
other women that worked
No.
for you?
No,
Did you have any other relationships during the pendency of your marriage?
no,
None.
none.
So you claim ownership over the documentary film Above Majestic, like we talked about. And what work on the IP was originally your idea for the film Above Majestic?
I created let's see, Roger had been randomly collecting interviews from people. And a lot of the stuff kind of matched my IP. And when
What stuff matched your IP?
some of the people that him and one of his people he's working with, they were going out interviewing tons of people.
Who's him?
Roger. And he approached me and said that he would like to do the film and base it all off of my IP, and also use all of the funds that we got that were to be used for the graphic novel. He wanted to use all those funds to do the documentary. And he said the documentary will make a lot of money, we can pay back the graphic novel fund. And I said, okay, you promise you'll pay back the graphic novel fund, and you promise you'll finish the graphic novel like we promised our customers? And he said yes.
Did you get permission to redirect those funds that she'd earmarked?
Yes, we made her, we were going to make her executive producer, but she said she didn't want her name on the film.
But she agreed in writing to change it from being a novel to a film.
I don't know if it was ever in writing, but she agreed to it. Yeah, she did it. Yeah, it's all in writing. It's in emails back and forth.
Right. And you produced all that to
Yeah.
us.
Yeah.
That's part of your production.
I'm pretty sure.
Okay. And what work did you do to market the Above Majestic?
I did interviews, talked about it in my YouTube videos, talked about it when I did events. It was basically, when we show all of the promotional stuff, it was, billed as me and David's, big movie after Cosmic Disclosure.
Okay. And Above Majestic, that was where, as far as an ownership interest in the proceeds, you had 25% interest in the proceeds, correct?
I don't know.
Approximately 25%. Yes?
Yes, I think.
And the defendants, my clients, did they do any work on the intellectual property for Above Majestic?
Anything on the intellectual property? What do you mean?
Anything at all regarding developing or assisting with the intellectual property?
Roger did the editing. Leon talked to Hollywood people and screwed up contracts. The EUX guys did a lot of production work and post-production work on it. EUX guys did just an incredible amount of work on these films.
Yeah, I'm not asking about them, I'm asking about my clients.
I thought you asked everyone.
My clients, Roger, Leon, Miss Youngblood, for the intellectual property.
Yeah, I don't recall that how much they actually worked on the intellectual property.
Okay.
I'd have to refer back to all of these documents.
What did Leon do to screw up a contract on the Above Majestic?
It was the next film, The Cosmic Secret.
Well, you said Above Majestic he screwed up a contract, right?
It was The Cosmic Secret.
Okay, was there any work, I'm talking about Above Majestic right now.
Okay.
Was there anything Leon did on the IP there to assist?
No, Leon pretty much came in when much of that was already shaking and deals were being done. He kind of came in the middle of it. He wasn't the one that created it and caused it all to happen.
Did he assist with Above Majestic?
At the very end, he assisted. He came in on the new contact and talked to 1091, and then he took over everything after that, and then he screwed up the contract.
I'm not talking about the next one. You're talking about Cosmic Secret, right?
Yeah, the contract.
Okay, let's stick with Above Majestic for a second. Are you or any entity that you control currently collecting revenue relating to Above Majestic?
Yes.
Okay. What entity?
Goode Enterprise Solutions.
Okay. What bank account?
Goode Enterprise Solutions bank account. It's its own bank account.
What bank?
Wells Fargo.
Okay. And how much approximately per year or per month are you collecting for Above Majestic?
I think it's between like 8,000 and 12,000 a month coming in.
Okay. And is
I haven't looked in a long time, so I don't know.
And is that money being distributed to the others other than your 25%?
No. I recently bought David out of his percentage of the movies. I'm approaching and the EUX guys. I'm approaching each of these individuals. The ones that don't want to be bought out are going to be once we have the forensic accounting done, they're going to have all of their funds given to them if they choose not to sell.
Are you holding those funds in trust?
It's not in a trust, it's in a bank account.
So you haven't taken those funds, their funds are still in the bank account?
I don't know how much is still in there. We'll have to, but most of the funds that I have collected are in there. I have taken money out for the graphic novel, the money that they owed for the graphic novel.
So wait, you deducted funds out of the Above Majestic distributions that were earmarked for my clients?
No.
Those funds are still there in the account?
No, the funds that, wait, repeat that.
Sure. For Above Majestic, let's go back to the ownership. Percentage ownerships of the claim. Who is owed monies from the revenue of Above Majestic? There's you at 25%, there's David, there's EUX. Anybody else?
I think that's it.
That's it? Okay. And so you had 25%, right?
I believe.
About. And David, recently you bought him out. How much did he have?
I think, I don't have the percentages in front of me, what all he had percentage.
About
I bought him out
25?
of both.
What's that?
He was bought out of both.
Above
documentaries.
Majestic and Cosmic Secret.
Yeah.
And approximately how much did he have in the Above Majestic?
How much did he?
25%, same as you.
25, I guess.
Okay. And EUX, did they have about another 25 as well?
No, I think they had like 10 or something. I can't remember. I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't remember.
And nobody else, right?
Well, you mentioned the EUX guys.
Anybody else other than those four have an interest in Above Majestic?
Oh, yeah. He's one of the guys that lended us some money during hard times, and Leon gave him 5% of one of the films. But the thing is, you know, it became when both the films got combined in the contract, and then the money all started coming in one pot together, Leon said that it was pretty much impossible to figure out which distributions came, because we had different partners in both movies. And when both movies were bringing in just one stream of revenue, it became very difficult for him to start separating the money amongst all the different people because of the screw up he made. And
What was the screw up?
the screw up was that he had them indemnified together.
They were indemnified
He
together?
had the first film and the second film put together in the same deal, to where instead of getting two different accounts with their financial people to send checks for each film, it was all one check together. And in the beginning, 1091 didn't have a very good dashboard for being able to figure out all the fine details. So I believe that's when Leon started paying people, you know, what he just felt instead of by the numbers.
Excuse me, counsel, about 8 minutes.
You're going to change now.
We're going off the record. The time is 2:51. This is the end of Media 3.
Sorry.
Back on the record. The time is 3:05. This is Media 4.
Okay, before the break, we talked a little bit about your relationships with somebody you worked with. Did you ever have any sexual relations with any contractors of SBA?
No.
About any volunteers
No.
of SBA? You ever have a sexual relationship with the executive assistant?
Is that with Valerie?
Is that the
That's
only
the one we were talking about.
That's the only one?
Yeah.
Okay. And you've never had anyone else claim they're being taken advantage of?
Not that I know of.
Okay. And those distributions each month, $8,000 to $12,000 in your account for the proceeds. What months are those heavier on the 12,000 compared to the 8,000 side?
I'm not prepared to answer any of that stuff. I don't. That's more of the GES business kind of deposition stuff. I mainly focused on preparing for all the personal. And the actual business numbers and all of that, I did not refresh myself before I came in.
Okay.
We can get all that information to you. I'm not opposed to that.
Okay. You claim.
Well, as a matter of fact, Leon should have access to that because he has access to the dashboard. So he should be able to log in and see all distributions.
Okay. And if he doesn't have access, you would give him that access, that
Yes,
dashboard?
I can create, I think they said I can create like an account that allows people to come in, like for possible investors or people I'm pitching to, for them to come in and look and stuff, I guess. So I can maybe create an account for you to disseminate to them.
Okay. And is it true that as far as above Majestic, that the numbers I have here are Richards had 25% of the proceeds, Corey Goode, you had 20, Wilcock had 15, Jordan at 15. Do those sound about right to you?
I can't really recall. I mean,
Do you have any reason to disagree with those numbers?
I have no reason to think that you're going to give me false numbers right now, but
But do you have any reason to disagree with those numbers I just gave you?
no.
And in addition, with the remaining 25%, that it would have been somehow split between Kennedy.
I guess if that's what I don't know.
Do you believe that Kennedy had an interest in the proceeds of Above Majestic?
I can't remember. I'd need documentation.
Okay. Have you ever paid anyone through Western Union to survey or surveil private property of anybody who's criticizing you?
Let's see. Yeah, there was an incident where, Roger Richards had created a video calling Dr. Greer a pedophile and all these other things, and he had put it out anonymously. And he told me, if I put a little fear into Bill Ryan somehow, that would stop things. He was not a real good influence on me, but yeah, there's a guy that Bill Ryan had been leading the cyber stalking groups back in the past. People even came to our houses. It was really scary and bizarre. But yes, there was a guy that sent us an email from Ecuador, and he said, Bill Ryan is causing all these problems, and with the people in the area, was talking about all the stuff that he was doing, crime supposedly, and said that, and we spoke back and forth, and I said, would you send me videos of his house and of places around the city? And he did, and I can't remember how much.
And this was of whose house?
Bill Ryan,
Okay.
one of the chief cyber stalkers.
And was Mike Waskowski knowledgeable about this?
I don't think so.
Why not?
Roger edited the video. That person sent the.
That person?
Yeah, I can't remember his name. So I'm trying to remember, in Ecuador, that was neighbors with Bill Ryan, sent me the video. I sent the video to Roger. Roger edited it all together, added music to make it all scary, and then he posted it out, I think, to the internet in a way that it wouldn't go back, to be traced back or something.
To you?
To any of us, since it was us that did it.
And so why did you make that video? Why do you cause that video to be made?
Well, Roger said he thought Roger always refers to himself as a thug, and he says sometimes these thug tactics are what it takes to get other thugs to back down. I let him influence me a couple of times, but when he was dealing with people and he said I had to go thug on this person or thug on that person, I didn't really realize what he meant until things went south between me and him, but he meant actual thug.
But when he said that to you, we have to go thug on that person, or we need to go thug on that person, you would agree?
No, he would tell me after the fact. He would say this person was being a total pain in the ass, like involved with business, and he said I had to go thug on him.
Well,
it's in our emails.
You just said we need to go thug, as in future tense.
Oh yeah, he did say on that film. He did say that you need to go thug on these people. That's the only thing that works on thugs. And he said that so I created. Well, I didn't create the video. I got the video sent to me, and then those videos were sent to Roger, and then Roger created the video, and I believe he's the one that posted it out.
So you endorsed these thug tactics in advance, but sometimes it was in arrears.
Well, we had people threatening us, coming out to our house. We had cyber stalk. It was getting to a point to where it was getting really scary. And Bill Ryan, is a criminal that had fled other judgments and stuff to Ecuador, a non-extradition area, and he was hiding in the non-extradition area, causing all kinds of problems, not just for me, but for other people. But yeah, unfortunately, I did go along with Roger on that, and also kind of after the fact, he told me about the video with Dr. Stephen Greer, where he really put some very nasty stuff out about him and released it through an anonymous video.
Isn't it true that that Laskowski would testify to the fact that Richards refused to make this video?
I've got. That would be interesting, because Roger Richards is the one that edited it together and put the music to it. I think I edited them like they weren't in sequence. I just put it all together into one big file, sent it to Roger, and James put them all in sequence, added music, and I think he's the one that finally published it, but I'm not sure. Because he's the one that published the anonymous video about Dr. Greer.
Okay, and did my client, Ms. Youngblood, once tell you about how her daughter was being stalked, and you suggested that you could send someone out to talk to this stalker and set them straight?
No. Who said this?
Didn't you suggest that to my client, Ms. Youngblood?
That I could send someone out?
Yes.
That sounds like a Roger response.
Okay, so you never said that?
Not that I can remember. I don't remember ever saying that. Maybe you can give me more of the actual incident.
Sure. Her daughter being stalked, your response, I'll help send someone out.
Objection.
Only thing that I could have offered is I knew people who do background searches, former police, and all of that could help.
Could help do what?
Cause the problem to go away.
How would they cause a problem to go away if there's a stalker?
Well, usually these people have connections with local police. The people that I talk to are all retired military and retired police. A lot of them have contacted me since I've come out, and just liked my work, and I became friends with them. And I also served in the Texas State Guard with FBI members and all sorts of other people. And in the past, if someone has a problem, they're getting stalked or whatever, then you give the information to your friends. They contact the police, motivate them to act, or they send emails to the people to try to, if it's a young person that is stalking someone, they would contact their parents or whatever. I mean, these are like retired policemen.
But because of your status formerly, you believed you had influence to get something done, or because some of these other people had former status?
Well, because I was a public figure, they looked up to me. If I would have asked a retired police officer or a colonel or whatever that I spoke to talk with Adrian and help them come up with a game plan with stalkers, they would probably be more than happy to.
Okay. Now let's switch to the cosmic.
If you were
Can we go ahead
trying
to the
to
next
say
question?
that I was talking about people that were
can I go to
bone
the next
crushers, that's
Next question is about the cosmic secret. My understanding is Richards, Goode, Wilcock, Jordan, Kennedy. Do you remember any of those percentages approximately?
not out of memory now.
Did Richards' percentage stay the same from above Majestic to the cosmic secret?
I can't recall.
Okay. And do you believe that your percentage has changed at all from the above Majestic production to the cosmic secret?
Well, it has now since I bought out David Wilcock.
Okay. Other than buying out David Wilcock, did your percentage interest in the cosmic secret go up from what it was in the above Majestic?
I believe it may have gone up a little. I don't recall.
Where would you look to find that information?
Documentation.
What documentation would you have?
Repeat the question again.
Sure. What documentation would you have that would refresh your recollection on the percentages as far as the profits from the cosmic secret?
I don't know the names of the documents. I saw them kicking around in all of this.
You brought some documents today, hard copy. You brought some documents, soft
Well,
copy.
I think that stuff was stuff that we'd already provided, right?
Let me finish my question. Sorry. You brought some documents, soft copy, some documents, hard copy. Did any of the documents you brought in hard copy format outline the distribution percentages between everyone?
I don't know what's hard and what's not.
This is hard.
I don't know what you have there.
Sure. You didn't look over the documents you brought today?
I didn't look over the paper documents.
I'm going to hand it to you right now.
There's one document kicking around that Leon provided that has that information. I don't know if that's in here.
Did you ever see the percentages in a different numerical ratio than you believe to be true and correct, or was it, when Leon produced it to you, was it the correct ratio for everyone?
We just need to find it. I don't remember jumping up and down and saying, oh, no, that's wrong on something. But at the same, I would rather have the document in front of me, to be honest.
Counsel,
So-
do you have another copy of that document?
You only brought one copy, counsel?
We didn't bring any paper copies of anything.
This is what I thought you brought.
No. The only hard copies of anything we brought was the franchise Bible and the.
Okay.
Those are. Should we go off the record for a second?
Sure.
Going off the record at 3:19. Back on the record at 3:19.
Did you ever claim ownership of a comic book called Return of the Guardians?
Yeah, Return of the Guardians was the comic book that we put out as a thank you to people who pre-ordered the old graphic novel. The graphic novel I have now is a totally different one.
To thank the person that
The people who pre-purchased the graphic novels.
And when you say we put out, who's the we?
GES, Good Enterprise Solutions.
And what work did you do on the intellectual property for the comic book Return of the Guardians?
It was based on all the information that I'd already put out. It was all my story.
Okay. And who's entitled to the profits from that?
There were no profits, it was free.
Okay. Has it ever been sold?
No.
Okay. What about the graphic novel 20 and Back?
We never completed that because of all the damage Roger had done to the storyline, and all the art and everything was not contiguous, didn't match. It was a horrible, horrible mess. So we had to go hire a professional writer who was amazing. And then we started from scratch and completed this completely different graphic novel. This is not the same graphic novel that I was working on with your clients. This is a completely different product.
Okay. Was responsible for doing the art on the graphic novel 20 and Back?
On the old one? No, he was not responsible. He just laid out bullet points for the story and gave the artist basic instructions, which weren't enough because it wasn't a script. So the artist basically spoke to me all the time about how the art should look and go. So he and I, there was a whole Facebook group we used for a while just for that, and we used that, and then Telegram, I believe, is how he and I would communicate one-on-one.
Okay. So was working on it, but he didn't complete it, didn't get the art
He was
done.
half-assed working on it because he didn't want to.
Okay, but he did some of, you say he didn't want to. How did you know he didn't want to?
He said, I don't want to.
Okay. Did he ever put that in an email or a text to you?
He called me and tried to talk me out of it. I think it's probably my talks between Leon and me are there, where Leon acknowledges, the situation, that Roger didn't want to do the book. He had to talk Roger into it. As a matter of fact, Roger wasn't supposed to be involved with The Cosmic Secret. He wasn't supposed to direct it or do anything on it until he had completed the graphic novel that we submitted to him in writing. And they just totally ignored it and went and hijacked the entire story, didn't stick to my outline, and created something that I was extremely unhappy with, quality-wise and content-wise.
Now, The Cosmic Secret, when did you stop selling that?
What do you mean?
When did you stop selling that? Because it's for free right now, right?
Oh, it's earning like a little bit of revenue off of advertisings on YouTube, but it's still being sold like on iTunes and Amazon and that sort of thing.
Okay, so how much revenue do you get per month approximately on Cosmic Secret?
I don't know. They're both come in together.
To where?
To the bank, to the same bank account. It's all sent as one distribution, and both of the films are like $8 to $12 grand a month.
Okay. Your advertising revenue comes through the same deposit
I don't understand.
as the sales revenue?
I don't
It's the
understand.
same deposit to your account. It's not different deposits each month.
Still don't understand the question.
Okay. When you get ad revenue from YouTube,
Oh, that is all a part of. That's all a part of that same distribution.
okay.
I'm gonna have to use the restroom again here soon.
Okay, and that's your GES account that those monies go to, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the percentages of what people are owed, those are memorialized in emails back and forth, right?
The percentages people are owed.
From like Cosmic.
The percentages you were talking about earlier?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure those went around an email at some point. They had to have. I need to go to the restroom.
Okay, we will go off the record.
Going off the record at 3:25. Back on the record at 3:28.
Do you have anything to change from going off the record?
No.
Okay. I want to make sure I'm understanding everything. The funds that are for the SBA entertainment actions, they're right now being paid into the GES, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so both the Above Majestic and Cosmic Secret proceeds are going into a GES Wells Fargo account.
As one deposit. One single deposit.
Why are they not going into an SBA bank account?
I don't have an SBA company anymore, I don't believe. I believe we,
When did you dissolve that company?
in the last 2 years.
Okay. And I think the SBA Entertainment LLC was set up by you, correct? Like you signed it.
I'm sorry?
You signed it and incorporated it, right?
Incorporated it. I can't remember which ones. There were so many that came in and out. I would need to see the paper before I could answer definitively.
So isn't SBA Entertainment LLC the one that was supposed to be receiving the disbursements for the 1091?
Leon's company is SBA Media. I thought it could be SBA Entertainment. There was SBA Publishing. There was just Roger was just creating so many companies.
And you sent emails to Roger telling him to stop creating so many companies?
No.
Did you send any text messages telling Roger to stop creating so many companies?
No, I don't remember. I guess we'd have to look through. I don't remember, but I didn't send him a text telling him to create companies, a bunch of companies.
Well, when you kept getting documents to create new companies, did you ever send a response back and say stop?
I would have to look at the documents at the documentation to see if I even received documents. A lot of the times it was just talk over a phone. He'd be like, "Oh, well, I already executed that entity. We can no problem. We can just dissolve it if it doesn't work out." It was it wasn't us sitting here having a conversation always about let's create a company. It was Roger had all these big ideas and he would just get all carried away, and then he would get on the phone with us, have the diary of the mouth thing, and then have a lot of it already in motion that of what he wanted to do. And that's I think how a number of these companies got started.
Now, the Above Majestic and the Cosmic Secret profits, for about a year, there are distributions every month, and there was no complaints from anybody. Is that right?
No, there was complaints from, he had mentioned that he hadn't gotten paid a number of times. David complained with me that Leon on certain months had decided not to pay him.
That was during the first year?
I believe so, but yeah, in the beginning, the distributions seemed to be going out, pretty smoothly, but then it got to where he was.
How many months did it go out pretty smoothly, to the best of your recollection?
Like, I don't know, 6 to 9 months maybe. This is just completely, I don't know.
Okay, so 6 to 9 months, somewhere around there, seemed to be going out smoothly. No one was complaining. Who was the first person that complained? Was it Brian?
See, I don't know when the time frame was when we got the loan from. That might have been the second film, Cosmic Secret. Those are kind of bleeding in together for me. That he got 5%, so it would have been later on when that complaint was registered.
So for a while, everybody was fine. They were getting their monies within each month, right?
Yep. And then it started changing as the distributions started getting, at first they were really large, and then they started getting smaller and smaller. And then that's when things started becoming more and more wonky about if you were going to get paid that month, or if Leon decided, Roger has a big problem, he needs to get paid more than someone else, or that kind of stuff happened pretty constantly after the money started. The distributions were lower.
Okay, so during those first 6 to 9 months, did you thank Leon for doing some great work?
Well, yeah, Leon came in. He had me completely convinced that he was the biggest thing that ever hit Hollywood, and that he was. Yeah, I was still under. As long as I was under the delusion, yeah, I was thanking him. And as red flags were popping up, those accolades went down, as you will be able to see in the emails. It became a lot of arguing of me, saying, hey, this is my company, this is my IP, y'all all agreed to do it this way, you're not doing it. You and Roger are conspiring and doing all this other stuff. Okay. And that's what it all became about.
Now, in February of 2020, Liz Laurie, on your behalf, wrote to Kennedy and demanded that Kennedy send all the incoming monies from to you, right?
I don't think so.
No?
To send all the money to me?
Yes.
I don't.
In February of 2020?
I don't remember her. I don't remember talking with anyone about having the money sent to me in my account until after we had tried for about a year to get Leon and Roger and all of them to come to the table.
And after that year, if they, in your mind, weren't doing what they wanted you to, if they weren't doing what you wanted them to do, what did you have done next?
It wasn't just that they weren't doing what I wanted them to do. They weren't handling the distributions properly. They weren't giving everyone access to the numbers like was promised. There wasn't an accountant like was promised. People were getting more and more concerned.
Is there an accountant now?
For me?
For the Cosmic, Secret, and Above Majestic?
Yes.
Who is that accountant?
You asked me that earlier.
That's the one you're going to fill in later?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're saying that accountant is holding back the percentages for anybody who's not getting their percentages from Above Majestic and Cosmic Secret. Those monies are still sitting in an account, correct?
Well, some of the money has been used.
Why?
After your clients came out and destroyed all ability to make revenue.
You took the money out of the account?
Some of the money, yes.
Why would you take the money out of their account if that's a disputed source?
Out of whose account?
Out of that account, that account where the proceeds from Above Majestic and Cosmic Secret are, if those are disputed funds.
They're just as disputed as the DVD funds, are they not? And okay. I'm the only one that's being open with these other shareholders. We've gave them an email saying that all of this is going to be figured out by forensic accountants. It is my opinion that we're going to be able to buy out most of the people, if not all of them. And I have some, I will probably have some very significant funds coming by the end of this year or the beginning of next year. And I'm just going to buy everyone out.
As of right now, you have used my client's funds or proceeds from Above Majestic and the Cosmic Secret and done something with them, correct?
Just as they used my funds from the DVD sales.
How much in funds from Above Majestic and Cosmic Secret have you taken from my client's portions?
I have no idea. We'll have to provide that.
Okay, if I left it blank here, you could provide that?
I believe so.
Okay. How about right here, you're a 16.5% participant in Cosmic Secret, is that right?
A 16.5 participant? What does that mean?
In the Cosmic Secret, you have 16.5 percentage points of the profits, correct?
I don't think that's correct.
Okay. What percentage do you believe is correct?
I thought they were both in the 25.
Okay, my understanding is Above Majestic is 20, not 25. Earlier you said 25, but my document showed 20. What document do you believe specifically would show that it's 20, not 25? Or, I'm sorry, 25, not 20.
The same document we were discussing earlier, I guess. But I don't remember a 15 or 16% percentage on the Cosmic Secret. Seemed like it was higher to me.
Okay. And that would be memorialized in a document that you don't know the title of the document, but it's
Correct.
what is it exchanged in emails?
Yeah, it would have most likely been in emails too.
Okay. And in Cosmic Secret, you had the same percentage ownership that David Wilcock had, correct?
I think that sounds familiar.
Okay. And Roger Richards had slightly less than you?
I believe so.
Okay.
He wasn't supposed to be involved at all.
But somehow he became involved?
Yeah, Leon Kennedy shoved him down my throat. He was supposed to do the graphic novel first, and that was a part of the agreement between me and Leon. And Leon made an executive decision, as he always did, to tell Corey one thing and do another. And I didn't know Roger was going to be directing it until like the very end. And I asked the person that was supposed to be director, and he didn't even know what happened. He said they just totally took it and didn't really give him really any good reason.
Why did you choose to put Cosmic Secret on YouTube for free?
I didn't. That was.
Did it?
It's not free. They're earning money off of advertising.
Right, but no one has to pay to watch it other than watching an ad, right?
Right.
But no more licensing deals can be done because it's out there and for free on YouTube.
That's not necessarily true.
So you believe you still have a chance to do a future licensing deal?
I wouldn't see why not.
Okay.
The being put out there free was done by, and if they damage the property by making it not marketable like that, then that would be a big problem.
Okay, and right now you're saying the one that put that on YouTube, right?
Correct.
Did they notify you in writing that they were doing that?
Yes.
Did you get the permission of the other participants to do that?
It was not a. They weren't asking me for my permission.
Who wasn't asking?
1091.
They just told
They
you what
just
they were doing?
informed me. Yeah.
Did you inform the others that that's what you wanted to do?
That was done after all of the lawsuits and all of that began. I
So
believe.
you don't believe that you had any duty to notify the others as far as what communicating to you?
They were talking with on a daily basis almost.
Who's they were talking?
Roger and Leon.
How did you know that they were talking on a daily basis?
The executive that was the connection, all of our connection, told me on a number of occasions that Leon calls him almost nonstop.
Okay. Aren't you selling DVDs right now?
No,
Hasn't the DVD sales site been shut down for over 2 years?
there are more.
What do you mean more?
Recently, I found another DVD site selling above Majestic and the Cosmic Secret 2, I believe. We're right now trying to get information to see who set that up and where the money's going for that. To see, see if we can get the contracts. We want to see whose signatures are on them. I know Roger Richards has used my signature quite a bit from a signature file, so we're curious to see if my signature's been used since I stopped working with him. But yeah, it's still being sold on DVDs.
Okay, but you're not selling via DVDs.
No,
Okay.
I've never sold DVDs.
But you just you agreed to, or allowed, or didn't object to when you said they were going to put it up on YouTube.
I
right?
couldn't object. It's part of the contract
Okay, so
that Leon created, so that goes back to Leon.
and so you have a contract with, you're saying that allows to put it up on YouTube for free.
They monetized it through the advertising, but yes, the contract that we have gave them the scope to do that type of thing.
Okay. Why did you need a loan in 2018?
Objection.
You're going to have to be specific.
In December of 2018, you mentioned to Kennedy that you needed a loan.
I can't recall.
Do you remember a person by the name of,
Yes, that's the person who I mentioned earlier.
right, and he gave you a $75,000 donation? Do you remember that?
$75,000 donation.
Do you remember receiving any money from at all?
Directly, he helped pay for our kids' school, but I don't remember receiving a lump sum directly from him. I know he made a loan to Leon for a certain amount of money that Leon was responsible for, and in that deal he ended up getting 5% of one of the films.
How much was that for, the 5%?
What do you mean, how much was that for?
How much did he pay to get the 5%?
I don't know.
Approximately?
I don't know, between 50 and 70 grand, I guess, whatever
Okay.
Leon agreed to in that.
Isn't it true
Fine.
that within a few months after him donating the 50 to 70 grand that you went back and asked him for another 100,000?
I don't recall that.
You don't recall? Yes.
I don't recall ever asking for large sums of money other than to help me with my kids' schooling.
Why did you need money for your kids' school?
Because at the time we were, it was after Gaia was my main income, and Gaia had fired me, and the only income I really had at the time was from doing events and trying to get money coming in from these documentaries, which, you know, by the time the money from the documentaries came in, we had been in famine mode.
Okay.
For quite a while. Everyone was. Roger was too. Roger was trying to make payments to his baby mama, you know, and Leon was helping with that quite a bit.
Have you produced a copy that's your version of the contract to your attorney?
I turned over everything I had. I don't remember
Okay.
specifically.
You don't remember asking for $100,000 within 60 days of him ponying up $75,000 in 2018?
If you have, show me the document, because I don't.
You don't remember?
I'm not remembering now.
Okay. How much money did you need approximately for your kid's school?
See, my son's. I think my daughter's was like.
For college?
No.
Okay, and you paid that in full for that school year because you got money from...
Yes. Sent us the money and then we paid the schools.
And you communicated that in writing, text, or an email, that's what you were using the money for?
Well, yeah. There was multiple phone calls, multiple texts, multiple emails during that time about paying for our kids' school, yeah. I'm gonna have to go to the restroom again.
Okay, go off the record.
Going off the record at 3:46. Back on the record at 3:49.
Anything, Mr. Goode, you want to change from your testimony earlier?
No.
Okay. Did you ever repay
Repay him for what?
for the monies he contributed?
For my school,
Yeah.
kids' school?
Yes.
No, it was a gift.
His gift?
Yeah.
Okay. You mentioned there's more monies that were given later on. Was that as a loan?
I mentioned there was more monies given later on.
Yes. Were there more, let me rephrase it. Were there any more monies after the initial 20 to 30 for one of your kids, 40 for another one of your children?
Yeah, he paid for my school, for my kids' school, for like maybe a year and a half.
Okay, and also Didn't Kennedy sign a personal note guaranteeing some of these monies?
No,
No?
not those monies.
Were there other monies that Kennedy guaranteed?
Yeah, he went and borrowed money from Bart to be able to pay Roger and I payroll or some. It was money that he was using to pay Roger and I.
Why did you need money?
I can't remember right now. I mean, it will be in the emails, obviously.
So above and beyond the 50 to 60 that we've spoken about earlier that was gifted to you by, you're saying that Kennedy signed a loan for monies that were intended to fund you.
And Roger, and himself, and Roger, Leon himself. Those monies were split and spent between the three of us.
Okay, and as far as, and you're accusing my clients of embezzling, right? These funds?
Of
Embezzling funds from you, right?
yes,
And yet my client was personally guaranteeing on loans for the business to make sure you got monthly payroll, correct?
yes.
You understand why that sounds ridiculous, right?
Everything was done completely ridiculous. It was in a ridiculous time.
Because why would someone embezzle if they're personally guaranteeing the business that's borrowing money to pay you your payroll?
Objection.
You understand my concern?
I understand your concern in that one situation, but who knows how a criminal's mind thinks? They may hold one thing in front of you to keep your attention and then do things in the background. And that's what was occurring because of all the lies and refusal to give us access to the accounts and what was being spent, where the money was going, who was being distributed to, because people were saying they weren't being distributed to. So where's the money going?
Did you ever personally guarantee any funds that went through the business to pay out for my clients?
That went through the business?
Correct. Through the business accounts to pay any of my clients?
Well, Roger.
You personally guaranteed monies that were paid?
Well, no, I
to
mean, that the funds that came out of
the business?
which business?
Any of your entities to pay any of my clients?
Oh, well, yeah, I paid Roger a salary.
Out of your personal monies?
Yes, out of our company monies.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, did you ever personally guarantee any monies that were borrowed to pay for any one of my clients' salaries?
Well, this was
The answer is a yes or no.
no.
Okay,
But
then let me ask my next question. I don't have another question.
The time
Oh,
frame
hold on a second.
matters.
Okay, at any time.
No, time frame of when he did what matters.
Sure. At any point in time, did you ever sign a personal guarantee where you're personally liable for monies used to pay one of my 3 clients?
No,
Did you ever take money out of your personal bank account and pay one of my 3 clients' monies?
I had helped Roger out with money a number of
Can I
times
answer
out of my
my-
personal accounts.
How many times?
A number of times it was cash,
What's the approximate dollar amount?
$500 at a time.
So $1,500?
I don't know.
Did you ever repay the $50,000 loan that my client personally guaranteed?
I wasn't supposed to pay it back.
Who was?
All of us.
Did the monies that you took out of SBA, did you use any of those to repay that $50,000 loan?
No.
Why not?
Well, the loan was Leon's.
For use for what? For SBA purposes, to pay your salary, wasn't it?
And to pay Roger's salary and his own.
So it was used to pay your salary. And
His own.
And
So
when,
I'm supposed to pay it all back?
shouldn't you pay some of it back?
Well, yeah, but
But you didn't pay any back.
no, but I would be
So
happy
you took
to.
some of it, but you never paid any of it back.
I don't even know how much I'm supposed to pay back. I don't know how much meant
How
to
about-
be because
how
no
about-
one ever gave me a breakdown.
How about pay the portion back that you got? You
Wait.
don't need a breakdown on money you received, do you?
I don't know what money came from where.
You don't know what money you received when they borrowed money to pay your salary?
We didn't get it all at once, I don't believe,
Well, at that one time, didn't you know how much money you received?
at that one time.
Yeah, when you said we did it all at once, when Leon Kennedy signed a personal guarantee to make sure that you and Richards got paid, did you not know how much money you got out of that $50,000?
I'm sure I did at the time.
Well, then why don't you pay those back out of the SBA monies that you had?
Why hasn't Roger or Leon?
Answer my question. You haven't paid any of those monies back.
No.
But yet Roger and Leon are not taking SBA monies. You have control over those monies.
This is where the timing goes in.
Do they have control of their monies, or do you?
They had control of the money for about 2 years, or a year and a half after the loan. They could have paid back the loan during the whole time. They chose not to pay. He's going to testify for us. You can ask him these questions in the trial, and I'm sure the responses will not be the happy ones.
So you're saying that during the pendency of when my clients controlled the account, that they could have paid back,
Yes.
and yet they chose not to?
100%.
And you're
he
saying-
is pissed.
And you're saying instead of paying that back, what did they do with the monies? What is your claim?
I have no idea. But they didn't, they never paid him back.
So you don't think that they spent it for the business purposes that you wanted to be done?
Aren't the business purposes like our payroll? You know, they were getting money out of it as well. It was for the company. The company needs to pay it back.
Paying $50,000, $60,000 a year for your kid's school?
What about it?
That's part of the business purposes?
Part of the business purposes. He did this as a friend.
Okay.
As a friend, offered to pay for our kids' school because our kids needed special schooling, and we couldn't afford it.
Now, Liz Laurie helped you set up new bank accounts for monies to be sent, right?
Monies to be sent.
From SBA. So they'd have different accounts to go to, correct?
I still don't understand the question.
Liz Laurie helped you set up bank accounts, correct?
For what?
Did she ever set up any bank accounts with you?
I set up my own bank accounts. I don't think she set up any bank accounts.
She didn't have any involvement in you setting up bank accounts?
I don't know if she advised me or not, but if she did, it would be privileged.
Okay.
But I actually opened the accounts.
Okay. Now, SBA Entertainment LLC, you are not a member of that LLC originally, were you?
I have no idea.
How did you become a member of SBA Entertainment LLC?
I don't remember without the documentation.
The managing member of that LLC I'll represent to you as Leon Kennedy.
Are you talking about his business?
Talking about SBA Entertainment LLC, one of the two entities that you understood to be set up acting in concert.
That's the one, not in yeah, he mirrored my company name, yes. He told me that the other shareholders only trusted him to have the money, to deal with the money, and that he was setting up a business under the same name as mine to avoid confusion with everything.
And did you stop him, or did you tell him not to do it?
He was advising me as the expert, as...
You're not answering my question.
Yes, I am.
Did you stop him or tell him not to do it?
No, he advised me as an expert.
Okay, thank you. And the managing member of that particular LLC was Leon Kennedy, was it not?
I believe so. I've never seen...
Okay. How did you become a member of that same LLC? Did you forge your name on some documents to become a member of that LLC?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't remember ever becoming a member of that LLC?
No. I have my own LLC by the same name.
By the same name?
Yeah.
I thought they were slightly different.
No, they're exactly the same name.
Okay. Was it in a different state?
Yes.
Do you remember the firm of Brown, Thornton, Pacenta and Company?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay, I believe it's a accountant company. You don't remember them? Alec Clark, who worked for them?
That name sounds familiar.
Do you remember why he's no longer working with you?
No?
You don't have any idea?
No?
Okay. When was the last time you talked to?
We sent him an email during the time that we opened the lawsuits.
Have you spoken to him the last 2 to 3 years?
No.
You thanked him for all he did for your kids?
Yes.
When was the
Profusely.
And when was the last time you spoken with him?
I'm sorry?
The last time you spoke with him was about 3 years ago, you said?
Yeah, about 3 years ago, probably.
Isn't it true that your attorneys represented that the funds being held as proceeds from Cosmic Secret and Above Majestic were being held in trust while an audit was taking place?
That was the original plan, that it was going to go into a trust. We had it going into my bank account, but we just never implemented the escrow account.
You just took the money.
I took some of it.
Is there any of it left there?
Yeah.
How much?
I don't know.
Approximately?
And hundreds of thousands, I don't know. We're going to have to pull up the, it's all going to be given over in the bank. I mean, in the depositions and everything.
What bank name is it with?
Wells Fargo, it's the same bank that we have all of our accounts in.
What's the name of the account?
I think it's Documentary Distributions, I think is what it is.
Is that held as a DBA of yourself or one of your entities?
It is just its own private, separate bank account.
Is that an entity or a DBA?
It's just the name of a bank account. You get to name them.
You
And
have to have it associated with an individual's social security number or a tax identification number.
it's a GES bank account.
Thank you. It's a
And
GES
yes,
bank account.
as I said in the beginning, it is the, you get to name your bank accounts.
It's fine,
So-
but it's a GES bank account.
Yeah.
Thank you. And you're saying there's hundreds of thousands that you've taken out of there or that you've left in there, they're currently there in that trust account?
I have taken out quite a bit.
What does quite a bit mean to you?
Yeah, definitely over 100,000. I would have to look at the books and the numbers.
Could it be over 200,000?
Could be.
How much is left,
I don't know.
approximately?
Between 1 and 200,000, the last I looked.
Okay. For what are you using those funds?
I've used, I've used some of it to pay back the graphic novel fund that was needed in the beginning. You know, I mean, that the graphic novel fund money that was taken to be used for the documentary, that was never paid back. And that was, I think, 80,000.
And the graphic novel, do my clients have an interest in that graphic novel?
The old one, they were helping me with, but they had no interest in it.
So you're using monies that came in that my clients do have an interest in and paying debts in something that my clients do not have an interest in.
Correct, because of the situation they created. Just as is happening with the DVD money on their end, I guess.
The DVD money, you guess.
I guess. I have no idea what's going on with all that money.
And you're producing an entire transcript, bank statements for that account where you've taken a couple $100,000, correct?
I haven't yet, but that's going to be part of our production.
Within the next 30 days?
Is that when it closes? Or whenever it closes, yeah.
Do you believe production isn't closed already?
I thought it was October 25th.
So you don't believe you have a duty to produce documents already?
I have been.
So, but you believe you have more time to produce documents, is that correct?
Well, yeah, just like your clients have. They haven't produced any bank documents. We've requested over and over. Have you requested these documents specifically?
I'm not here to answer questions. So you believe that you have more time to produce documents, correct?
Objection.
I was under the impression that we had to have everything in and everything closed by October 25th.
Okay.
But we've been producing all the documentation and everything we have and given it to Val.
Now, the audit that you were talking about doing 2.5 years ago, when is that going to be finished?
Well, as soon as we get your client's bank account information and submit it to an auditor.
Who's the auditor that's working on this?
There's someone through our accountants that our accountants have connections to people that do forensic accounting and auditing.
Okay. And is that the same firm that you're going to fill in the blank for me earlier?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'll represent to you that my clients have not been receiving monies for DVDs for over several years. So I would welcome knowing from you why you believe that my clients are receiving monies from DVDs in the last several years.
As of maybe a week or two ago, we found other DVD distributors who are distributing these DVDs.
Right, but what would connect them to my clients? Because I'm telling you that I don't have any information about connecting that to my clients. Do you?
I don't know. People lie to their attorneys sometimes.
My question is, do you have anything connecting those DVD sales to my clients
The most recent ones
in the last 2 years?
in the last 2 years, other than the emails that we're getting from people with, I don't know how far those go back. So I'd have to have the documentation in front of me.
But you produced all of those emails
Yeah.
that would indicate that my clients are involved in the last 2
Yeah.
years? You
Well,
produced all?
if they're involved in the last 2 years in the emails, all the emails have been provided.
Okay.
But it'll be interesting to find out who's behind the current DVD sales for sure. We should know that soon.
What about the feature film treatment 20 and back? What percentage ownership do you claim in proceeds from that? Or was that ever sold?
It was never sold.
Okay. And
It
who
was-
held the IP on that? Was that you?
Me, yeah.
Okay. Did anyone else have an interest in it if it was to be sold?
There was people were going to have points in the film, yeah.
And who are those people?
EUX guys.
Anyone else?
Let's see, yeah, Roger, I think Leon, and myself. That's all I think that's it.
Okay. The same thing for the TV series treatment for 20 and back?
Yes,
Same percentages?
yes.
Okay. What about the Blue Avions docuseries?
That was never discussed.
What was never discussed?
Percentages.
So do you own the IP for that?
Yeah, yeah. Roger and Leon didn't want to pitch it, so that's one of the things Leon told me was pie in the sky, but turns out it really probably wasn't.
Okay. And you sold that?
Sold what?
You've made money off the Blue Avions
No.
docuseries?
No, none of these things are made. These are all
Concept.
concept.
Same thing with, what about Dimensions of Disclosure event?
What about it?
Okay. Did you ever make money off that?
Yes.
Okay. And who else made money off that? Did anyone else have any points in it?
Yeah, I believe Roger and Adrian.
Anyone else?
Not that I know of.
And what was the division between you, Roger, and Adrian in the dimensions of disclosure event?
Originally, I was told that I was 50%, but later on, they started telling me that that was not the deal, and I wasn't. But anyway, yes, we were supposed to all be part owners in dimensions of disclosure.
And did you ever formalize that into a writing? As far as your points and dimensions of disclosure?
I can't recall.
Because you like things in contract, so.
Yeah, well, all this was done off the seat of our pants. We were going to do an event, and then a bunch of stuff happened to where we couldn't do it. Adrian came in, and she said, I can do it. And we ran it through my business the first year or two. And it was just, it was something that we were building off of my IP, and we just never got contracts, I guess.
Okay, so you never formalized a contractual relationship between you, Roger, and Adrian for the dimensions of disclosure event.
So we had discussed, I just can't remember if anything was ever, we'd have to check the documents to see what circulated during that time.
Okay. And what did Roger do for the IP in that, or the efforts to create that event?
He created flyers and helped run the audio video presentations during the first couple, I think. AV, audio video.
Did Roger do anything else other than audio, video, and flyers?
Eventually he spoke at one of them, I believe.
Okay. Anything else done by Roger for the dimensions of disclosure event?
Yeah, I think that's all I can.
Okay. What about for Adrian? What did Adrian Youngblood do for the dimensions of disclosure events?
She scouted out the locations and handled organizing all of the people that came to speak and to volunteer. That's pretty common. People who have events, they have a person that runs events for them that does pretty much all of that work.
Okay.
And as for myself, I did all the advertising. David and I, we used my email list to build the company, my fan base to build the company. It was all built off of our popularity from Cosmic Disclosure.
Okay, and built off your popularity from Cosmic Disclosure, you said Cosmic, sorry.
Disclosure is better, but yeah, Disclosure.
Okay. And the email list, how big of an email list do you have at that time?
At that time, I think it was 15 to 20,000 people.
Okay, and what about social media?
Social media at that time, I think I had over 100,000 on Facebook followers, like 60,000 on Twitter. That's all I can think of at the moment. And I was being interviewed all the time. I was on radio shows. I even got to advertise the Cosmic Secret on the Jenny McCarthy show. Got some really good exposure for it.
For Cosmic Secret, or are you talking about Dimensions of Disclosure?
The Cosmic Secret.
Okay, I'm talking about Dimensions
okay.
of Disclosure. I think we got sidelined
Yeah,
there.
I thought we were talking about all three there for a minute.
Yeah. So Dimensions of Disclosure, do you believe you have anything that prevents Miss Youngblood from going on with that event without you?
Well, yeah, it's, all three of us owned it. She hijacked it and went and got a trademark behind our back, not telling me, but Roger and the others knew when I talked to him about it. She had talked with, I guess, them in the background, and they all decided that, yeah, she should go ahead and get the trademark.
Did you
And to leave me out.
did you want to keep on going with the Dimensions of Disclosure event?
Yeah.
And you wanted to keep on advertising for it?
Yep. Everyone saw it as Corey's event. It was advertised as Corey's event. Everyone knew it as Corey's event. We have tons and tons of social media advertising to where it's Corey's event. So
Well-
people associated Dimensions of Disclosure with Corey.
Well, when it wasn't you, because you weren't at the event when after she trademarked it, it was someone else, right?
No.
It was someone else?
What are you talking about?
When you said she trademarked it at one point, right?
Yeah, I found out about it at our last event on my way home. I found out that she had trademarked it, and they haven't done an event since.
Okay. Well, wasn't it in 2019? Didn't it still happen?
I found out after the event.
Right. So it wasn't Corey's event that year.
Yeah.
It was someone else.
Everyone knew it as Corey's event. There was no one else that was the head speaker.
But so no one else ever spoke at it?
No, other people did, but it was billed and promoted to the entire community as Corey's event. If you went to any person in the community and say, hey, have you heard of Dimensions of Disclosure? Oh yeah, Corey's event. That's just how it is.
So without you, it had no value.
No, I'm sure my IP, all of my fans had built it up to be worth multi-million dollars.
Okay.
It was all of my fans coming that made this what it is.
So you're saying did it make multi-million dollars during the several years that you ran it?
Well, it grew. The first year, there were a lot of mistakes on both sides. We're trying to figure out how to do it. Second year, better.
Wasn't the
Third year.
Wasn't the first year you booked a venue in August that was just going to be baking hot in some theater that they don't even book in August?
I didn't do all of the bookings for Eclipse of Disclosure. Adrian went out and spoke to all the people and got everything set up. We paid the bills. We didn't make the arrangements.
Okay, so Adrian really took the laboring oar as far as making the arrangements for the first year.
Yeah, she made the screw ups that you were talking about.
Okay, and you put in a lot of the sweat equity, right?
Yeah.
And she put in a lot of the sweat equity too?
Yep.
But there's
If my name had been on the trademark, there would not have been a problem.
But there's nothing in writing as far as whose event it is or who owns it, right?
That I'm not sure of. We'd have to look through the documentation and all the
Okay.
emails and all of that.
And who's David, I'm going to mispronounce his last name, David Ickes?
David Icke, or Ick.
Who's he?
He is a well-known speaker in ufology.
When you say well-known, what do you mean by that?
A lot of people know him.
So similar to you?
Yes. He's been around a lot longer than me, though.
Okay, so would it be fair to say he has a bigger following?
Probably.
In 2019, he did the event, not you, right?
No, he did not.
Okay, who did the event in 2019?
Me.
Okay, and what about in 2020?
There was no event in 2020.
Okay, and what, it was in the fall or summer?
Yeah, they kept setting them up in August. Every year they were set up in right before school.
But in 2019, it was David and you?
No, David never spoke.
So David wasn't part of the 2019 event of Dimensions of Disclosure?
He was never a part of Dimensions of Disclosure other than he had agreed to speak, and then Jay Widener, one of the people that they're confabbing with, called him and told him that I was a criminal. So because it was known to be Corey's event, so he pulled out of the event.
Who's he pulled out of the event?
David Icke.
Okay.
Based on Jay Widener telling him to pull out of it.
Because of you?
Yeah, because of me.
Okay. Well, isn't your reputation strong enough that Ike's would know that you're not a problem, that you're a fine, upstanding guy?
Like I said, in the ufology field, it's fraught with gossip and all sorts of stuff like that. So who knows, what he had heard. Between the cyber stalkers, you see, that was The cyber stalkers were putting out all this incredibly vicious, horrible stuff about me. And all one would have to do is do their due diligence. If Jay told David Icke, say, hey, you know, Corey, he's a, you know, whatever. He's breaking the law. And then David searches the internet. Well, guess what he finds? Thousands and thousands of entries of people calling me a criminal, a con man, and everything in between.
Well, why are so many people calling you a criminal and a con man?
They're cyber stalkers.
Why don't I have so many cyber stalkers?
That's a good question.
Why do you have so many?
Because I'm a public figure.
What about David Icke? Why didn't he have so many cyber stalkers?
He has a lot.
He does?
He has a fair amount. He's gone through his story, and the persecution that he's gone through is a movie in its own.
Does he have 4 or 5 active lawsuits where he's suing people right now?
Right now, 4 or 5.
Like you?
I have 4 or 5 lawsuits.
I think so.
You do?
What do you think?
I think I have 2.
That's it?
Yeah.
You only think this and Gaia. That's it.
Objection.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you claim ownership over the dimensions of disclosure live stream?
Partial.
Is it the same ratio as the dimension of disclosure event?
Yeah, it's all the same. It's like it's part of the same company, part of the same event.
Yeah, but that was never memorialized as far as ownership or ratio or how your IP was going to be protected.
Objection.
It's amazing. Now you can see why the community doesn't like the judicial system very much.
Because you never memorialized it.
Because that's how this community does it. None of them ever do. It's like pulling teeth to get contracts from these people.
None of them ever do. Those are some pretty absolute words. None of them ever do.
Yeah, that is, but for the most part, it's like pulling teeth to get contracts from people working in the community.
Okay, what company did put the dimensions of disclosure on in 2019?
What company did? Adrian, the last year Adrian ran it through her company.
Why not yours?
Well, the whole deal is that we had been approached, told that she was about to lose her farm, and it was going into bankruptcy, all this stuff. And Roger said, hey, this year, do you think we can just give it all to her and let her pull herself out of bankruptcy? And I said yes.
So you agreed to give it all to Adrian Youngblood in 2019?
To let her take the all the percentages to pay off her delinquencies with her farm.
Did you see these delinquencies with the farm?
No, but Adrian herself has put in the paperwork that she was losing her farm.
In 2019?
Yeah.
Did you receive emails from Adrian in 2019 saying that she was losing the farm?
No, I was told through Roger, and it was common knowledge that she was having some problems. And Roger on a phone with Leon, me, and Roger, me, and Leon were on a phone call, and we had a lot going on. And Roger said, "So this year, I thought it would be really amazing if we could help Adrian not lose her farm by letting her have the proceeds." And I was like, and I said yes. I don't want her to lose her farm. I'll just do it for a speaker fee this year.
What was your speaker fee in 2019?
I don't know,
supposed to be?
Maybe $7,000 or $8,000 or something. I don't know.
Did you receive the 7,000 or 8,000?
I think so. Yes, I received the money I was supposed to live stream and all that.
Okay. Do you claim ownership in the Cosmic Co-Creation Affiliate Program?
In the what?
Cosmic Co-Creation Affiliate Program.
I'm not sure I know what that is.
Okay. Do you claim any kind of ownership in the Master Quest online course?
That was a concept by people on the East Coast that we were dealing with, so it would have been theirs.
When you say theirs, who's they?
I have to get their names. I can't remember their names right now. They're
Not yours.
No, they're two former military people that were going to teach a Master Quest class on surviving in the woods and all of that, if I'm remembering correctly.
Okay. What about, let me ask you, as far as contact in the desert, do you ever perform there?
Yes,
Okay.
one time I think.
Did you ever fail to perform due to alcohol
No,
or drugs?
no,
Did you ever fail to perform at, let's say, contact in the desert for any reason?
no.
What about cosmic co-creation? Did you ever perform there?
Cosmic co-creation. Is that the one at E-Town?
To the best of your knowledge.
Yeah, I think I did.
Did you ever fail to perform because of drugs or alcohol?
No, that was like the day or a few days, or within a short period of time after Gaia fired me, and we had all of these threats going back and forth, and I was a little preoccupied, but I was completely sober.
When you say preoccupied, what?
My mind was on other things, and during the presentation, it was hard for me to focus because of all the stress.
How do you know it was hard for you to focus?
Because I remember sitting up on that stage at E-Town.
And what happened?
I kept forgetting what I was saying, and I just kept, the stuff with Gaia just kept coming into my head, and it affected, but I didn't, there's, in every event, there's always like 2-3 people that come and demand a refund. That's just weird people, but everyone else was extremely happy at the event.
Okay.
Because we had a meet and greet afterwards, and everybody was extremely happy.
Why do you believe that my client had a fiduciary duty to you?
Protection.
That's very vague.
Sure. In your documents that you submitted with the court, have you read them?
Yes.
In your documents, you said something about Kennedy having a fiduciary duty. What do you understand a fiduciary duty to be?
A fiduciary duty, his fiduciary duty was to handle all of the finances, contracts, and negotiations for what we were to make. And he was to distribute the documentary monies.
Let's do the first one that you just said. He was to distribute all the monies. What monies do you believe Kennedy did not distribute properly, if any?
The documentary monies.
How much approximately do you believe that is?
I don't know.
Can you give a best estimate?
No, not until we get the bank accounts and do all the accounting.
Other than the bank accounts, is there anywhere else you would look to get that information?
Which information again?
The information as far as how much in documentary monies my client failed to distribute to you.
Like documentation, that sort of thing. Not that I can think of right offhand. I'd have to see what we have in our.
So it could be 10,000, it could be $1 million. You have no idea.
It's not going to be $1 million. The film hasn't made that much.
Okay. How much has it made?
To be honest, I would think maybe they've both made $1 million or a little over.
When you say they both, who's
together?
they?
Both films.
So you think there's $1 million approximately for both films, right?
That overall that's been made. That's my guesstimate.
And when you say both films, you're referring to?
Above Majestic and The Cosmic Secret.
And so you're saying these bank accounts, you're going to be able to see how much in monies came in from those two films, and that you believe my client, Mr. Kennedy, hasn't distributed monies properly from those two.
That's my belief.
Okay. And it's somewhere between, you're saying approximately $1 million, so somewhere around.
That's how much the films brought. I'm guessing that the films brought in total. That's not how much I'm saying he misappropriated it.
Okay.
There's a lot of money going back and forth between his charity and that account, and it was very bothersome and worrisome.
What charity?
The Leon's religious charity.
Okay. What religious charity you're referring to?
Can't remember the name of it. He told me he created it after he lost a lawsuit to avoid having to pay out those losses in that lawsuit.
Okay. Do you remember what religion it's affiliated with?
No.
Okay. And so what, so you're saying there's a lot of monies flowing back and forth between what account and what account?
Well, until we see the documentation, I won't know how much money's, but Leon had admitted that money was going back and forth. He was using it to, he would send money to one to like pay for like going to like some Hollywood dinner event to promote stuff. And money was going back and forth.
Okay.
I think that's the reason we haven't gotten those documents in discovery. But it's speculation until we, in the next couple of weeks, receive it.
Okay.
So,
The dimensions of disclosure events, you expect that you should have received $100,000 from that or $7,000 from that?
I should have received a percentage of the overall money that came in, but that year I had agreed to not receive the money and to only be paid a speaker's fee so that Adrian could save her farm.
And that's 2019 when you say that year.
Yes, 19.
Did you get all the monies you were owed for 2018?
2018, I believe so. I believe 2018 it ran mostly through our accounts.
Did you distribute all the monies that Adrian was owed for 2018?
Yes, we distributed all of the monies that we were basically given a list of pay this to this person, this to this person, this account or whatever, and Stacy went and made all of the wire transfers and check payments.
Did you give a full accounting to Adrian for that 2018 DOD event?
2018. I'm not sure. We'll have to check all the documentation.
Did you give Roger a full accounting of that 2018 DOD event?
I'm sure we did. We're going to have to dig it out in the documentation during that time period. That was a long time ago.
When you send or receive documentation, would you get that typically by email?
Documentation was typically, yes, by email.
Okay, and you do not delete any emails,
No,
correct?
no.
So every email for our documentation, you would have that still?
I would, yeah.
And you would have produced that to your attorney already, right?
Yes, it should be. If that information is in there, it will be in what was produced.
Okay.
Excuse me, counsel, 5 minutes.
You can go ahead, that's
That's
fine.
perfect. I need to go to the bathroom in 5 minutes.
We're going off the record. The time is 4:33. This is the end of media forum. We are back on the record at 4:38. This is Media 5.
Do you wish to change any of your answers from earlier? Negative. You understand you're still under oath?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yep.
On page 18 of your complaint, you reviewed your complaint before it was filed with the court, correct?
Yes, but unless I have it in front of me, I'm not really going to be able to comment too much.
In that complaint, you state that Ms. Youngblood had a 50% interest in DOD. Is that correct or is that incorrect?
If that's what it states,
Then it's correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And you do agree that Youngblood is the one that filed the trademark for DoD, correct?
Yep.
And Ms. Youngblood generated live streaming sales for 2019 for DoD, correct?
Yes.
And wasn't she responsible for the speakers at the conferences for DoD?
Responsible, what do you mean?
For determining the speakers at DoD conferences?
It was usually a group discussion.
Who was obtaining the speakers? Were you?
No, that was her job.
Okay.
Sometimes I would contact speakers.
Okay, but it was her job, you said, right?
Yep.
Okay. And the document says you get a 15% of the net profits, equivalent to $11,789, correct? Does that sound about right?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. You were entitled to a 15% cut of the net profits, equivalent to 11.
Of DoD?
Yes,
15?
percent.
Where is that stipulated?
Sure. It's Exhibit 17. I can show you.
That sounds like some sort of written agreement to me. Maybe we need to find it.
Have you seen Exhibit 17 before? Do you have one for council?
You said this is exhibit number 2?
So where did
17.
So, 17, okay.
I don't know where this 15% agreement came from. That's probably one of those things Leon negotiated.
Do you recognize Exhibit 17?
I don't know. I don't recognize it right off.
Does it sound to be about the right percentage that you're supposed
That's
to
the
get?
amount I was given, but I don't remember ever having a discussion to where, Corey gets 15%, David gets 15%. There must be contracts somewhere.
There must be?
There
Or
must be. I mean, why would they, is this just verbal agreements we're talking about? David had, I know David got a contract
because you told me that oftentimes there wasn't a contract.
often.
So when you say there must be, I'm confused.
I'm saying there must be. It looks like that's being enforced from a contract to me. That looks, I'm doing this per a contract. I mean, that's what I get.
Does it say anywhere in Exhibit 17 anything about a can you move your glasses?
It doesn't say anything about a contract.
No, I don't see anything either.
No, but it's listing things as if they were coming from a contract.
Are you aware of a contract for DoD?
Not that I can remember, I don't, unless it's in my documentation.
Okay, so a 15% cut, is that what you believe you has as far as a percentage?
Yeah, it was very difficult. DoD 2019, I really...
2018.
2018, okay.
Now, who owned the domain for DoD? The website domain?
Can't remember if I registered it or if someone else registered it. I know I came up with the name. I invented the name. That was in the group chat that got deleted, of course.
But wasn't the domain that was registered and developed both by Adrian Youngblood?
What do you mean? I created the event name. I'm not sure who of us secured the actual URL.
Are you sure who developed the website?
No.
Are you sure who developed the...
I think Roger did.
Do you own the website currently?
I don't know. I have to look through all my lists. I don't know if that's...
What makes you
There's
believe...
I have like something like 300 to 500 URLs.
Okay. Have you ever been accused of cyber squatting?
Uh-uh.
Is that a no?
No.
Okay. Do you remember calling Leon Kennedy after the conference and being told, telling Leon Kennedy that you wanted more money
Wanted more money from what?
from the DoD conference?
What year?
2019.
2019?
Yep.
No, I don't.
You don't remember initiating a phone call within about a week after the conference?
Well, after the conference, on my way home, I found out about the trademark being filed without my permission, and there was a situation where Laura Eisenhower's husband at DOD was drunk, carrying a firearm, threatening to kill me, shoot me with it, and she just thought it was a big joke. Finally, someone recorded him making the threat, and still nothing was done. There was just a lot of disrespect and bad treatment by Adrian at that event.
Why were you on the receiving end of someone with a firearm being angry at you?
Well, we'll have to play the video.
You don't have any idea?
Yeah, in the video, this husband of Laura Eisenhower is friends with a cyber stalker, one of the people that we were suing in the RICO case. That cyber stalker had filled their head with all of the evil things about me, and that's one of the things I think he said in the video when he was being recorded at the bar at DOD.
Didn't Youngblood make sure you had personal security from the Samoans? The security
volunteers,
guards?
yeah, if you want to call it that. It's
Better than nothing.
volunteer, yeah, not really better than nothing, but
Was it worse than nothing?
no, I mean it's just kind of like somebody that hangs out.
Okay.
These guys aren't real badasses in this movement, you know. I mean, who's going to be afraid of a hippie? I brought my own security. I brought a retired general who was my security at that event.
Oh, so you had a retired general to protect you from that gun-toting guy, right?
Later, yeah.
Later?
Well, yeah, he was there at, DOD. Which DOD? 2018. Yeah, in Ventura. Yeah, he was there.
So then why would you want these security guards, these 300-pound Samoan guys, to protect you if you had the general?
Those 300-pound Samoan guys were protecting David Wilcock.
Not you?
No.
Oh.
At no point did I even see those guys unless they were walking around David Wilcock. Because he was afraid of the cyber stalkers too. Because it was a big deal.
Okay.
Some of them had made it sound like they were going to show up to our conference. There should have been a lot more security, and it should have been locked down a lot more. I had my back watched by a retired general, but you know, if someone's got a gun and they have the element of surprise, what's 3 generals going to do?
Well, then why did you even have the general if you think that he wouldn't have done anything?
No, he would have done something if he could have, but the fact that Adrian and Roger and all of them knew that those threats were going on and it wasn't being dealt with, and I didn't find out about it to the last day, that my life was under threat for 2 days prior, that's negligence.
What's negligence?
Not providing security or letting a person know when their life is being threatened at an event.
So you're saying there was no paid security at the DoD events?
I don't know if she paid everyone that ever gave me security at these events was a volunteer.
How do you know?
Because they were the volunteers. They were out the volunteers. They were not. They got free tickets to come and be a security guard.
And so you believe that none of the security guards at the DoD events were paid?
At the last event, I remember something about her hiring security specifically for David because that was a part of their agreement. David Wilcock. I was on my own.
Okay. And don't you remember insisting that the security were there for you as well?
Oh yeah, I insisted that the security be in the volunteer security people be in the room, and I can't remember the name of the guy that was there, but the big Samoan guys were never around me, unless David happened to be close.
Okay. And what was the? So when you say you insisted, you said I need security or else what?
I didn't give an or else, I don't believe.
So when you say you insisted, what does insisted mean to you?
Well, as a person who was part owner of the event and a speaker whose life has been in danger, I insisted that some of the volunteer security people come in and keep an eye.
Okay. As far as the sequel of Above Majestic that was entitled Cosmic Secret, you demanded a director's title, right?
Yes.
And from the outlines that you provided, that's what you provided towards that production, right?
Yes, it was supposed to be a co-direction between me and was supposed to take the lead. It was going to be an opportunity for me to learn more about what goes into fully directing a property on your own. He was very excited to teach me and run me through the ropes, but we never got that opportunity, obviously.
Okay.
And it was after all that I did demand that I be director, because Roger stealing the project and getting to be director and all of that, it just was not going to set well, especially after I had provided the
Outlines.
outlines and said that.
But only 5% of the outlines were actually used in the final product, right?
The outline is maybe the way Roger does it.
So the final product was how Roger did it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so is Roger, what?
Roger did everything by the seat of his pants.
Okay. So as far as how many crew members did you pick?
Pick for which movie?
For the Cosmic Secret.
Well, I'm the one that originally brought in
So you picked the crew
the
members?
UX. So I had picked in the second film to be the director.
So you predict 2 of the crew members, you're saying?
Yeah, the two. Yes, yeah, those people came in through me.
Okay. And for the documentary, you interview, usually have interviews of various talents, and the interviews are shown. How many individuals did you interview for the documentary?
I was present for.
I didn't ask you if you were present. I'm asking you, how many did you interview?
None.
Okay. How about post-production? What's your understanding of what post-production consists of?
Fixing the audio and color schemes and making sure all of the scenes glib together well.
So lots of many hours of editing.
Well, yeah, lots of hours of editing.
And you did the editing?
No.
Okay. Probably hundreds of hours of editing for a documentary, right?
Not if you do it right.
Okay. How many do you think it should be?
Well, the proper way to do it, have an outline, have the people you're going to talk to go spend maybe 30, 40 minutes with them getting a sound bite, and then you take that and you stick it into your outline. The way Roger did it is he just shotgunned it. He went and interviewed all of these people, and then he would sit and watch through all of the interviews to see what connected, and then he would take those pieces out.
And he would edit it.
And then edit it in. It was...
But you didn't do the edits, did you?
No.
Okay. Color correction, sound correction, did you do any of that?
No, that was mostly done by EUX.
Okay.
Most of the post-production was done by EUX. Roger edited it together, and then I think they fixed it. I don't think he did the post-production.
Okay. You did tape for 1 day for 5.5 hours for your interview, right? On Cosmic Secret?
Cosmic Secret? Yes. And then my audio was completely screwed up by Roger's guy.
And didn't you sweat out your shirt during that?
Yep, I always sweat on camera. I'm doing it right now.
Okay. And you had to go to purchase a matching shirt, and you had to buy another shirt.
No, we use hair dryers on them.
And you went to panic attacks during filming, right?
No, I did not go into any panic attacks during the Cosmic Secret.
Okay. Did you go into panic attacks on another one?
No.
Okay. And didn't Roger Richards have to tell the staff to leave the room so he could talk you through your answers?
There was one of them. There were way too many people present.
Sure. So you wanted less people in the room
Less distracting. Yeah.
before you could talk.
Just like, now all the different people
And so-
doing, fumbling around, messing around, scratching their noses and all that. It's very distracting when you...
Sure. And so who was directing when you were during that 5.5 hours?
Roger.
Okay.
I wasn't giving a director's fee, just a director's title. People give titles all the time, executive producer.
Yeah, but only 5% of your work was actually used from your outline in the final piece of work, right?
Against my wishes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like I said, Roger doesn't work like a normal professional.
Okay. And you believe that Kennedy and Richards have power over the finances of Above Majestic and Cosmic Secret, and they embezzled funds for their own use, right?
That's what I believe.
And you believe that that's happening currently even with DVD sales, right?
I believe it was happening with DVD sales, and if these current DVD sales are tied to your clients, then of course the answer would be yes.
You believe it's tied to all my clients or just one of my clients?
I think it's tied to Roger.
Okay. And if it is, do you have any ideas? Like, let's say he sold 50 DVDs in the last 2 years. You're saying you would be entitled to 20 or 25% of those 50 DVDs?
I'd be entitled to the same percentage of those DVDs as I am the other distributions.
Approximately 20 or 25%, right?
Right.
Okay. So about 12 DVDs times $40?
That's 12 DVDs?
Well, if you take 25% of 50.
Are you talking about just the people that complained?
I'm saying
You think
if
those are the only people that bought DVDs?
from
100% of the people that didn't get DVDs complained?
from Roger. How many of you, so you believe you have 50 complaints?
We have dozens, and I don't know how many more people didn't contact us. Usually only about 3 to 4% of people that in those situations actually make contact.
Okay, so 3 or 4%. So you believe there'd be 33 to 25 times more than the people that then complained, right?
I believe at least, yeah.
Okay, so you believe that it'd be a couple dozen, so 24.
This is all guesstimate stuff.
Sure, that's all I have. That's all you have to give me right now. So I just have to go off what you can tell me.
Well, I mean, you can go off of what your clients' numbers are. They should have all of that. They sold the DVDs, but even though they didn't
They?
give them out.
You're saying they,
Roger
plural.
and Leon. Roger and Leon were a part of the first venture of selling DVDs. It was Roger, Leon.
Let's be clear. Do you have any evidence that Leon sold any DVDs in the last couple of years?
I have evidence that he was a part of the original DVD sales with Roger Richards.
Which was approved by you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any evidence that Leon Kennedy has ever been a part of any DVD sales that's not approved by you?
Not yet, no.
Okay. Do you have any proof at all, or that would lead you to believe that Kennedy did anything as far as embezzling funds for Above Majestic or Cosmic Secret at all?
Never saw a penny of the DVD sales, and we weren't getting consistent distributions through his bank account as we were supposed to, and he refused to show us the numbers, even though he had promised that he was going to be completely transparent when he first started this, and he was anything but transparent.
I thought for like at least 9 months that you actually thanked him. You sent him an email saying how much you appreciated.
But during that time period, I wasn't worried, and I wasn't asking to see the bank numbers. And every time I asked him when I asked him when I was going to be put on the bank, he said, "Oh, Corey, I'll get around to that. We'll do that. There's so many other big things going on. Why are you so worried about that?"
And so you believe that when you get the documents back from your subpoena, when you get that, then you're going to have the evidence necessary to find out where the money went, right?
Yes.
Okay. Any other documents or any other place that you need information from in order to determine this embezzlement?
That's more of a question for the accountants. I'm not an investigator.
As far as how they are collecting monies and making disbursements from both documentaries?
What do you mean?
Have you talked to discuss how they are accounting for the collection of monies and disbursements from both the documentaries?
Objection, counsel. He asked you to clarify.
And not
He just
repeat. Sure.
Restated the question.
Well, it's a pretty straightforward question.
Is it?
You know,
I do.
have you spoken with them
I have.
about distributions?
What about distributions?
Distributions of monies from Above
I-
Majestic and Cosmic Secret. You've heard of those?
Yes.
Okay, it's a pretty straightforward question.
It didn't make sense to me.
Objection.
Well, have you spoken
Twice.
with them? Have you? You have spoken with them twice?
No, I said what you said didn't make sense both times.
Oh,
I heard it. I talked to when all of this fiasco was going on, and I asked him what it would. I asked him if I could have the money transferred to a different account, and he said, "Corey, according to us, you signed the contract, you signed the tax information. It's your movie, according to us. And wherever you want that money to go, it will go." And then they changed the bank accounts
For you.
for me.
And you changed it into a GES account.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's the account that you gave the different DBA name that you spoke of earlier, correct?
It's not a DBA, but it's just an indicator, so you know which account is which.
And what do you call it?
Documentary distributions.
Okay. But it's a documented distribution account where the distributions that are earmarked for my clients are taken by you and used elsewhere.
Correct.
Okay. And you're
Just
not
like they did with the DVD sales.
and you're not holding those in trust.
No.
Okay. And does Jim still work with?
He is a contractor for them now. After they were bought out, he worked directly for them when they were the Orchard. When I think he became some sort of a contractor, he was no longer an executive there, and now he is still in that same position with. That bought out recently.
In your affidavit that you filed, you describe yourself as an easygoing person teaching love and peace, right?
Yeah.
Objection. What affidavit are you talking about?
You remember an affidavit?
I don't remember, but that's how I would describe myself. Yeah.
Counsel, you have a document. If you want to ask him about a document, you can put the document in front of him.
You're right, I could, but I'm not going to. I'm asking him questions right now. I'll conduct my deposition how I want to.
All right.
When you're asking questions of my clients, you can ask them questions. If you want to show them documents, you can. If you don't have to.
Noted. You can continue.
Yeah,
All right,
sounds like
so-
a good way to set a perjury trap.
Well, I'm just asking you a question. Are you ready to commit perjury?
No,
Okay.
I'm not ready to be tricked into a perjury trap either by,
Okay.
not being specific or holding back documentation.
Well, are you being truthful with me right now?
I am.
Is there anything you've said today that is perjurious or is not truthful?
Objection.
No, not unless you phrased something in a weird way that you can go back later and try to pick something out of. I have answered everything. That's why, I want to see documentation, see what you're talking about.
When you haven't understood something I've asked, you've asked me to rephrase it, right? Like
Yeah.
right now, you said, "Hey, I don't understand that question about." And so we went through it step by step and piecemealed it out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I'm going to show you what I'll mark as mark as 6B as in Bravo, and we're omitting exhibit numbers. It's true. Sorry, Madam Court Reporter. Is your email address emailangel@aol.com?
No, that's Leon.
Okay. Is your email
Counsel, I don't see any base numbers on this. Where is this from?
goodytech@yahoo.com?
I'm sorry? Counsel, where are the base numbers?
Not my deposition, counselor.
This is, but I'm not going to have you question my client over something that hasn't been produced.
Is your email address goodytech@yahoo.com?
Yep.
Okay. And do you remember receiving an email from emailangel@aol.com in 2020 in February?
I received constant emails from that email address. There's no way I could.
Okay. I've handed you a document that's been, it looks like it's a 6B on the first page. It's about 5 pages long. On the first page, looks like it's an email to you. And halfway down the page, it talks about, it says, Corey has stated to you 50,797 was sent through. Do you remember receiving or having those monies sent on January 31 of 2020? Remember that's about approximate amount?
Okay, this is from Leon. Hang on.
Counsel, if this hasn't been produced to us and you're questioning my client over it, we're going to move for sanctions today. Has it been produced to us?
It's not my deposition, counselor. Go ahead.
You're taking the deposition.
Your client has this email, ma'am. This is his email address.
So this was not produced to us, and you're now taking it out at the deposition. You're going to ask him over. I just
It's
want
your-
the record clear.
It's your client's email.
I just want the record clear. How do you know it's his? He hasn't authenticated this yet.
Sure. You ready?
I don't know.
Are you ready for him to answer the next question, Counselor?
I'm telling you, I need you to answer my question first. Has this been produced to us?
It's not my deposition. I'm sorry. So right now I'm asking him questions about an email. It's an email that he said he doesn't delete his emails.
There's no header, there's no footer, there's absolutely nothing. That this is a picture that's put on a piece of paper.
Do you have any other objections for the record, Counselor, before we ask our next question?
Are you not going to answer my question?
It's not my deposition today, ma'am. So are you going to allow him to answer the next question or not? It's up
I'm
to
not
you.
going to, no.
Okay, so you're going to suspend?
No, you can continue with your deposition, but this
We can
is,
call the judge.
you're refusing to acknowledge whether or not this was, if you're pulling this out of thin air, then that's fine. But just let us know.
Okay. You ready to answer some questions?
I don't know.
Your email address is goodeetech@yahoo.com. That's what you said at the beginning of the email, at the beginning of the
Do I
deposition.
answer
Correct.
questions?
Correct?
Or do you need to call the judge?
Do we?
Go ahead if you need to. If you feel that you need to call the
Are
judge.
you not going to move forward? I'm not going, until you answer my question over whether or not this has been produced, I'm not going to allow him to answer questions over something that doesn't have, I mean, how do I know this is even a real email?
Tell me when you're ready, Counselor.
You can ask him over something that has been produced.
Okay. Do you remember receiving an email from the outline, the percentages regarding your ownership interests and the distributions for?
Did I receive an email of his understanding of distributions? I don't remember.
Did you ever communicate with about the percentages on the distributions for anything with in regarding to your IP and?
Probably did. I don't remember ever speaking to him about it, but
Okay.
that sounds like,
So if I told you there's an email listing that you have a 16.5% interest in any distributions from, would you disagree with that?
I wouldn't disagree that that is his understanding, but understanding isn't necessarily correct. He's a third, fourth, fifth party.
Okay. Did you ever correct him in an email and say,
I don't
"Hey,
remember
Jim,
receiving one. I don't remember receiving that email to begin with.
have you produced all your emails to your counselor
Yes.
that have to do anything with,
Yeah, everything. I sent everything to her.
and all those documents have been produced to your attorney?
Yes.
And all those documents have been produced, a counselor from you to our office?
It's not my deposition.
Okay. Well, if you want to call the kettle black, let's talk about this email that your client says he doesn't delete. So, in this email,
Object to sidebar.
Well, before making a comment like that, you probably need to see what we produced.
I already handed her a copy. So, 16.5% is listed for you, 16.5% for DW. What's your understanding of DW?
David Wilcock,
Okay. And 15% for Roger. Who's Roger?
Roger Richards,
Right. And then 15% for, what are the last names for?
Objection.
And it says 10% for Leon.
Objection.
if that's what it says. That's an email from apparently, I don't know. And Leon, like I said, spoke every day, so I don't know, how accurate information can be from understanding.
Did you ever correct documents or emails that when you got, you said, hey, this isn't enough, I deserve more than this distribution, Leon? This isn't...
I think in the first one I remember doing that, but like I said, I don't remember that email chain at all, so I'm not going to make a comment on it.
Okay, that's fine. And Your Light Warrior Legal Fund, what entity holds those funds?
Objection.
Go ahead.
Good Enterprise Solutions.
That's what you call GES?
Yes.
And that's an LLC?
No, it's a new corporation.
And that's a Colorado corporation?
Yep.
Used to be Texas?
Yep.
Okay. That has a PayPal account, the Sphere Being Alliance at gmail.com.
Yep. It does.
And that's where you received unemployment disability payments, right?
No.
Or you created it and you got unemployment disability benefits.
Light Warrior Legal Fund was created after I launched these lawsuits.
But didn't you get disability payments for some period of time?
Yeah,
while
but
you
it
were-
had nothing to do with Light Warrior Legal Fund.
And you got those disability payments at the same time you're receiving payments from Gaia TV, right?
Well, my company was receiving the small amount that Gaia was paying. I was still going through surgeries and working through workman's comp. They knew that I was doing a show. I wasn't receiving any paychecks during that time period. Oh, the little bit of money that did go into my company was spent in buying cameras and all, reinvesting in the company.
See, my company, you're talking about GES or
Yeah,
Good?
Stacy and my company. Stacy has, of course, received small salary here and there for when she's doing all the bookkeeping and taking care of all the a lot of the business stuff she takes care of.
How much of a salary has Stacy received in 2018?
I couldn't tell you.
More than 100,000, less than
Oh,
100,000?
it's definitely less. We were Gaia. We were not making much money at all from all of these from those shows. It's a very low budget company, low budget television show.
And what about in 2019? How much do you think Stacy was receiving in 2019?
I don't know.
Less than 50,000?
I don't know.
Was she receiving monies in 2020?
Yes.
Was she receiving some of the monies from GES in 2020?
Yes.
And she was receiving some of the monies in 2021 as well?
Yes.
Okay. But she wasn't part of the point system that we discussed earlier as far as who deserved points from.
No, she wasn't making money from. She wasn't getting paid from distributions. She was getting paid from our main account from GES. She did not have any points and hasn't been paid out distributions.
But she's been paid out from GES accounts in the last couple of years, right?
Well, yeah. I've got probably 8 bank accounts.
Okay. What are those 8 bank accounts having to deal with?
Each one for different projects.
What's the first bank account project?
Well, the Accelerating Ascension, and one for the graphic novel. And then past that, there's the Light Warrior Legal Fund one, and I can't remember what the others are. We have like 4 or 5 others.
Now, all those first 3 are associated with GES's TIN number,
Yes,
and they're all.
yes.
Other than GES's TIN number, do you have any other entities that have accounts?
No,
So only GES is the only account that you control for an entity?
yes.
So no other entity other than GES.
That money at Ascension Works, all of that's controlled by Mike Wiskowski and his wife mainly, since she's has accounting experience.
Okay. Who are the board members of GES?
Objection.
I believe just Stacy and I. I have to revisit that. But
How
pretty sure.
often do you have, when was your last board meeting?
We have board meetings once a week. Well, we have team meetings once a week and board meetings once a month.
Are those once a month board meetings memorialized?
I believe Stacy does. She, types stuff up after. I guess notes would be memorialized.
Okay, and they're formalized minutes?
I don't know if they're formalized into minutes. Like I said, neither one of us are real knowledgeable in the business end of things. So
Notices
that's why
given?
we have accountants handle most stuff for us.
Notices given in these board meetings, waivers?
I don't think so. Just discussing the business, how it's going, where it's going, who all's involved, and how well they're participating, how it's going. It's just the status of the company.
Now, what's the difference between GES and SBA as far as, don't they have a bunch of commonalities?
Objection.
I don't know.
What was the original purpose of forming SBA?
SBA Entertainment?
Yes.
I'd have to look back. SBA Entertainment, SBA Media, SBA Publishing, all these things Roger was setting up, and I set up one or two of my own through that website that just about everyone and their mother sets up in a business through. It's skipping my brain right now. But I don't know, I can't tell you right now which. They all blend together in my head right now.
When you said you set up one or two of your own, what did you set up?
The GES company and there's also Goode Media Publishing that we had for a little while that we dissolved.
Approximately when did you dissolve it?
I would have been in the last 4 years. I really can't remember.
2018, 2019?
Could be. I don't know.
Why form GES if you already had the SBA entities?
GES was formed first.
And why form the SBA entities if you already had GES? Most of the other entities were formed because of Roger and all of the stuff that he was doing. I think that I was originally set up. I had created a Goode Publishing or something like that because I was going to start using that to distribute books. I think graphic novels and whatnot. And that's an LLC?
I believe it was.
S Publishing?
None of those are active anymore. I only have Goode GES Inc. is the only thing I have.
Did you dissolve SBA Entertainment?
Yes, I believe so.
Did you dissolve the SBA Publishing?
I believe so, yes.
And what about the other SBA
Yes.
entity? Approximately when did you dissolve those three?
I believe it was around the time we started opening the lawsuits
Okay.
because my wife was working with the accountants on how to get all of that done.
Was it the same accountant group that you're going to fill in blank earlier that she was working with, or is it a different accountant group that helped dissolve those?
It's the same one.
Okay. They'd have all the emails, you'd have all the emails you ever sent to and from those accountant groups, correct? Because you don't delete, right?
No.
Who else owned those SBA entities along with you?
I believe Roger and some of them, Stacy, but I couldn't be more specific than that. There were so many, and there were other companies created and dissolved like crazy that aren't even on this list.
Huh?
See if we can look up some of those.
So no SBA entity is still active? All
Correct.
3 of them are dissolved?
Correct. Correct. Sorry, I'm losing my voice.
What was the first working relationship you had with Mr. Richards?
Met him at Mount Shasta, I think it was 2016. We hit it off, real well, and he told me of all of his talents of creating slides and all of these sorts of things, and he volunteered to help create slides for me. And after that, for presentations, he started volunteering to do slideshows and create just like silly graphics here and there.
Okay. And what was your part of the contribution of the project with Mr. Richards in 2016?
What was my
Contribution?
everything? All he did was come in and take my information and help me organize it into slides. We would sit and talk on the phone, like if we wanted to do like any of our ideas for slideshows or whatever, my ideas, I was going to do a presentation. We'd sit on the phone, he would talk with me for like 30, 40 minutes, record it, and then he would sit and play back the recording and bang out the slides.
And these are slides, did they turn into any sort of book or publication or
No.
presentations that were made?
There's presentations at like Conscious Life Expo, that type of thing. And I have, 4 or 5 people that do that for me now.
And how did you compensate Mr. Richards for that
He
work?
was volunteering at the time.
And you have evidence that he was volunteering?
Yes.
What kind of evidence do you have?
His emails. Always talking about I'm just, it's all about the mission. It's not about money and all that. And then later on, you will see in the emails where he approached me, telling me that his current partner in his shipping receiving business was a nightmare, and that he needed to find another job, and that he hoped that he could come to work for me full time. And then we agreed on $6,000 a month, and then that salary was paid to him until he resigned.
Okay. And when was that he came to you and said, I want to work with you?
I thought it was sometime in 2016, maybe 17.
Okay.
We have to refer to the documents.
Now, you said he took a salary, but did he ever make any contributions to SBA?
What do you mean?
Did he financially contribute to SBA?
Not that I know of.
Didn't Mr. Richards contribute a $45,000 donation?
No.
You laughed.
I don't think he's ever had $45,000. Of course, he told me, he says, this is what people do. It's so that they show that they have equity in a business. They will show $45,000 worth of this and $45,000 worth of that. Roger, I don't think he's had $45,000 in one place ever.
Okay. And so what was it he was showing he contributed $45,000 towards?
He didn't contribute $45,000 towards anything. He never contributed a penny towards anything.
Where was it listed that he had contributed $45,000?
And one of the, I think the business filings where you file a new business.
Did you have
It was unsigned.
I'm sorry?
It was never signed.
So did you see it before it was filed or after it was filed?
After.
Did you disagree with it?
Yeah, and that's when he explained to me, no money is actually, because I didn't have $45,000 to put in. Mm-hmm. He didn't have $45,000 to put in. He said that was a business tactic that companies use to show equity in a company.
Did you ask him to correct it?
I didn't sign it, and that business never went forward.
When you saw the $45,000, what business was that associated with?
Disclosure something or something?
So some disclosure company?
Yeah.
And that business never went anywhere, you're saying?
No, it got quickly dissolved
Okay.
because I wasn't having it.
What are your understandings of Mr. Richards' rights and duties as a member of SBA?
Objection.
Which SBA? What are you talking about?
Sure.
SBA is my trademark for a lot of things.
Right. What are your understandings of his rights and duties in regard to SBA, any of the SBA entities?
Objection.
He helped come up and file them, and this is before Leon came in as the expert, and he asserted himself as the business expert.
So he helped file the entities, so he helped get them incorporated?
Yes.
Anything else that Mr. Richards did in relation to any of the SBA entities?
I know we discussed a lot of things, but like I said, most of these companies nothing ever happened. They were just pie in the sky ideas. You know, it's like I said, it's like buying URLs for a website that you're going to build in the future. That's what these companies were to him, and that's how he does things. He goes and he files it, and then he does all the other stuff. That's just the way, that's the Roger Richards method.
Okay. Did you and Mr. Richards work on the above Majestic project together?
Yeah, we worked on that together.
Yeah. Was that during the time period where he was getting $6,000 a month?
Yes.
Have you referred to him as kind of the workhorse or the engine behind things?
That is Leon's characterization of him.
What would your characterization be?
I mean, when he gets an idea for a project or he gets moved, he like tenaciously jumps on it and works on it and works on it until he gets another something else gets his attention, and then he leaves what he was doing and starts working on the other and works on that with all the passion in the world that he has, and never really finishes anything. And you will see that in the documentations with Leon. I note that he never finishes anything, and I need him to earn my trust back before he came back to work, but Leon didn't see it that way.
Okay. Didn't you put in writing sometimes that Mr. Richards was extremely talented?
He is extremely talented. He just doesn't have the follow through.
Okay. And didn't you also put in writing that he has
a lot of potential.
artistic?
There's a lot of what I would tell him.
Okay. Didn't you also say in writing that he had artistic vision as a director?
Mm-hmm.
That he has?
Yeah. I've told him that he had good artistic vision. It's just the follow through that he could never finish anything.
Did his contributions toward Above Majestic lead to its success?
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Was it a substantial contribution?
Objection.
Which one are we talking about?
Any of his contributions toward the Above Majestic project?
Yes, the Above Majestic project, him and guys from EUX really worked quite a bit on it.
Okay.
I think he tries to take credit for a lot of their work, though.
Okay. And he left because he wasn't getting enough credit?
He left what?
Mr. Richards left SBA because he wasn't getting enough credit?
Objection.
Why did he leave?
Objection.
His original...
To the best of your knowledge, why did Mr. Richards leave SBA?
That's really vague. When are we talking about?
At any time. So let's say the first time, because he tried to leave once and then you kept him, and then.
I didn't keep him. Leon kept him.
But it was ultimately your decision, right? Because you're the CEO.
If my directions were followed and he earned my trust back, but then Leon decided that he was going to circumvent that, so nothing of mine was implemented.
Well, didn't you have 7 or approximately 7 things that you demanded that he promised to do before he could come back?
It was more than 7.
Objection.
But yes, I had quite, and several emails of things that he had to do before he could come back.
Did he do
and
them?
work. No.
So he didn't come back to work?
He did come back to work, but I didn't know, it was against my will. It was all of a sudden Roger's directing, and that's not what was supposed to happen. And it was like, well, we've only got like 30 days until we get the film in. There's no way that Brandon could do this. Roger can do this. So we gave it to Roger.
And so you agreed because you only had 30 days left?
I didn't agree. I protested.
Did you fire him then? Because you only had 30 days left?
I couldn't.
Why not?
I couldn't fire anyone.
Weren't you the CEO?
On paper, on agreement, but everyone else decided that we don't work for Corey. We're, we're going to do what we want to do. We're going to follow our agenda. We're going to push our projects behind Corey's back. It was all a big everyone handling Corey and not doing what I told them to. So because of this, I fired Leon.
Because of what?
Because of him bringing Richard, keeping Roger on, and because of him refusing to be transparent with the finances, as he promised in emails that you will see, I fired Leon.
Okay. And so
And that's the only way I could, they had done a hostile takeover of my intellectual property and businesses, and I had to return the favor to get it back.
So you did a hostile takeover?
A retakeover of my own business, of my own IP.
What was hostile about your takeover?
Well, to me, from a love and light community, opening lawsuits. That's like, in this love and light community, this is like way beyond the last thing you do. You don't open lawsuits against each other. That's just what they don't do, and everyone gets flipped out. For me to open a lawsuit, it had to be extremely, extremely bad, what was going on.
And so you considered yourself Mr. Richards' manager during the Above Majestic project, right?
I'm trying to remember the time period that we were referring to him as manager. There was a time period where we were referring to him as manager because I was having him handle all of the people calling in, wanting me to come and do their events. So I had them contact Roger because I was being bombarded by people at the time, wanting me to be on their shows or be in their events. And so when they would call me, I would say, talk to my manager. And I told Roger during that time period, I wanted him to be the point man for those types of things.
And so what kind of decisions did he have charge over as the manager?
He wasn't really a manager, he was a middleman. He would speak to the event organizers and they would say, we want him to come for this amount of money and do one presentation. And I would say, no, I would rather do this for this amount of money and them to pay for me to fly and do certain things on my rider to take, I need certain things to provide it. So he would then communicate that back. And then they would send him a contract. He would send it to me. I would sign it. Or sometimes he would use my signature file that he has and send it back to them.
How did he get your signature file?
We were having a lot of problems with me traveling and him needing a signature at one point. So he asked me to sign a piece of paper, take a picture of it with my phone, and send it to him. And then it was supposed to be for that one time, but then other instances popped up to where I'm traveling or something was going, and he was like, can I use the signature? So he did ask me to use it when he used it, but I just don't know how it's been used since then.
Okay. And now Roger, I believe, since he's left, he's delivered 3 other documentary films. Mm-hmm. That's your understanding as well?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you said he's inept or unable, or I just want to make sure we're talking about the same guy.
Yeah, we are.
Okay. So I mean, he is not just extremely talented, but he could actually, when you say he could never finish something.
Rarely finished.
You use the word never.
Well, that's, coming out of frustration, I apologize. He would finish probably 1 out of 3 or 5 projects that he started.
He's finished 3, so you think he's started 15?
Well, that's when he was working with me. After he stopped working, I think they've been really trying hard to get as many deals together as they can.
How many of the projects that you start do you finish?
I finish my projects,
100% of the ones you start, you finish?
pretty much.
You don't scrap any?
There are some that get scrapped, but scrapping a graphic novel in the middle, not fulfilling doing a book with other people because you're sidetracked on all these other things. There's in the documentation, there are lists of the things that he would start working on, and then he would become enamored with another project or something else, and he comes in and try like he didn't want to finish the graphic novel. He just wanted to do documentaries from now on. He didn't want to do any of the stuff that he agreed to.
Just make sure I'm clear. You haven't lived on the moon, right?
Objection.
No,
You stated at one point you lived on Venus, but that's just
I've never stated I
Objection.
lived on Venus.
Mars.
Never lived
Objection.
on Mars. No, never said that.
You never said that you lived on Mars?
No.
Objection.
Did you ever say you lived on any other planet?
I've never lived on it. I've never said that I lived on another planet. No.
Did you ever say you visited another planet?
Yes, about the different, and there's different stories. A part of my IP, yes, we discussed Mars, the moon, even planets that aren't even in the solar system. It's very similar to Star Wars, long, long ago, in a galaxy far, far away.
So you discussed going there in a fictional sense, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which definitely locks all this stuff in as a creation and my IP.
Objection calls for legal conclusion. Let's go off the record. Take a break.
Okay, I need to go to the bathroom.
Going off the record, this is 5:41. Back on the record, the time is 5:50. This is Media 6.
Any changes to earlier testimony?
No.
Okay. Earlier you mentioned cases or lawsuits that you've been a part of. You remember that testimony?
You have to be more specific.
Sure. Earlier I asked you what cases, if any, you've been involved with court. And you gave me the names of two, and then we expanded it to a couple others. Wasn't there also a court case with an MIT employer? A restraining order?
MIT employer?
Right.
Oh, yeah, that's when my shoulder got hurt. The manager got fired because of his negligence. He came out and he put a box of my stuff. When he left, he took my stuff with him. He smashed it all over my front porch, and then he put a bullet on, an old rusty bullet on the window seal. We called the police, filed a police report. I'm in bed with two shoulders, and that's the injury I described earlier with the server. It was this company. And they, I believe, did a restraining order on the manager and me after that incident because of the bullet.
Why against you if it's the manager?
This was all a part of the workman's comp. This was the workman's comp case. So they tried to deny workman's comp. They tried, then they fired me before the workman's comp was being filed. It was a whole fiasco. And the only reason I didn't protest the restraining order and go and fight it is because I couldn't. I was stuck in bed. the attorneys were calling me saying, we're going to file this. You can come in and object and do all this other stuff. And I was more worried about my injuries. So I was just trying to make it go away so I could get the care I needed.
So you
But I
understand?
was obviously no threat to anyone. I couldn't even walk.
You understand that a judge determined you to be a threat in that case.
Objection.
Just because I wasn't there to say anything. It was totally uncontested. It was just their word, and I didn't contest it. So it's more of a rubber stamping than it is anything else.
But you understand it's another court case.
I do, but that slipped my mind. It's been so long ago, and it was such. I picture all that as a part of my workman's comp that I mentioned earlier. When I mentioned the workman's comp stuff I was involved in, I kind of picture all of that as involved.
Are there any other restraining orders that you have failed to tell us about?
No. I've never had other than that, I've never had a restraining order.
Okay, because that's another case number, and I asked you about any and all cases.
I have not had restraining orders other than that one from the workman's comp case.
Huh? Do you remember what their allegations were against you? They alleged as far as needing a restraining order against you?
I don't. But like I said, I was laying in bed. I couldn't move from a hemorrhage disc, ripped tendons in my, ripped rotator cuffs and ripped bicep tendons. So I was totally immobile. I still have the video, and I believe the police report.
Why did you keep it?
I think it's on one of my old hard drives. I think it was from my workman's comp case. I showed all of them that, and they were not happy. It was actually Darling International. That's the name of the company. Yeah, they ended up losing that workman's comp objection. They tried to cut me off from my workman's comp benefits and surgeries, and I had to fight it, and that was most likely part of the evidence.
Did you understand that Miss Youngblood was trying to develop some sort of a farm or hemp farm in Nevada?
Yes, I was approached and told that she had been doing cannabis for some time, but she wanted to switch over to hemp because that was the next upcoming thing.
When you say doing, what do you mean, farming?
Farming, yes.
Let's be clear about that.
So she's wanting to switch over or add hemp to their cannabis farm. And they asked if we would like to be involved as investors. We as in Leon, Roger, and myself.
And at the time of your investment, you were aware that the farm was for hemp, not marijuana, correct?
Right, but when the hemp was delivered, it turned out to be marijuana, and they were negligent in not testing it before it arrived, and it turned out to not be hemp. It was classified as marijuana, and then I was told that they were going to do what they could to sell it. I don't know how. It didn't look like they had a permit on their farm, but they were going to sell it and then give me my money back. And that's
Who told you that it was marijuana, not hemp?
Roger Richards. I believe I have that in email.
That he had tested it and that it was...
That they had purchased all of this hemp, like tons of hemp plants. It arrived, and then I don't know if it was to get the hemp license for the farm.
And it arrived where?
Adrian and her husband, I can't remember his name right now, but they had all of the plants delivered to their farm, and they were, I think, about to get their license for hemp farming, and some official or something came out to test the actual plants, is what I'm told, and they tested as marijuana, not as hemp.
So what was delivered to Miss Youngblood's farm was the wrong type for what was.
Correct. That's
She
what
was
I was
expecting.
told.
Okay.
And I was told that within a few months they were going to harvest it, sell it, and then pay us our money back. And then when I went to DOD and at the last DOD, 2019, I asked her husband how it was doing, because they never would tell me what was going on. I always had to really bother the hell out of them. And I asked her husband, and he had this shocked look on his face. He said, "Didn't anyone tell you?" I said, "Tell me what?" He said, "The whole crop died of a disease." And I was like, no one told me. How long ago did this happen? He was like, "Oh, it's been 6 weeks or a month or, no one told me." So.
You never got videos about it?
I was sent videos of the plants and the greenhouses being built. And I went and talked to some professionals here about, the cannabis. And they said that if they were separated into 3 different tents, then only that would have protected the whole crop from getting killed by the same disease. They said they just would have lost a crop in one of the tents. In all 3, he said that's just unheard of. So I still haven't gotten any type of real explanations about what went on. This is all hearsay from Roger and Adrian's husband.
Did you ever have any understanding as far as a change in her county regarding growing hemp?
No, I was not told anything.
Did you ever ask?
Yes, constantly.
You sent emails?
I sent emails, I sent texts, I talked to Roger, I was contacting Roger, because Roger was the point man with the whole thing.
Why don't you contact Miss Youngblood?
Roger was the point man, and Adrian would never really communicate with me. All I got was snarkiness from her.
Okay, so you did send something to Adrian, you got snarkiness back?
When I would try to converse with Adrian, all I got was just kind of snarky attitude-ish stuff. It was like a resentment that she had.
Was that phone calls?
Is in person.
Never any texts?
No.
Never any emails?
No, I don't think so.
So you never sent any texts or emails to Miss Youngblood about the hemp farm?
No, it was all through Roger, the one who was the point man running the investment for me.
Is Roger an employee of Adrian Youngblood?
No, but you have to remember, Leon and Roger had everything going through them. So that was the way things went. Leon was involved in this too. And I was asking Roger because Roger had actually worked with her on the details of the investment. Leon insists that all communications go through one central point. And that's just the way that he had it set up, and that's the way things operated.
Did Leon own the hemp farm?
No, he was a fellow investor.
So why would you go through a fellow investor to invest in the Youngblood farm?
I just explained.
Because a fellow investor insisted that you go through them?
Yes, they had set up everything that we do as them being the gatekeepers. Especially Leon was the biggest gatekeeper. That's what I've been testifying to all day today.
Okay, so you believe that in order to communicate on behalf of SBA, you had to do it through Leon or Roger?
I don't believe that. You're going to see it in the documentations that was Leon's demand on how things ran until a period where I finally started fighting against it. He wouldn't let me talk to he wouldn't let me talk to David about business when that's what we always did. It was a part of our friendship.
David Wilcox?
Everybody he compartmentalized away from me, and he became the gatekeeper.
And so
everything went in and out through Leon.
And did he block them on your phone, or how did he stop you from communicating to them?
It's the same influence that got me to sign contracts. It was him convincing me that he was the expert in the situation and that everything was being handled, and that I am like just a sniveling person that it's just.
So he convinced you. So you were convinced at one point that you should communicate through them.
Correct.
And so you made a choice to communicate through them.
I made Well, that I went along with the demand. I guess I chose to go along with that demand.
Okay.
Because Leon said that it would get me to the promised land.
But you chose to communicate with Ms. Youngblood through Mr. Kennedy.
Yes, that's the way it was all set up. She never spoke to me personally and said, would you like to invest in the farm? When I gave the money, she never sent me an email and said, yay, we're starting off this new, there was never communication from her to directly to me. It went.
That's because you'd given permission to Mr. Kennedy to communicate on SBA's behalf, correct?
That's because Kennedy was the gatekeeper.
Okay, and that was your choice.
Well, yeah, that was the stipulation for him coming to work.
And you agreed to that?
And I agreed to it.
Okay.
And it caused many problems with contracts, relationships. He pitted me and David Wilcock against each other, as you will see in testimony and later.
And you believe that SBA put in $15,000 in a Youngbloods project, correct?
Into the hemp project. Yeah, I can't remember at the moment. It was like 10 or 15,000.
And you believe if the greenhouses had been done differently, that the 15,000 would have been lost? If there had been 3 greenhouses instead of 1.
There were 3 greenhouses.
Okay. So
on the video, it shows.
So you believe it was...
If they never separated the plants out into the 3 greenhouses they showed on video, then that's further negligence on their part.
Okay. But what was there any negligence on their part? On the Youngbloods part?
Yeah, when you purchase hemp and it arrives as cannabis, that's what I'm told.
Is that negligence on your part or the person who shipped it?
Well, it's negligence on the person who bought it as well.
Why? If you order hemp and instead of you get shipped marijuana, is that your fault or the person who shipped it?
These are federally regulated substances.
I understand.
It's not going to Walmart or it's not,
Why do you believe it was Youngblood's negligence that marijuana showed up instead of hemp?
Well, because she was an expert. She grew marijuana on the farm for years, and she has everything she needs to test. If she's going to go in and drop all this money, you're just going to, and when it was delivered as hemp, why didn't she return it and get her money back? That's negligent.
How much money do you think she paid for the delivery?
I don't know.
So it could be $100. You have no idea how much.
I was kept in the dark about everything.
Okay, so you know that there's a delivery, that the wrong thing showed up. That's what you were told through who?
Through Roger, and I don't know if Leon was on the call or not. But Leon was on the call several times when we discussed the hemp because we were all partners.
And what makes you think that the plants did not arrive with a test?
And that's what I was told.
By?
Roger, in that phone call.
What year was that you were told that?
Right after we made the investment, 17 or 18, I can't even remember right now.
When you said we made the investment, I want to be careful. You're talking about the SBA group made the investment, right?
I can't remember if that was a business investment or a personal investment of Stacy and I's at this moment, but I'll have to look at the documents.
So you believe it may have come out of your personal account?
I don't know. I would have to look at the documents.
Have you produced all your personal bank accounts for this litigation?
If I produce all my personal...
Correct. You're saying that there's possibly an investment by your personal monies into Miss Youngblood's farm, right?
Possibly. It could have been from the business or it could have been from our personal. I don't know. I have to look back at the documentation.
Okay. And is, to the best of your understanding, is the SBA group a party to this lawsuit? Because they're a defunct entity.
SBA.
Have they been named as a DOE designation? Are they a party and I don't know about it?
I don't know all this legal stuff.
Okay.
That's what I pay attorneys for.
Okay. And isn't it true that when Kennedy was initially asked by David Wilcock to start with your projects, Wilcock said that it had potential, but you had to get your story off the ground. You need to get your business affairs in order because you had projects all over the place. Wasn't that true?
I don't remember that being ever delivered to me. If it was delivered to Leon, he never told me.
You don't think that's what Wilcock said?
I don't know. Right now, Wilcock is beyond impressed with everything that's about to come down.
What's about to come down?
The fruits of my labors.
Okay, say more.
NDA.
What are the fruits of your labors that are going to come down?
They are covered by an NDA.
Okay, so you're refusing to answer the question.
I am.
Okay.
I am not going to give this group any inkling of what I'm doing because they will go in and screw it up.
Okay, so you're doing something in relation to
It's the
this-
NDA.
the subject matter of this lawsuit, and you're refusing to talk about it, correct?
I am not going to break the NDA. If I did so, the finance company and everyone involved would drop me faster than a hot potato.
And the NDA is related to the subject matter of this lawsuit, is that correct?
No, it's related to the subject matter of the big projects I'm about to sign.
And those have to do with the IP that's in relation to this lawsuit?
It's in relation to my IP, yes.
And your IP is in relation to what this lawsuit is about, correct?
People stealing from my intellectual property, yes.
And that's what this lawsuit has to do with, is your IP, correct?
Protecting my IP
And
from
that's,
thieves, from content thieves, yes.
and so that same IP is at issue in whatever deal you're about to do, correct?
Yes,
And you're refusing to talk about it.
yes. I'm not violating this NDA unless a judge tells me to. If you want to call the judge and have them force me to break the NDA, I will do it under those circumstances.
Okay. And this is an NDA you signed with who?
I can't even tell you.
When you filed bankruptcy back in 2006 or 7, did that bankruptcy case get dismissed, or were your debts discharged?
I think it was weird laws in Texas at that time.
That's federal law. It's not a Texas law.
The bankruptcy laws are regulated by Texas.
Nope.
That's what they told me in Texas.
Yeah.
I can't recall. Compared to, I mean, back then we made such little money and our debts were not that big compared to what we would consider big now. But I can't remember if it seems like we worked with a credit company and like paid some and then had others dismissed, but I can't remember. It was freaking forever ago.
Do you remember my question, Mr. Goode?
Go ahead and repeat it.
Sure. At the end of your bankruptcy case, were your debts discharged so you didn't owe any more money, or was your case dismissed so you still owed monies?
I don't fully remember how everything went down on that case. I would have to look at the printouts. I can't remember.
And counsel, to confirm, the entire deposition has been marked as confidential, correct?
That is correct.
You're choosing to not designate portions of it as confidential. You're choosing to designate the entirety of it as confidential. Is that correct?
Have you looked at
Yeah,
the
it's
protective
federal
order yet?
case.
As I
Madam
stated on the
Sec-
record earlier, we're designating it as confidential. Under the protective order, we have 30 days to designate specific.
Portions, right.
I can send you the protective order if you need
No,
it.
I have it. Just want to make sure that I'm clear. So you're going to do that within 30 days? You're not maintaining the entire thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, the entire thing is designated as of right now as confidential. Do you want to pull up docket number 48?
Don't want to pull it up. Just want to make sure I'm clear as far as what you're doing. Because earlier you said you want to do the whole thing as confidential, so I just want to make
It
sure.
is designated as confidential. And
fair
then
enough.
it will be, we are going to comply with the protective order, and I hope you guys will too.
Of course. Let's go off the record.
Going off the record at 6:12.
If you would, Madam Videographer, can you tell me the time that we have left?
Back on the record at 6:13.
How much money do you believe that Miss Youngblood owes you?
For what?
What's that?
For what?
Anything.
The $15,000 for the farm, which I was told I was getting back, and of course now we're not really interested in any types of settlements. We're wanting to move forward and get on all of the defamation and other things that we're alleging. We're going to expect damages, of course.
So SBA made that loan to her farm, correct?
It was not a loan.
Investment?
Investment.
But it was an investment
It was an
that
investment.
SBA made, correct?
I can't remember if it was SBA, GES, or me personally. I can't remember as I'm sitting here right now.
So you don't know, but you've sued her individually.
Well, yeah, yeah.
And you
I don't know sitting here right now which where the funds came out of to go to her. That is information that we can obviously get.
Okay. And you'll get that within 30 days? Yes?
I guess if that's what the rules are.
Okay.
I've met all the other rules.
Is there anything else other than the $15,000 that you believe Ms. Youngblood owes you for?
I don't, until we see her bank records and stuff, there's really no way of knowing. But right now, that's the only thing that's really sticking in my head.
Do you believe that if you invest in something and the ordinances change in that county so you can't grow something anymore, that you're entitled to your money back on the investment?
That's not what I was told. I was told that I was getting my money back because of their mistake. They were going to sell the marijuana that was supposed to be the hemp, and that they were going to pay back my $15,000, and that they were so sorry.
And who told you that?
Well, that was on a conversation with Roger and Leon.
And did they ever mention that again in a text or an email?
I don't know. I'd have to. That's been a long time. We're going to have to look over the emails. There were emails on the subject. I just can't remember what the details of them were.
Have you ever fallen out of with other work collaborators other than Gaia and my clients?
Work collaborators. Let's see. Other than the ones that tried to steal from me, not really. I'm working with some very good professionals, and they're well paid and very happy.
Darling International, right?
Darling International. I thought you were talking about.
That's a work relationship that didn't end up
It's
well.
not a creative. You were saying creative.
What's Darling International?
Yeah, it's a recycling company. It's when I was in the IT field.
Sure. And your work relationship there did not end up well either?
No, no.
Similar to MIT where there's restraining?
That's the same company.
Okay.
It's the same company. It was all over workman's comp injury, and they had several of them, and they were having a lot of problems in that area. I believe if you dig deep, you will find investigations went on and all sorts of things.
Did you get copies of those investigations?
No, I was just told they were going on by the workman's comp people I was dealing with.
Did you ask for a copy?
No,
Why not?
because they were handling it. I could care less. All I wanted to do was have my 5 or 6 surgeries so I could get back to work.
You have a restraining order against you and you don't want to get copies of it?
I didn't even care at the time.
Why didn't
I was laying there and with 2 rotator cuffs ripped, 2 biceps ripped, a bulging disc in my back, my hands jacked up. I'm laying there in total pain, and they're calling, all harassing me. We need you to do this. We're going to do that. We're going to do a restraining order. And just imagine the stress I was under after getting fired for getting hurt on a job, and then them doing everything they could to try to get out of it. It was just a very, the restraining order was just a very small piece of a huge fiasco around this company trying to get out of workman's comp benefits.
So after you were out of pain, why didn't you ask for copies of the report and the investigation that was done by
Like, what, 3 years later?
MIT?
Like 3 years later. Like I said, it was a small part of the workman's comp case, and as I was healing, I'm getting surgery after surgery, so I'm in pain for years.
And besides the $15,000 of hemp investment, is there any other claims that you have against Ms. Youngblood?
Only what's in my lawsuit.
Well, what are your, as you sit here today, what are your concerns about Ms. Youngblood other than the $15,000?
The amount of defamation and destruction she did to my business is the main.
That she did?
Yeah.
How?
By joining in with Leon and the others to fulfill Roger's extortion threat.
How did she join in to fulfill the extortion
Have you not
threat?
seen her video?
So you're saying she's the mastermind behind the videos?
I said she participated.
And so what is your view of her participation in those videos?
With malice, her and the others got together and fulfilled Roger's extortion threat. And in his letter, he said he was going to tell everyone and destroy me. So they knew exactly what they were doing. They were in an effort to completely destroy me in the community and to prevent me from ever being able to make money again. And if you sit and watch that video, if you try to characterize it any differently, I'd love to see the jury's reaction. Because those are some interesting videos.
And you've given all the list of all the people who saw those videos and are witnesses. All those names are to your attorney, correct?
Objection.
I think 35,000 people saw one of them. That's more people than watch CNN on some days. So I don't have all of those people.
Do you have any witnesses that you've given to your attorney? I think we talked about this earlier. All those names you've given to your attorney, right?
I believe so. I've given her all the information. We need to talk with Mike Wiskoski again to make sure that they provided all the customer service emails that came in during that time.
So Mike Wiskoski, what's he particularly knowledgeable about those emails? What's his role?
Him and his wife were the ones that were dealing with them when they were coming in and dealing with all of the stink.
Okay.
And also, emails were still coming in, but we didn't get that many. I know Liz Laurie and her mom were the ones that caught the brunt of the people calling and emailing in, extremely pissed. I can't remember how many refunds we had. We'll have to pull those numbers, but right after the video, just refunds like crazy.
How many refunds do you typically have?
3, 7 over a certain period of time, and we were getting like probably 3 or 4 times that.
And so 3 to 7 over what period of time as far as refunds?
Over like, a couple of weeks, I would say. And then for weeks after, yeah, we're going to be able to lay it out quite clearly. Don't worry about that. I mean,
I'm here to lay it out. That's what I need to know.
We'll lay it out with in the depositions with them because we don't have it with us here.
This is your data laid out, so I need to know your claims. What are your claims?
My claims?
Yes, as far as the damages to you and refunds, how many refunds did you give that you attribute to my clients?
I have to get that information.
I'm here to get that information. That's what today is for.
Oh, how about I give that to you when you depose GES?
I'm here for you.
Well, that's GES. That's more of the corporate stuff.
You have no knowledge.
I don't have current knowledge. No, I would have to refresh my memory and refresh my mind like I do on the documents that I was prepared to come and speak on today.
But now, if you have a huge deal coming in, hasn't that not affected your ability to make money? If you have a huge NDA that is going to have a lot of money coming down the pike, hasn't that in fact?
How does that affect what?
Well, apparently your reputation is not that damaged.
It's with it's not with anyone in the community.
And so hasn't done their due diligence to check out what your reputation is in the community? Hasn't checked out this video on YouTube?
I've been asked about the lawsuits and these different things, yes. And with all of Gaia's new lawsuits that came out.
Have you disclosed the video to?
Which video?
The video that you're accusing my clients of having destroyed your reputation. Have you disclosed that to the people?
Hell no.
So you're keeping that a secret from this company that you're entering into an NDA?
I'm not showing them all of the cyber stalkers that went after me, no. But I've showed them all, they know about all of the lawsuits.
Okay. So
they didn't even ask about it. We're in there talking, this is the entertainment industry. We're in there talking about entertainment contracts. Now, believe it or not, this community, this disclosure community, is a billion-dollar industry. And that's where I was making my money, was in the disclosure industry. And we can easily lay out, Gaia, $300 million in a year, they're getting that from the disclosure community. Okay. The disclosure community is a billion-dollar industry, and I was completely ruined within that in that industry. I had to go to a completely different industry.
Isn't it true that a lot of people in the industry are concerned about how litigious you are and how many lawsuits you filed?
I haven't had anyone mention to me that they were worried about it.
'Cause I've spoken to people that I know in the industry, and they say they wouldn't touch you with a 10-foot pole.
Objection.
Because of how litigious you are. So don't you think that that's part of the concern that people have with working with you?
In the community, but
Sure.
not in the entertainment industry.
Okay, so in the
entertainment industry, Will Smith gets 10 lawsuits a year.
Right.
All of these public figures, they get lawsuits constantly.
Right.
The entertainment industry doesn't care about that unless it directly applies to something that they're doing.
Got it. But
that's my problem.
But this community does.
Yes.
Okay, when you say this community, what community are you talking about that cares about
disclosure
litigation?
esoteric community, that billion-dollar industry that I just mentioned?
They care about lawsuits.
Yes, they're the ones that I've been testifying all day, don't want lawyers, don't want contracts. I've been told many times that they believe more in anarchy than anything government or anything judicial.
Let's go off the record.
Going off the record at 6:27.
And how many more minutes do we have? Okay, I still want to go over.
Back on the record at 6:28.
Earlier in the deposition today, you provided me a thumb drive as well as your what you call your Bible and one other document. You listed them as what you're producing as part of today. Your attorney has now taken them back, and you're not giving them as part of your document production today. Is that correct?
I was told that it was a look, giving it to y'all just to look.
Okay. I object to that. I also object to the fact that I don't believe that this deposition is concluded because there's a lot of documents that we've talked about that you haven't produced or you're going to produce. So I believe this deposition should be continued. I understand, counsel, that you have a difference of opinion on that. But with that,
I can speak to that actually. So we were given a subpoena for. We brought the documents for inspection. If they were an actual request for production, that would have been outside the allowed number under the agreed protective order and scheduling order. And so we brought them for inspection. They were inspected. They were not used in as exhibit. There was really nothing used as an exhibit. So, you know, if you would like a copy of that, we will provide it to you in the under Rule 1 and in the form that's least expensive. So. You have a copy of what was on the thumb drive, correct, counsel?
yes, we do.
Okay, great.
Okay. That will go. I'd offer to stipulate that we can use a certified copy in lieu of the original if the original is lost. Is that agreeable, counsel?
I'm sorry?
Is that agreeable?
What?
That we can use a certified copy in lieu of the original if the original is for some degree lost
What are you talking about?
at trial?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
And we'll read and sign.
Okay. Thank you. I have nothing further. You have any follow-up questions, counsel, for your
We'll reserve
witness?
for trial.
Okay.
We are off the record. The time is 6:30. This concludes today's testimony given by James Corey Goode. The total number of media units used was 6 and will be retained.